have? Oh, it's picking up my mic. Okay. Yep, there's my music. Turns off if I am not clicked onto the window, because I don't know. Alright. Post to Twitter. Post to Blue Sky. Post to Tumblr. And post to Discord. There. So now, minimize, take that down, put that up. Got my chat up. Give it a minute. Josh, if you're there, tell me if I'm audible. Tell me if the guy over there is audible. Oh, hi, it's a guy. Well, this is bound to happen. Hey! Did I screw up my audio, or am I, like, hearable? Pepperspark's still wearing her summer clothes. Sound good? Okay, thank you. Alright. So, I'm gonna change her back into her regular clothes, I think. God, what the fuck is in this inventory? Expired potion... expired crystals. Does none of it want it? Hold on. There we go. Destroy this. What do I have here? Bunch of crap. Just crap. Unopened doll bag, yeah, because I got all of these other ones. Bugles? I'm never gonna use them. Why do I have so many fucking swords? This is too many swords. Okay. Hello, how are y'all? I've been up since 11 p.m. last night, and I'm not letting that stop me, because everything else stops me. Last time I played Mabinogi on stream, we were in the summer event that was supposed to give you a bunch of boosts so you can get a character from beginning to Arcanas over the course of that event, and I did it like 3 or 4 times and then stopped. But they're doing a similar thing this time, so I'm gonna do that, but I had saved here next to these guys because I was going to try and get the fucking martial arts skill quest going, finally, after a bunch of just talk. They just talk at you and you have to go back and forth between them and cook a fish and stuff. Come on, talk? Oh wait, he doesn't talk at all, so. The way of the fighter is difficult. Is that it? Okay. Which of you? Alright. I'm ready for you, Keen. Please go easy on me. Okay. Mina stares at Cecilia, who plays with Keen's hair. Alright. I was going to finally get some of the actual skills, and that's where I stopped last, so let's just do that before I walk off and start the new event. Which I'm like 2 weeks late to. Combos make up the heart and soul of martial arts techniques. Cecilia, since you're small and nimble, I'll teach one of the faster skills. We'll begin with Charging Strike. Charging Strike lets you rush in at your opponent. It's a great way to close the distance on your enemy. However, Windmill and Counter are both strong against this skill, so be careful. Practice the skill against Keen. Are you ready, Cecilia? Alright, I'm controlling what's-her-face. Alright. F1 in, bop, bop, bop. And then theoretically, it's giving me the icons for the next thing in the combo, but I can't do them until they teach them to me. See, it's got that F2 down there. Oh, okay, you can do it. It did let me do that. Yeah, it doesn't want me to do it, but it's letting me do it. Great. Alright. just wants me to punch. Yep. Well, I already showed you the way the combos work. This is a really interesting skill set because it works like it's trying to be like a full-on fighting game, like it's got combos, but they never developed it super hard, and the lag on the servers used to kill it constantly. You basically just couldn't do shit. Not too bad, let's move right along. The second stage of the combo is Somersault Kick. Somersault Kick is great for dazing enemies, keeping them from casting spells. When you encounter an enemy magic user, you can use Charging Strike to interrupt their spell and follow up with Somersault Kick to keep them from using any more spells. Again, use Keen as a target. Are you ready? Yes. Alright, it's just... Alright. Come on. Let me do the thing. There you go. And then... They didn't tell you about this one, but they gave it to me. There you go. Happy National Cake Day? Neat. It's also the day before Thanksgiving, which I don't really care right now. I was fortunate enough to not have to work on that day. Dodged a huge bullet. Instead, I got to spend all of today straightening out and fixing price tags on one aisle that's got a million goddamn price tags. They put baby food and dog food and cat food and stuff on the same aisle. I think pet food and baby food being in the same aisle is hilarious, but also both of those are things that come in really tiny little cans and bottles and jars, and there's a million of them, so it's a lot of tags. Supposed to bake a cake for tomorrow, but you're too tired for that? Yeah, I don't bake. It just sounds exhausting to me all the time. Remember, combo skills must be used in order. This is the end of your training, Cecilia. Good job keeping up with us. Kian and I must be going. Let's meet up sometime, Isolta. See you all later. Okay, there's 3 other things they're not going to teach me yet. Alright. Oh, this is actually... Hold on. Probably should have started reading that. I'm glad to see you. My special training starts soon, so give me a hand. I'm going to train in secret so I can surprise Mina and Keen. You'll help me, won't you? Yeah, okay. My local Vaughn's also puts baby food and pet food in the same aisle. Same company. Or one of the other ones under that umbrella. I don't know why they decided to do that, though. It used to be baby food was on the same aisle as pancakes some years ago, and then they switched it. I don't know. The night air is so refreshing, and the stars. She lets out a long sigh. When did life become so chaotic? Since we set out to become traders, how did I end up in Tir Shanile so far from Emain Maka? I used to visit my grandmother here as a child. They always imply there's more people living in Tir Shanile than you actually see, even though there's generally exactly enough buildings for the amount of people here. I don't know. I haven't been here since she passed away. I never thought I'd be back, to be honest. Yeah, the last time she explained some of her backstory, her father's also dead. She's like a super orphan. What would she think if she saw me now fighting for a guy's attention? She might have been disappointed. Or perhaps she would be happy for me now that I found someone to be so passionate about? I mean, you're literally fighting with punches. I don't know. She always told me to be true to my feelings or I'd regret it when I got older. Think of it, getting held up by that creep Herbert is what led me to meeting Keen. They also put toilet paper and ice cream in the same aisle? Then you're... What? Toilet paper is on the same aisle as Hallmark cards in my store. For some reason. I mean, they're both paper. Having the aisle half freezers for ice cream and half toilet papers, that's just weird. I don't know. Life really does take unexpected turns. Her eyes fall on something and she turns pale. What? Ah, that guy. That's one of the recurring bandit bosses, and I think he's an ogre? But there are other ogres that don't look like that, but that's a common Mabinogi thing, that there's different styles that they kind of shifted over time, but they still kept the old models. I think he's an ogre. Creep? I'm no creep. You're a creep for not giving me your granola. Fucking right. They were trying to do a merchant run to sell granola, and he wants it. I'll make you pay, punk. Help me, Pepperspark. Okay. Do I need to use... No, I don't need to do shit about shit with any actual stuff. I could just hit them. Pick up some gold. Great, I don't have to use anything I learned because I didn't set up my hotbar for it. Yeah. If only I wasn't so hungry. Is he running away? You'll pay. Yeah, right, you big coward. Cecilia sticks her tongue out at the fleeing Herbert. Looks like you saved me again. I don't know what would have happened if I'd been alone. Cecilia collapses, singular, and crashes into you. Oh, my leg! Oh, I must have twisted it. I've been exerting myself too much. It's those fucking shoes you're wearing. I mean, mine aren't that much better. Cecilia leans against you in silence for a while. We should head back. I'm sorry, but do you think you could carry me home? I can't walk back like this. Yeah, whatever. Thank you. I should just make her crawl. I'm always being a burden to you, aren't I? Cecilia wraps her arms around your neck as you carry her on your back. She doesn't speak the rest of the way. I'll just keep doing these as long as they're in this spot because I know that the event I want to start is like over there. So once they're not here, I'm just going to go over there. Mina, did you hear from Cecilia yesterday? It seems that Herbert... Yes, I heard about it from Cecilia at the inn. She says Pepperspark came to her rescue once again. Mina looks at you seriously. So, I was thinking, we never know when Herbert might attack again. It's not like Keen and Pepperspark will always be around when that happens. So, I think I should learn how to fight. If I have a master like you or Keen, I should pick it up in no time, right? Of course, I think you'd be a natural. Does that sound alright to you? Keen nods happily at Isolta. Well, I'm not so thrilled having such a smelly sparring partner, but it can't be helped. Excellent, then without further ado, shall we get started? We're going to focus on some pretty dangerous skills. Pepperspark, would you mind keeping an eye on things? If someone gets hurt, run and grab Dillis. Dillis is the healer up the hill. Let's get this training started. Isolde, Pepperspark, are you guys ready? I'm ready. How about you, Pepperspark? Yeah. Bringing my guns to the fist fight. Isolde, I'll be teaching you skills that rely on power rather than speed. The first skill is Focused Fist. You'll focus your energy, then release it in one burst. The longer you charge, the greater the skill's range and power. If you're hit while you're focusing, however, you'll lose your charge and be left vulnerable. You'll be tongue-tied. You'll be practicing against Keen. Don't hit him too hard, please. Are you ready? I am ready. Alright. So. It's just another opener move. This one, you can charge it. And you can aim it. And very frequently it just won't work because whatever you're doing causes you to miss and get distracted. Like, I don't use that one as much as what's it called, Charging Strike. Great job, you're much better than Cecilia. Let's move right along. The second skill in this combo is Spinning Uppercut. This skill throws your entire body into one devastating punch. Not only does it hit hard, but the energy generated by your spin will ignite the air, weakening your enemy's defense. Keen will be your opponent once again. Remember, you must use Charging Strike before you use Spinning Uppercut. Talk to me when you're ready. Alright. fact that there's a bit of a delay on that usually... Oh, they didn't want me to do that part. There's a delay on the uppercut, and if you're lagging out, something will cause that to not hit. Oh, damn it. I apparently wasn't targeted. Alright. Yeah, this is a janky moveset. And then... Bam, bam. I usually don't play with the sound on, so hearing some of the sound effects for this is kind of funny. Forgot there was like a glass shattering. Alright. You're doing great. It's time for you to learn the final skill in the combo. This time you'll be performing a drop kick. Drop kick requires you to throw your whole body behind a powerful kick, blowing the enemy away. Your enemy will go flying, and anyone he hits on the way will also take damage. This is the perfect skill for dealing with a crowd of enemies. This one's fun. Looks like Keen is ready. Shall we begin? Alright, cool. Making it obvious to demonstrate. Come on. And all of them go back. You can sort of aim that? God damn it. There is some time between these that you get to position yourself. There we go. Huh? Okay. Oh my god, the cooldown. If I hit him, will it reset the cooldown a little bit? No. Doesn't take the failure as an opportunity to reset your cooldown. Okay. This sucks. Isolde, enough chit chat. Use the skills in this order. Charging strike. Yeah, okay. There we go. Magnificent. Training you is night and day's difference from training Cecilia. I think you have the potential to become a top-notch fighter. This is all I can teach you. From now on, you'll have to use what you've learned to gain your own experiences. You can come to me and Keen if you ever have any trouble. Mina smiles at you. You've done well. We'll take a break now. You and Isolde are always welcome to visit. You'd think that would be the end. There's technically other skills, and I think you do have to get them through this. Hi there, Pepperspark. What? Ranald's talking behind me. I'm gonna ignore him. Hi there, Pepperspark. Isolde wipes sweat from her forehead as you approach. I happen to be training. Want to join? Yeah, okay. You teach me how to backflip, I think? I haven't been this fired up in ages. I used to think fighter skills were for people who couldn't afford weapons, but now I see how thrilling it is. There's nothing quite like landing the perfect dropkick. I never knew it would be so liberating. I'm not saying it's fun beating up Keen. I just want to get stronger so I can spend more time with them. Both of them. Isolde fizzles with the knot on her chest. Knot? Whatever. Well, shall we get to training? Who's that? You smell pretty nice, dearie. Maybe I don't need granola after all. What the is he gonna eat her? He might. Look at him. It's that fool again. Pepperspark, can you take him alone? Yeah. Careful, kid. Horrifying Herbert's here to teach you a lesson. Yeah, I don't care. So these, this hotbar is different from my regular, so I do not remember where I've stuck everything. Oh, they're all so far apart. I'm just gonna bip them. assume that this gold actually is here and I keep it. Any more guys? I think that was it. You won't get rid of me so easy. I'll be back for you, blue-haired girl. And Pepperspark. You punk, you're running away? Taste your granola. See you around. What a creeper. I don't understand him. You're pretty handy in a fight, though. I mean, you're not Mina or keen, but you have guns. Isolta whispers to you, the toll of the night in her voice. I'll see you around. Good night. Alright. There's officially no more shit going on right here, so I'm going up the hill. I haven't talked to Candy Bane in a while. Get over here, boy. It's not that much faster, but it's something. Candy Bane is officially Pepperspark's pet and not anyone else's, so I never use him on her regular stuff. Okay, so this was the person who I want to talk to for the event that's happening, but the other shit's happening here too. I don't care right now, I think. I think that was enough. We'll come back to this later. You. Would kill for a good mozzarella stick right now. Do you have an Arby's near you? That's what we had yesterday. A girl with a small stature and a young face but strong, determined eyes. She is anxiously looking around for someone. Ah! Whoa, I found you! Pepperspark. You're Pepperspark, right? Yeah? Oh, I'm being too forward. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Remy. I come to you from a not-so-distant future via dimensional leap technology. Haha. Okay, fucking what? Oh, the reason. You see, there are some people who will soon play a key role in Aaron's future. Because of that, I have to level you up crazy fast. Ha, what do you think? Sounds like the plan of a genius with dimensional leap technology. Or an event. Okay. If you complete the tutorial I have prepared for you, I will get your cumulative level up to 20,000. 20,000! Yeah? Okay. Oh, silly me, I need to explain what your cumulative level is, right? Technically, no, I kind of already... It's the level you continue to build up in Aaron. It was called your cumulative level. The higher it is, the stronger you become and the more content you can enjoy in Aaron. I'm not 100% sure how that scales, because cumulative level does increase your AP, and you spend AP on leveling up skills, but if you just choose to have a jillion AP and not get any skills, I don't know how much it actually adds raw stat. I'm sure there's a formula for it. Normally, it may take a lot of time to reach 20,000 plus cumulative level, but now you have nothing to fear because I am here. Just follow my lead and you'll reach 20,000 in no time. Oh, there's just one small thing. My dimensional leap technology can only be used on one character per account. So how about it, Pepperspark? Will you leap to even greater heights with me? Yep. If I had an Arcana, it would still be fine. If I had all of the Arcanas buffed to max, this wouldn't work. Illumina has one, which I got off stream, just the normal way. Pepperspark has none. This is what I was trying to do in the summer with a different event NPC and didn't get back to the game in time because stuff happened. Alright, I'll give you my all and help you leap to higher heights. Oh, the closest Arby's to you is 20 miles away. That sucks. Ours is, I don't know, a few miles away, but not 20. Holy crap. Do you have a Denny's? The Denny's near us closed down. I'm really pissed. So no giving up. You have to promise to leap with me until the very end. Okay, I'll prepare my dimensional leap technology. Please talk to me again. All right. Was this one quest complete? I just have to talk to her? Alright. I assume that this is structured the way the last one was, where some of this would have been that you're supposed to beat blended stuff, which I did. That's why it took me so long to do anything last time, was because I had to deal with the memory book first. Speaking of, she's still sitting over here in the corner. The fourth one isn't clear, but that's all like Generation Quest clear bonuses. They updated the dungeon guide. What's this one? Growth guide, that's fine. Oh, we should do this in a little bit. Not yet. So, I activated the master plan with Illumina so that I could do some of this other stuff without having to wait for Pepperspark. Let's see. Let's do those. Let's get more skill training. I have pet boost stuff on Illumina's buffs, so I don't think I need to do it here. Double Spirit XP? That might be good. I don't know how much I'm going to use some of these other ones. This one might be worth having. I mean, you can switch these later. Let's do Spirit Experience. Let's add the pet combat experience. Or, oh, did I have enough? Yeah, that's fine. So, I got some buffs. The daily gift thing is happening on Illumina. This I can do here. This is going to be Illumina. I don't know what this one is. Alright. Now then, time for the first step in leaping into Arcana. Let me tell you about talents. Okay, so this is just a straight tutorial, which serve as Aaron's most fundamental abilities. Okay, is this supposed to replace doing the memory book? Because I know this shit. A talent is something you can acquire based on the skills you learn. When you hone the skills you've learned and rank up, you'll get talent experience. And when this talent experience builds up, your talent's rank rise and apply the bonus stat included in the talent to make you even stronger. There are many, many talents for both combat and life. They rebalance some stuff so you don't get the stat gains from leveling life skills. Which annoys me because I like the idea of being a super strong person who just shears sheep. Whatever. You'll start off as a fledgling in each talent, and if you work hard, you can advance 15 ranks to become a master. What's interesting is that you're not limited to training just one. You can train all talents in Aaron at once. Oh, if you keep using skills, your talent ranks will increase naturally, so you don't have to think about them too much. But why go slow? If you want to increase the ranks of certain talents rapidly, you can select the talent you want through Rebirth and just use the skills included in that talent to increase it even faster. I should probably rebirth her because she's been sitting here getting old and almost level 100, so maybe when we reach level 100 on this thing, I'll rebirth her. We'll cover Rebirth later, so don't worry about that now. If you'd like to hear about talents again, I can guide you through step by step. No, thank you. Next stage. Alright. Just skip through this shit. Oh my god, this is just Blanid stuff, but through someone else. Candy Bane can go away. I don't need to run out his timer. Closest Denny to you is 5 miles. It could be worse. One place near your house that has the best mozzarella sticks, but they're jam-packed because everyone's buying pies for tomorrow. That doesn't surprise me. This is not a great day to actually try and get food. Pepperspark, let's talk all about bags. Bags are where you'll throw all your stuff. First, will you open your inventory? Yeah, I know about bags. I have bags. I'm sure you already know from using it, but you can put a lot of items in your inventory. You can use a box that contains items to obtain a new item, or pick up items on the ground. Yes, I know this. Come on. Yes, I'm just gonna... We know that the Mabinogi inventory system is a crucial torture. Is it hard to get bags? Not at all. You can easily find them in a general shop in town. Don't buy those. Oh. Remy takes something out of her pocket. This is a small gift I have prepared for you, Pepperspark. If you use that box, you'll get a cute bag. I think I have that exact one twice. Well, it's Baby Bunny and Flying Bunny. So, what is this one? Easy to use. You get it if you do the thing. Set the type of item. Yeah, you can make them collect items. I don't understand bags. Did she just give me a... No, I had the... She gave me all of the... Okay, high flying versus flying. So it's technically a different one. Item size is the same. Bag size, 7 by 7. Okay, so if I didn't have my inventory full up... Oh, look at all this shit. What is this? Okay. If my inventory wasn't full, I don't think you can put bags in the VIP slot. Like, why do I have mixed vegetables in here? Why do I have wine? Whatever. I don't think I could open these. I think if I tried, it'll tell me that I can't put them in the... Yep, it wouldn't fit here. It has to be in the basic and there's no room. And I don't know if they're going to give us the thing for expanding the basic inventory. Because you can do that with like cash shop coupons and sometimes they'll give those out for things, but I don't know if they're going to do it now. So I've got bags that are just going to sit here. Whatever. Remy thinks about what else to explain. Oh, one more thing. While I'm explaining about bags, let me give you some tips on how to organize your inventory. Dump that shit on a pet. Alright, press the hotkey. Yeah. Put bags in your inventory. Press them. Okay, so this is a little more extensive than usual. You can delete things with the trash can. You can stack things with the magnet. There's extra little things here. And I've already gone in there and this is something I just keep forgetting to do with Illumina is set the order of bags. Because it used to be like the order that they're in your inventory is the order that they'll get filled in when you pick things up, and you can just set it manually now without having to rearrange things. Which is nice, and I've just not done it. You've got to search. I know about they did make this nicer. There's more stuff in it. It's not like case sensitive anymore. Yeah, I'm just gonna yada through a bunch of this. Oh my god, is the entire first one just gonna be talking to this character and yeah, it's a fast track through the baloney, so a new person wouldn't have to go through the whole baloney quest this time. Which is great, but also I did that last time, so it doesn't help me. I mean, it does still help me because she's handing out free stuff and giving me levels. Now it's time to learn the basics of battle. Use Charging Strike, then kick Keen in the dick. But before all that, maybe we shouldn't fight in the quiet, peaceful Tier Chenille. The residents might panic. No, they won't. They do this shit all the time. That's why I've created a special place, Remy's Amazing Arcana Ascension Chamber Mart 2. In the chamber, you can let out all of your destructive impulses, and there are no people, pesky threats of property damage, or anything else that would ordinarily make someone think about holding back. Okay then, shall we head to the hyperbolic tutorial chamber? Too many bags? Yeah, not enough bags. I want to have room to hold all the bags. I need a bag of bags. Pepperspark, let's go quickly over how fighting works in Aaron. I have a gun. We're fine. Inventory open. Yeah, I got my... Did they move? Oh my god, why did you move it to the center of the screen? Put it back. Put my shit back. Here you can equip weapons in your right hand and your left hand, like the guns in my right and left hands. Pretty simple. You can use skills. In an emergency, you may not have the concentration to equip. There's a second weapon space yeah, my shuriken's already in there, so we're good. Yeah, okay. Don't move my inventory. Alright, then I'll lend you... I don't... Rental sword, okay. Celtic Royal Knight's sword. I'll lend you this weapon until you reach the 20,000 goal with me. Okay. I don't need it. I've got the entire set of balonies weapons. I've got all the memory weapons. Alright. Quit fucking moving my inventory. We'll put the guns away for another sword amongst the stack of swords. That's fine. Do I have regular close combat here? Yes, I do. This is at least, it's a Celtic sword, which means it's one of the higher end ones. So I guess I don't mind having it as a rental. Taking up some inventory space, but it's strong. I knew it, you learn fast. I'm sure you'll get strong in no time. Now then, shall we return to Tirschnile and continue with the rest? Yeah. Lastly, I'll finish up by telling you about the extra equipment slot. Slot where you can equip. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I think technically I have those, and you have to, like, bind a hotkey to it. Oh, right, okay, so... No, that's right. Okay, this is something I didn't remember. They put it on here instead of you having to have it bound to a hotkey, which I think I did and never remembered what it was. It didn't feel like rummaging through the settings menu to remember it. So I never would use equipment slots if I had extra, which used to be like on a timer. How many of these do they give us? Alright. Because Illumina definitely has at least one extra. I'll have to check later. So I could just set this to let's put the guns in there. So if I were to, yep. Alright. Technically I can use that with anything. Okay. Ah, and it swapped the sword into my other one. I can set a title here that's different? Oh, and it shows me the hotkey, okay. So that's Shift 6 for some reason? Okay. Sure. I genuinely didn't know this part. Are you ready to learn some more, Pepperspark? This time I'll teach you about potions. Yeah, I know about that. Better show me something I didn't know. She'll come really handy when you're in danger during battle. There are various potions in Erin. I'll pinpoint some must-have potions that other Milesians also use often. Red, blue, yellow. Yeah, these are the small ones also. I gotta be real, I almost never need to use stamina potions at all. Now, shall we try it out for real? Just cut a tiny chunk of your HP. I hope it won't hurt. Hurt a lot. Now use this HP 30 potion, then talk to me again. Alright. Where'd you put it? Is it my VIP stuff? Yes, it is. I have a bunch of better potions in here already. But okay. Oh, you did it! However, there comes a critical time when you are battling, when your MP, HP, and yellow P all fall low. If that happens, ta-da! Use this comprehensive recovery potion to recover HP, MP, and stamina rapidly. I don't think you can make those. Oh, shit. 100. Alright. Yeah, you get them out of, like, quests, and I think you can buy them somewhere. This is nothing big, though. Place the potion on your hotkey at the top left of your screen and remember to use it in a pinch during battle. See, that is a thing that I knew I could do and just haven't. Because anytime I actually want to use one of those and it doesn't have a proper hotkey on its own, I have to dig in my inventory while running from a lich or something. I probably should stick it up there. Alright, on to the next one. This time, Pepperspark, ta-da! I will teach you about pets. Are you gonna give me one? Your new best friends. Oh. This here is called a whistle. Use it and name your pet. We're getting a pet. It better not be a fucking rental. Then you'll be ready to meet your new friend. You can summon a pet by pressing the whatever. I know this. Register to a hotkey. Use the whistle. What is it? Battle Pegasus. Okay, I have one of those. I guess he can have a friend. Is this alright? It's not a 30-day limit or some bullshit like that. Nice. So they kept giving out, like, rentals, and I've got a bunch of rentals just on my pet window that I can't summon anymore. One of them was, like, from the previous year's summer for Pepperspark when I tried this the first time. Let me show him. His name is... Oh, are these guys all out of order? Well, his name was Special Guest, and he's expired. I am so pissed, because I have a bunch of these, and I have a bunch of whistles that are for 30 days only, so I don't blow the whistles, because I know that then I'll have another thing on this. Ephemerina, can't use her. Where's Temporarior? That's the other one. Where is he? Oh man, they're not even properly out of order the way I expected them to be. Yeah, there's a bone... Yeah, here he is. Bone Dragon. Can't use him. That's from a while ago. I really want them to make like a cash shop item I can use to just turn an old rental pet into a permanent pet. I'll pay $10 just to have that be a real pet again. So annoyed. It also keeps the names. So no one else can use the name Special Guest. So let's come up with a name for a Battle Pegasus. Which I'm glad to get another pet. Always. Because they give me more inventory. I've got a shitload of pets, as you could see. Alright. It's a Battle Pegasus. The one I have is named Slotnir. The first thing I tried to name him, which was Peg Abyss, was already taken. It's gonna be Pepperspark's pet, so we need to give him some kind of Christmassy, wintry, candy, pepperminty name. Peppermare? Ha! That worked! Fuck it. Are you pitch black? It's pitch black. Oh. Nice. Truly, the spiciest peppermint horse you will ever see. Yeah, let me show you Slotnir for comparison. Where are you? Where are you, boy? Slotnir. So, pretty sure it's the exact same model, except that you can see it. So, I don't know if they configured the event whistle Pegasus to always be pitch black, or if this is, like just luck of the draw. I want to say I got Slotnir out of a gacha box. And usually these are dyeable. You could get a pet dye and change the colors. So did Peppermare just come out cool on accident? I don't know, but I'm liking it. This is good. Oh, has to be summoned. Alright. 11 seconds. What can I do for 11 seconds? Let's do a dance. Alright. Behold, Peppermare, the minty horse of death. Great job! So, a bit more about pets. You can summon them and use their pet skills to do various things. They can attack enemies or give beneficial effects to their owner. Some will even allow you to mount them and move around faster. Also, you can take the pet icon from the pet partner information pop-up and put it on your hotkey. That'll make summoning your fuzzy friend more convenient. In case the pet gets attacked and becomes knocked out, you can use a phoenix feather to get them back on their feet. Speaking of which, a phoenix feather is not just for pets. It can be used on other Malations as well, so always carry a few with you. You can usually purchase phoenix feathers from a healer's house, but this time as a Remy special, I'll give you a few for free. They're pretty common as a drop in dungeons, so it's like, whatever. Make good use of them, okay? I understand pets. Perhaps better than most things in this game, I understand pets. I think. How big's your inventory? Yeah, same size as Slotnir's. Basically, every pet comes with this Your Pet book, which is just for, like, little details on how these things work. I don't need it. So, a Battle Pegasus can attack while you're mounted, like that. You can just stomp things. Yeah, that person's also got one, and theirs isn't pure black. I don't know if that means mine's just lucky. Or unlucky, I suppose. Alright. Pepperspark, get ready to hear about titles. I already have a title. Are you gonna give me one? Probably. So what are titles? They're cool nicknames that can be attached to your name. And they're not just for looking cool. Some of them will increase your stats on top of looking cool. There are so many ways to obtain a new title. Don't worry if you don't have any just yet. You'll get a few just by exploring around Erin, hunting monsters, and through various other activities. Like shearing sheep and punching bears. You know, stuff. Speaking of titles, there are fancy first and second titles in this world that you can combine how you want. I told you about the stats the titles can give you, but some of them even display special effects making you look fancy. Now let me teach you how to equip a title. I know, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Do I not have any second titles on Pepperspark? Alright. Okay, I can put them in the extra equipment thing, which is neat. I understand titles. Only up by 500? Was that because I'm at the... Alright. Let's put you away. I'm checking my titles now. I have a bunch of masteries. I have Ogre Slayer, Bear Slayer with a single what? Single strike. Yeah, I don't have any second titles, though. That is odd. Although that reminds me of something I do have that I need to go get out of the bank, which is right here. So I'm going to do that real quick before I go back and talk to any quest NPCs. Let me in there. Yes, immediate transfer. So this, I'm just gonna put in a corner. So in the last big event for Halloween, they had some damage skins, which is literally what it sounds like. It is a font for your damage readout. So it was just plain white numbers before. Now it's candy. It's not quite the right color for Pepperspark, but it's pretty close. And it looks nice. So you just got candy everywhere now. I did not stream that event because I didn't really have time and there was other stuff going on. But it was actually kind of neat. And I kind of do hope they replay it next Halloween, because it's... I guess over the last several years, they've been doing Halloween events that are like mini generations, like there's a storyline to them. And I never actually did any of them, because they always seem to happen in years I'm not active. But they reran like 3 of them, and I'd never seen any of them before, and was like, oh, okay, these are full stories. That's kind of neat. But maybe next time. But anyways, that's where I got that damage skin. Now I have it. It's kind of the same thing as titles, where there's just a little bit of a flair to it, that's it. This time, let me tell you about quest auto pathfinding. There are so many quests that it's easy to get lost along the way, right? If such a thing happens, click the auto pathfinding button at the bottom of the quest. It'll choose one of the following methods to find the best route to your destination. Moongate or walking there. What's a moongate? They're just fast travel. They're special gates that, as the name suggests, are powered by the moon. They are located in various towns or important places and allow you to quickly travel around. Super convenient. They used to only be active at night, and they used to take you to a random place every night. And if it wasn't where you wanted to go, you just had to wait till another in-game day passed in 36 minutes. That hasn't been true for a long time, to be fair. But it's so funny when they're like, oh, it's so convenient. You can just go wherever you want with these. It's like, you can now. For Malaysians who need to travel back and forth a lot, I'd say they're essential. Kinda, yeah. I've just started using the dungeon guide to avoid places, though. Speaking of which, we have to move to another spot for the next step. After we wrap up this conversation, use the auto pathfinding button to meet me there. Alright, they're making you do it. I have to actually do it. I can see where it is. We're going awfully slow. Let's see here. I'm gonna put you on. I don't want to leave something half dead without me collecting all of my stuff from it. Auto pathfinder. Yeah, a little faster now. We doing a dungeon? Great, you found your way just fine. Now we're at the final part. I'll teach you about Ulad dungeons this time. There are many, many dungeons in Erin. Amongst them, the dungeons located here in Ulad are Ulad dungeons. They fucking never give attention to Iria dungeons. Ulad is this continent. Iria is like where all of the exotic plains and Serengetis are. But the Iria dungeons never get shit, and they keep revamping the Ulad dungeons. Area dungeons don't even count for pet rebirth points. It's annoying, because there's stuff I need to get out of those. There's a certain rare drop skill book I keep trying to get, but there's no other benefit to running those dungeons at all. You see that dungeon over there? That's the Albi dungeon. When you head inside, you'll see a big goddess statue. Walking up to the altar in front of this goddess statue and placing certain items on the platform will take you inside the dungeon. It's sort of like making an offering. Ulad dungeons are composed of several rooms, and listen close, this is the unusual part. The structure inside will change based on the offering you made. The monsters, or even the type of rooms you'll see, will be different every time you enter. I think the lore is that every time you go in, you're in a different part of an incredibly complex labyrinth. You never see the same thing twice because it's huge. Something like that. Once you get to the last room, you'll meet the boss monster. You get a key for defeating them. You can use that key to open a treasure chest behind that room to get various rewards. Yeah, basic stuff. You'll be entering Ulad dungeons quite often while living in Erin. So let's think of this one as practice, shall we? Takes a piece of paper. Ta-da! This is a special pass I've prepared for you. Is this going to be just like beginner or basic? I mean, it shouldn't be. She got me up to level 20,000. Click the goddess statue on top of the platform and you'll be prompted to select an item to offer. Select this pass and you'll be in the dungeon. Clear it and... Alright. I understand. So let's see how hard they made this one. Probably not very. In the recent update, they revamped hard mode dungeons, which are this altar, which I'm not going to do just yet because it's not going to count for the thingy. But advanced hard mode dungeons used to take like an hour. I did one right before the update and the new average time is like 5 minutes is what they're aiming for. They took a major grind dungeon and then turned it into a frequent grind dungeon. Like, you're supposed to do it over and over instead of just do it once and it takes a long time. It's interesting. I kind of like having really long dungeons, but I don't hate the current system. And they only changed the hard modes. The regulars are still about as long as they ever were, which means that some of them are very long. That's probably my VIP section. Alright. Entering dungeon. How much of this can I just do from on top of Peppermare? Gonna be... Oh right, I have the spider filter on. Forgot about that. Yeah, those are spiders. They just look like bears because I've got the arachnophobia filter on. Because I think it's funny. Yeah, this is just a basic dungeon. Like the beginner newbie dungeon. Which I have done many times. This game used to be so hard to level up in. And they've made it so easy to just try and get up to endgame specs. Which is great, but at the same time kind of feels like... I don't know, there's something fulfilling to doing things the hard way. Yeah, not that you can't just avoid the tutorials. They're obnoxious, but you can just sort of just not click on them. Not deal with Blended or do these events. And just do things the old-fashioned ways. There's some mechanics that have changed since then. But... mostly for the better. Mostly. So, like, you can still hard grind for the most part. And, like, when I say it's like, oh, but it used to be that this was our tough game. Sometimes I want to play a really hard game. It's like, that doesn't stop me from doing it in the easy version now. I'm still doing it. I do really like a really tough game. I just... tend to juggle my hobbies so poorly. I have just so many things I want to do that if I wanted to sit down and do one thing that takes a long time, I will drop off because I've got a bunch of other things that also take a long time or other short things to do constantly. So I have mixed feelings about the current path of the game, and it's like, I'm still doing it. I'm still enjoying it. I'm still having fun. I really wish they would give me an option to just get, like, 100-room dungeon or something. Like, give us a special dungeon pass that we have to go out of our way to get. You don't just have 100-room dungeons, but just, like, give me a ridiculously long, stupid dungeon. You know, as an option, by choice, that I can just ask for. Maybe someday. Speaking of games where leveling takes a while, Atlas can take some time to get to level 10, which is where you can select your class. Okay, so I've seen that game you're talking about. That's like the pseudo-MMO, right? Like, it's structured like an MMO, but you can play it as one person, and it's got, like, the cute little short stack bunny girls or whatever. It's... You don't get to pick a class to level 10 in that? Huh. I don't hate it. That's not that bad an idea, but it is definitely different than what I would have expected. Get out of here, boy. Okay, so that was basically just the beginner dungeon that you can get the pass for from the guard outside the dungeon, so... They gave a Femor scroll as a reward. Well, whatever. That's fine. It might be a bad idea, but I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna go to the hard mode. If they gave me, like, level... 20,000, I might be able to just do this. Do I have any crap to drop? Yes, I do. These are semi-worth... Actually, this is LB Arena. I shouldn't drop a coin here. It'll take me somewhere else. Bell pepper. I don't need that shit. I have so many bell peppers. I've just been tossing them into a fire to get rid of them. Alright. We're in LB hard mode, baby. So let's see if this is a regrettable decision or not. this is not like insta-death. I bet that as it ramps up near the end, I'm going to have to really think about what I'm doing. Alright. I bet this is doable. Let's find out. But... Hold on. Banned. Alright. So like I said, the new average time is like... It's supposed to be 5 minutes-ish to get through one of these now. So let's see if the end boss is too hard for Pepperspark at her current level of having maybe 2 skills. See, I'm not remembering where all my buttons are. Oh. I did not read what the fuck that said. I saw something about maximum gold level? Peppermare's dead. But Peppermare just leveled up, so that's not so bad. And there's a phoenix feather I can just use. There we go. Not sure what it was saying about maximum. I think I saw it say maximum gold level. Whatever. Something something maximum gold level, level 10,000, and then just couldn't see the rest because I was going through stuff. I forgot that the spirit weapon has like auto load, I think. Which means that my reload skill will never actually go up. But that should be fine. So I could just AP train it if I cared. Not only am I not used to Pepperspark's hotbars, but I changed my regular ones on Illumina. Because I finally started using the Arcana skills. And they are kind of a big jump. The only Arcana she has is Elemental Knight, and it's really just like, oh, your Whirlwind now has like ice power in it and stuff like that. But it's like, it is enough of a jump. It's like, when I first started using it, I was like, oh fuck, this is broken, this is great. Peppermare's dead again. Stay dead. Stay dead. Alright. Okay, every time Peppermare dies, she gets a level up at some point, so she's been fully healed. That's good enough. I should probably do the memory link, though, so she gets more experience. So I want to say my gun skills, other than reload, which I don't need, are, yeah, they're all rank 1. And all of my ninja stuff is, well, not that one, but... Okay, they're not all leveled fully. That's fine, though. I will switch back to that. And let's do... some of these. Just so that I got them leveling. I guess if I have a pet that's good at attacking, using the shadow thing is not so big a waste of time. Is that up to level 1? Yep, those are 1. This one's not quite. So I should be doing more explosive kunai. Definitely be doing more Sakura Abyss. All this is a debuff, but like I need the skill levels. I did not realize that beetle wolves bark like regular dogs do. Because I always play with the sound off. Like, it's weird, because, like, if you look at them up close, they're pretty clearly not real dogs in armor. That is some kind of beetle monster. But, like, the noise is kind of disconcerting. Alright, we should heal you. My healing rank 3. That must have been a blended bonus. Just leveled that up for me a little. So this is hard mode, but it's still Albi Dungeon, so it's gonna have a spider for a boss. So the big issue with giant spiders, and I don't think being in bear mode actually changes it, is that their hitboxes are really misleading, because they're just a big version of the regular spider, and spiders are all leg. Alright, I don't have windmill up there in my main thing. Switching to bash because it is a tried and true, like, just hit the thing. Switching my title when I switch back and forth. I love how stupid this looks because it's like a big teddy bear and I've got the candy damage. Did I kill it? Yeah, I killed it. There's one left though. But let's get Peppermare back. Alright. One left. Pick up those cobwebs. Oh, they disappeared the moment I tried to pick them up? Okay. Okay, so just getting through the cumulative levels and having a rental sword and some Blanid weapons is enough that I could do the advanced hard mode with a character I never use. I was wondering, because like with Illumina I can just do it. It takes a little extra time to fight the boss than just, it's not like it's an instant kill or something, but like that was still pretty okay. Let me look at that loot. Alright, so the new thing is that everything that comes out of these is like potentially endgame gear, but at different tiers of good. So this is not as good as the Blanid stuff. Although I kind of want to see what it looks like. This little crown thing. I'm going to keep her wig on. These boots are, again, not as good because they don't have the magic defense and protection. Gave me a cylinder, which, did I have a cylinder? Yeah, I have a cylinder, but I don't necessarily need it. This one's gonna be better, just by default. This hammer, which is huge. It's a two-handed hammer, very big. What else did it give me in here? I'm not sure. There was stuff. I didn't see all of it, that's all. So you can go into this little extra icon here for equipment disassembly, and I'm just going to break those down into shards, which you can spend on stuff later. Alright. Level 57, not bad. Alright, let's get out of here. So the idea is you run the dungeon over and over and over, and it doesn't take that long. What the heck is that username from the bot? I don't know. But yeah, the idea is you run the dungeon over and over again, and it'll drop potentially endgame weapons at different levels of upgradedness. And you keep the good ones, you break down the not so good ones into shards that you can then use for other things later. Which, I get it. It's not my preferred system, but it's pretty good. My preferred system is to just get a guaranteed really good thing after suffering for years. But that's not conductive to do in every game. Oh, you're back! Gosh, I was worried you might have been in trouble there. I just did an extra dungeon, that's all. I'm glad you're back safely. You're okay, right? No injuries? Wow, you must have been born strong. It was a basic baby dungeon. Glad to hear it. You really were born to be a hero, weren't you? And with this quest, you've reached the cumulative level of 20,000. We've hit our goal. But you know what? Now that you've reached cumulative level of 20,000, I can't help but think, what will you look like with an Arcana? I can't wait to see. Yeah? Oh, silly me. I should explain what an Arcana is, right? As I explained in the beginning, there are many talents in Aaron. At some point, someone started tying together the power of certain talents like knots, and then boom, a new kind of power manifested. We call that power Arcana. Sorry, but that probably sounded like rocket science as you Millennials would call it, right? So, in simpler words, two or more talents can combine to manifest a new power. A much better explanation, I think. Yeah, it's just like you have sword and magic, you can have magic sword. That's it. When you learn this Arcana power, you can use Arcana exclusive skills that are much more powerful. Arcanas also have a special growth level called Links. When you reach Link 10, you'll manifest even greater power. To gain an Arcana, though, you need to reach a cumulative level of 20,000. Oh, looky here, we're just the right level, haha. Since we're already here, why don't we go for it? I'll use the power of my Dimensional Leap to help you take your growth to light speed. Alright, am I still gonna have to do, like, the quests for this? Okay, let's go somewhere else. This time open the event window and click the NPC button to teleport right to where I am. I'll be there waiting, don't be late. Alright. Alright, return the rented weapons. Alright, that's fine. So, go straight to NPC. Yeah, this doesn't surprise me. Let's put Peppermare away. Pepperspark, since you've achieved the first requirement for Arcana, which was reaching a cumulative level of 20,000, the second equipment requirement still stands. Now you have to train the base talents of the Arcana if you're going to go through Arcana Ascension. And unlike the regular talents, you can only train one Arcana at a time. So you'll have to choose the one you like the most. The others you can train on your own later. That said, you won't really know which Arcana fits you the best right from the start. That's only natural. It's not like you've had a chance to get a feel for them yet. But what if you could try them out? Welcome to the Arcana Ascension Chamber. Is that what this door does now? Because this door goes nowhere. In the Arcana Ascension Chamber, you can really get a feel for the weapons and skills of the different Arcana. Once you find the one that really speaks to you, you can choose it as your Arcana for the event. Oh, and you're free to switch to another one later, so there's no need to rush. Take your time and really choose your favorite. Okay, how does that sound? Want to do the thing? Yeah, okay. Ta-da! Welcome to the Arcana Ascension Chamber, prepared especially for you. Hey now, before you say anything, this Arcana Ascension Chamber has leveled up compared to how it was before. Haha. Alright. I can experience 6 kinds of Arcana. Most people can, except giants, who are fucked. One of these Arcana requires archery, and giants are literally not allowed to use a bow. It's stupid. But if you're an elf or a human, you're fine. I've marked what combination of talents are used for each one, so please select the Arcana you wish to try out. So the only things that Pepperspark has really used has been her shuriken, which is not on this list, and her gun, which is. Never done anything with lance with her yet. But let's check. A warrior who pierces enemy lines with swift mobility and explosive charges. Would you like to experience Explosive Vanguard? Let's try it. They set up a hot bar for me. You get this extra shit on the screen. I've not done this. I know Josh has this one. Give me armor too, alright. So. So, was that reloading? Okay, that was loading. So it's a gun lance. It's a combination of gun skills and lance skills. So you get a lance, but you fill it with bullets. And then, let's see, Relentless Thrust. Does that take bullets? Takes like 5. It's fine. So, Arc Impact. And the description for these are based on the initial skills you need to use them with. So, like, lance charges damage plus however much. Flash launchers damage plus 2,000%. So, like, if you have to have these leveled up in order to get the Arcanas, but, like, if for some bizarre reason you haven't leveled everything up to max, it will affect your other skills. So is that just basically yeah, it was almost a windmill. Drill charge. Alright. So it's just kind of like the charge and punch that the fighting has. Dreadnought Burst. Direct attack plus explosion. Okay, just a big jab. Blaze of Glory. What's this do? Okay, so it's like a cannon. Alright. So the thing is, these don't feel like they have like a flow to them that I have figured out yet. Like, I don't know if there's like certain things that if you do them in succession they make more sense. It just seems like just keep going. That's just my first impression. Alright. So, the one I've actually used is Elemental Knight. So, with this one, it's like all of the close combat stuff, but with extra crap on it. So, instead of a proper smash, it's this, which I think is like a boss enemy's attack in some other part of the game, actually. Windmill does ice. Assault Slash does that. That is used in tandem with Bash, which is actually, that rules. They put them on weird parts of the hotbar to use together, but Bash is like you swoop in and you use it, and then you stun lock it. They're not a good use of it because these things go down in one hit. But you would bash, and then you would, what's that called? Flashing Steel. And you can use those in alternating bits and just keep swooping through things. So they have a defense that actually just does AoE stuff as well. Like, you're still defending, but instead of waiting for something to hit you, it just kind of bursts a thing. But I guess if you time it while something's hitting you, that's good. And all of these go up in power if you use this first, which I think drains MP? I think. Oh, and you can cast bolts while doing it. Alright. Yeah, it increases like the radius of that, for example. Alright. I've not used this other one. Let's see. Harmonic Saint, that's healing plus Bard, which, does this even have attacks? They gave us some dummy corgis to heal. So let's see. So that's just a revive. It's HP recovery and wound recovery, which regular heal doesn't do. This is the revive, right? Or it would have been if these were live. Okay, this is elemental resistance buff. Pulse of purification. Okay, this is damaging. Alright, there is a damage here. That's a pretty good range. Does that just keep happening? It's just an ambient AoE? That's a lot. I'm imagining a giant trying to use a bow and ending up with the bow snapped in half because they put too much force. I think that's the justification, yes. Pall of Ruination to debuff to enemies, okay. That's probably really useful for specific enemies because they do make that an annoying issue with some things, is that their defense is jacked up. Blessing of Protection. Bolsters survivability of party members within 20 meters. Oh, so it's like they have to be near me and I'm doing an aura? Okay, here's the actual revive. Okay. It's hard to actually demonstrate it. Oh, that's so that I can stack song buffs. Okay. I never do anything with healing or with music, so this doesn't fucking matter to me. But it is really good if you do. That one thing that just was like a Constant AoE was nice. Dark Diviner. Magic and Chain Slash. Chain Slash is broken as fuck. This is a nice outfit. Alright, so regular Chain Slash is bullshit. And also, is the Dorcha gauge gonna be on my screen for the rest of our lives? I'm gonna make it smaller. Let's see, Shadow Fire. So this is like a fireball then? It's like a fireball on a chain, yeah. Thunder Blight. Oh, so it just maintains that? Alright. Polar Vortex. That has the death mark on it. Okay. Ooh. Jesus. Pulled all of the edge in. And it sucks things in. That's good. Render Mana. Reduces MP consumption of magic and Dark Diviner skills for a few seconds. And Render Dorcha will produce 1 additional Dorcha. It's just a power gauge. Dorcha is annoying, but it's just a power gauge. Hex Shroud prevents all enemies within an radius to cast magic. Just prevents them from casting. Does non-elemental damage. Okay. So it does damage and stops them from using magic. That could be really useful. Seething Mana provides piercing. Alright, so I do that and then do that. I mean, they're not showing me an actual chain blade here. They gave me a staff, so... They give me chain skills for doing this? No. I can't show you how the regular chain skills work and how they might work in tandem with that. Switch to Alchemic Sharpshooter. Archery plus Battle Alchemy. No gun involved, though, even though that's what I've got. Alright. Alchemy is basically just a gun that shoots crystals. And the crystals do weird things, and it's kind of an outdated talent. Like, it's not great. And bows used to be completely fucking useless up until fairly recently, like a few years ago. They fixed issues with lag that made it impossible to use them. Because you got a percentage that goes up over time for your accuracy, and if you're lagging, it just won't go up, or things will be out of your range. They fixed that. So let's see how this is gonna go. Okay. That's what our alchemy looks like. Is that you can, like, throw sand at things. Alright, Ignis Plume. Fire Blast that hits 3 times, drawing a crash shot's fragment damage. Okay. What the fuck is this down here? Oh, do I have to charge it with... Oh my god. Yeah, am I not allowed to use this without having... Okay. I don't fully understand. Combine 4 elements to synergize shivery various effects. Okay. So do I have to load one and then change? Okay. No, doesn't switch over. I am not understanding what they expect me to do here. Huh. Okay, I can talk to her to charge my crystals. that actually do anything? Yeah, I'm not sure what's supposed to happen here. Do I then switch from that to no? Okay, so now none of these are lit up. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. I'm sure when you actually achieve these and the quests they give you to do so, they make more sense. But come on. None of the things showing up on screen seem to be the thing I needed. What? What did I do different? Huh. Okay, do I have to activate 2 of them at once? That's all I did was press more than one hotkey. Okay, so I can activate a wind and a water and then target something, and does it do both? Because it won't do it if it's just one. Okay, so it has to always be a combo? Okay, so that's what they meant by combining the elements. I have to use more than one skill at once. Okay, I could probably get used to that if they explained it. Saw a neat post about MMO level design shared in the Discord. Oh, that's neat. I'll look at that later. Yeah, okay, that's, I think, the most I'm gonna get out of that for now. Let's try the next one. Just so I can see it. The only one here I haven't tried is Sacred Garden. They're adding new ones soonish. Sacred Guardian, so that's close combat and holy art, so that's healing and attacking, so it's like a paladin or something. Alright, protection and... Okay, it does damage based on your protection? Okay, that's a big AoE. Okay. I'm not gonna read all that shit, that's a lot of effects. Okay, just big fucking AoEs. Okay, so that's just a black hole? This might be a good one to get. That's basically windmill? So there's a kind of a cooldown on some of these. It's just massive AoEs that all just have big cooldowns. 85 seconds, dang. It's, okay, so the stuns and... Oh, this is a lot. What's this one do? Consecrates allies. Okay, so that's a buff. It's like a vicinity buff. Alright. Cool. So, the thing that'll stick in my craw for that one, though, is that Holy Arts is annoying to have to level. Although they might make it easier, they might give you stuff for it. Alright, I think that's good. I think we got it. I'm not sure which one I would want. Elemental Knight just is the easiest to wrap my head around, and I've already used it on Illumina, so I'm probably gonna go with that just because it's basic bitch stuff. Just real easy normie stuff. Have you had your pill of practice? Did any of the Arcana really resonate with you? I can't wait to find out which. Now then, it's time. Which Arcana would you like to choose? You can switch to another one later, so no pressure. Okay, so I was saying like, oh, Elemental Knight I already know how to use. Holy Arts is going to be annoying to level, but if I choose it for this, they're going to make it easier, right? I probably should just, because that was a really good one. Like, that was just all AoE. The ironclad guardian who dominates the battlefield with a massive shield protecting all. Alright. Would you like to select Sacred Guardian? Alright, cool, we'll try it. I'll get you ready to ascend as a Sacred Guardian. Do you remember the requirements for Arcana that I told you about earlier? 2 or more talents can combine to manifest a new power. That means Arcana requires you to be fluent in wielding the power of its base talents. Although you normally have to put some time training in the skills for each talent, don't worry too much about it this time. With my power to ascend Arcana, we'll raise your talent ranks super quickly. Jesus. In that case, I probably should have picked Harmonic Saint so I could skip doing music because music sucks. But this one looks really good. I don't think I'd actually use Harmonic Saint that much, but I would definitely use Giant Shield Bash, kill everything, like all the time. Alright, going back to the chamber. And once you finalize your choice of Arcana, I'll make all your base talent skills to the highest ranks. Give you Grandmaster titles as well. You may want to switch to another Arcana, right? In that case, select the Arcana you want to switch to in the event UI. If I already tried out the base talents, you don't have to do it again. Once you finalize your choice, all of those skills will become rank 1, so you won't be able to revert your choice anymore. Well, hold on a second. Can I reach my... Yeah, let's see. Rank 1, rank 1, rank 2, rank 1. So half of the shit I need is practically there already? Mostly? Don't have some of the little things here? You know what? Let's switch, actually. Because I don't need help with close combat. Alright, they're gonna... She prepared the training chamber. Alright, switch to Harmonic Saint because fuck doing music. Okay, so almost all of the music skill up quests are bullshit that they want you to go out and do things for, which is like cool, yeah, like you have to go out and experience the world in order to get better at skills, but it's... A lot of them are really obtuse. That's the main reason I have not bothered learning any of that shit as Illumina. So we'll just go with this and this angry baby. As opposed to... all of these have a mascot, sort of. So Elemental Knight is just kind of a normie-looking girl. She's mostly normal. Harmonic Saint is this little creature. Dark Diviner is this. Alchemic Sharpshooter. I've never seen this guy before. Sacred Guardian is... They cropped it so you don't see her tits, but most of the art of her is a little obvious. But also, like, censored, so they've taken out the actual cleavage. It's weird. And Explosive Vanguard is this old man? Anyways, let's do the one that's got shit. Chain Slash is also really fucking annoying to level. But it's got a whole quest line with, like, a character, so I probably shouldn't skip that completely. Yeah, let's do Harmonic Saint. It needs protection anyway. Okay. I'm not really sure what that means. I guess I'll find out eventually. Alright, so I have to enter the thingy and learn the skills. Alright. So they want you to know what these skills do. The Bard talent has quite a few skills, but I've narrowed things down to the core skills for you. I'll mark the core skills in order on the right side of the screen, so use them as many times as they are indicated in the training dummy ahead, then end the experience. Of course, once you use all the core skills, I'd set up skills from another Bard talent, so try it out and let me know. Alright. So they just kind of want you to understand what's happening. So let's see. Battle Overture is like an attack buff. It's just doing, like, basic default songs. And then just, because I only have the loot equipped, I just am hitting it. Alright. Vivace. I'm probably saying that wrong. This one is for magic. It's a magic buff. And then use fireball. Yep. Bard stuff is all buffs. They've got like one attack. And I think I have the attack skill like already leveled, I think. Kind of remember bonking things with the loot earlier. Alright. Oh. It wore off. That's why it's not counting it. I don't have the buff on. Alright, what is the next one? Oh, Discord. That is the one that I think I already had leveled. So, that's just, you just El Kabong them. I like that that's considered a core skill, even though it's very silly. Dance of Death. I don't have this one as Illumina. What does this do? Oh, okay, that's also an attack. Cool, cool. So it only counts as doing it once, so I have to just press the button again. Alright. Free play mode. Utilize the bard. Oh, okay, and they put other stuff up here. I don't have this one either. You get that through like a Shakespeare quest. I think you do. How does this work? Isn't that supposed to make them move around? I don't know. You got a movement speed buff. You got putting things to sleep. Okay, maybe they'd move around if they weren't training dummies. You can sleep them. You can defense buff. So that's the core. There's more than this. For some reason, music's got a lot. That is good enough. Oh, alright, I have to do it through the event window. Alright, so I did Bard stuff, now I gotta do Holy Art stuff. And then they will say I'm done. Alright, alright, alright. Yep, same text as before. First aid. We probably did this with Blended. And it was on a dead corgi then. This is wound recovery, so their health bar isn't destroyed. It's still empty, but it's not, like, unfillable. And then what? They're gonna give me... This, actually, if you were starting a fully new character from scratch, this is way nicer than having to do blended stuff, which was a requirement last time they did this Arcana shortcut quest type thing. It makes sense to not have this be available all the time, because that is kind of a lot of skipping. Come on. Oh, I don't have those things. Like, it's a lot to just basically bypass the entire game completely this fast, but I'm kind of into it for, like, just if once a year they open up your option to just get an alt and just crank it up to maximum. Alright, party healing. What? No, not party. Why did it say that on the screen? It wants me to do natural shield. This just blocks arrows. The normal way you get the shields is actually really bullshit. So getting them through something like this is good. Alright. Free play. Ice, fire, lightning shields. I have never found a good time to try using these. Also, this stuff is only useful. You can't move while you're doing it. If you try to like cancel it in order to move around, it will just disappear. This is only good if you're playing support and other people are with you. I almost exclusively play solo, so like that's part of why I don't use holy arts like at all. Gotta talk to her directly. Alright. Wait, did it not actually? Okay, no, when I did it last, it didn't. Oh my god. I just exited instead of talking and exiting. My bad, I gotta do that shit again for no reason, because I just didn't notice that you should talk to her instead of pressing exit. At least it's fast. Alright. And I know exactly what they want me to do this time. Not count as 3? 2? I'm attacking it way more than it's actually taking the attacks. I guess it's because it has to recover after respawning. There we go. At least this part's fast. Alright, free play. I'm just gonna go talk to her. Alright. Once I proceed, I can't change it, but I can just do these. There's like quest lines for him, so whatever. Alright. I want to say this is the first one Josh did, and he did it on purpose because he already had like music like all the way up. Alright. For a second, I thought my game crashed. Leveled up too fast. Close all out, I guess. Is this gonna mean I can just skip all of the character quests with these mascot characters? Pepperspark, I use my power to ascend your Arcana and raise the base talents of the Arcana you chose to their highest rank, Grandmaster. Harmonic Saint, now that I think about it, this one, it fits you really well. It makes sense since I've made her kind of Christmas themed to give her this, honestly. It makes more sense for me to do literally anything else but Harmonic Saint, but for Pepperspark it makes sense. Usually, Grandmaster is only achieved by training a talent to master, then completing Grandmaster missions given by Lazaro next to me. Remember that, so next time you can become a Grandmaster of another talent. I should just do some for close combat. I've just got it. Just around. Okay, since you've selected your Arcana, I'll get you some gifts that'll be perfect for the one you're going for. Oh, are these rentals? Okay, so Celtic weapons can be obtained from Ulad's Advanced Hard Mode Dungeons, which I did already, actually. I did one. So yeah, that stuff. It's new. Well, reworked for this season. This one isn't anything fancy, but I thought you might need them now. So with this gift, let's keep it up all the way to the final step. Now let's obtain that Arcana. To acquire an Arcana, you have to go to Wrathroyal Castle and meet Queen Erwin. Oh, so we do have to do that shit. So we're talking an owl delivered a quest scroll. Ah, perfect timing. This is a summons from Queen Erwin to appear before her in Wrathroyal Castle. Who the fuck is that? Okay, thank you. I'm glad that they're actually treating it like I shouldn't know who that is. Because when you do this the normal way, this is a Queen Erwin is a character you're supposed to have met through generations, so she'll act like she knows you. But if you haven't done those quests, it's like fucking, I don't know, dude. Who the fuck are you? Just an acknowledgement that, yeah, we're skipping past some plot in the game is just kind of nice. You know, not pretending that I know who the fuck that is. Remy scratches her head, laughing a little before continuing. Whoops, I guess it makes sense you wouldn't know who she is. But I'm not going to let that stop us. I'll use my powers to send you to a further point in the timeline so you can continue learning about the mysteries of Arcana. Oh no, are you going to skip a generation? Oh no, maybe I don't like this. Remy claps her hand. Remy claps her hand once, and you see everything around you begin to glimmer. That didn't change anything, I don't think. They're just, I don't think they're marking any of the generations as complete, although I will check. I think that's just, woo, if you've not done shit, they still act like you did. Here we are. At this point in your adventures, you're known across the kingdom as the incomparable Pepperspark, the hero of Erin. You've managed to earn the trust of the queen herself, Erwin, who rules from this very castle. Even the citizens out and about might recognize you as the heroic sort. Okay, let's head to the throne room. You wouldn't want to keep the queen waiting. Progress through the one-step higher quest, part of the prerequisite quest line for unlocking Arcana. Alright, I'm also glad they're not, like, making us do one thing a day, like in the last one, because that's why Pepperspark fucking fell off, was that it was like, you couldn't just sit down and do the whole thing in a day. They give you, like, one task to do over the course of the whole event, but I wasn't going to be able to, like, do this that often. Alright. Sorry, lady. Okay. I have not done the quests that she is a part of. What has they? Oh no! Did they actually do that? Did they treat this like okay. Okay, I haven't done these parts on my own thing. And I am as far as part 3 of the first actual chapter of anything. What the This doesn't mean I have access to Crusader stuff, does it? No, that's Divine Knights, and I don't have that. Okay. This bothers me, even though technically you can replay this stuff. Like, if I actually wanted to, I'm pretty sure I could just do these. You know what? Let's watch the thingy. Okay, yeah, if you watch it and then start the thing, it'll give you the quest. Let's just watch it. Not this whole thing. Not this whole fucking thing. Episode 0, Shyamalan and the Nightmare. A black panther has appeared next to Core Village and is wreaking havoc on the nearby wildlife. Kosai is concerned, saying it's on a matter of time before the creature starts attacking humans. I'll just watch this and then nothing else, because that's a lot of them. No? Stop. What? Oh, is this how you replay it? Okay. Well, whatever. Either way, I can just replay that, I guess. I'm annoyed because it looks weird in my stuff, but this is... Pepperspark is not my main. Pepperspark was designed to do stream shit, and that's why I'm using her for this and not Illumina. Eventually we'll want to do everything. Just hanging out here, huh? A regal air befitting the ruler of the kingdom of Lilac encompasses her petite frame. Her snow-white skin makes her bright purple eyes seem to gleam all the more with lively determination. Aha! There you are, Pepperspark. You came rather sooner than I had expected, but all the better. As I wrote in my letter, I've called upon you to ask your opinion on an interesting matter. But before you have an opinion to give, I'll have to explain a few things first, of course. This conversation may go on a while. I pray you forgive my any long-windedness. I guess that's fine. If you're settled in, shall I begin explaining all that led to the current situation? Listen or please get to the point. Yeah, okay.
Of course, I knew you'd be willing to listen, no matter how voluminous the exposition. I am sure you're quite used to it by now. But come, allow me to provide some much-needed background.
Erwin lightly clears her throat.
As you know, our kingdom has of late endured several crises, both major and minor. Beyond simply being worried by this cavalcade of hardships, it was clear that some of these crises were of a level that made uncertain the very future of Erin itself, so severe were the ramifications. To put it simply, these troubles have sat heavily on me, both personally and as the leader of the Islet Kingdom.
She's got a fun character design. Like, the short dress, but everything still has all of the big, puffy nonsense. Like it does just look like a full-on ball gown that's been cut off, as opposed to just being a mini dress. It's kind of cute. Her stupid little crown is also kind of cute.
But if these burdens were purely personal, I could rise to the occasion and overcome them myself, difficult though the prospect might be. However, affairs of a scale that concern the entire kingdom are a different matter entirely. The laws and actions of the kingdom are dictated by my own thoughts and words, and recent times have made that burden uncomfortably clear. What if, in a moment of crisis, I made the wrong decision? Could I still stand resolute, even knowing that? At times I find myself doubting whether I could. For example, think of those we have lost whose lives might have been saved had our response been more swift, or casualties incurred when I mistakenly dispatched soldiers to one place rather than another.
I like that this is vague, so I don't have to know what the fuck she's talking about.
How can I take responsibility for things like that? I don't feel as though I can, no matter how I try.
Erwin bites her lip, noticeably distraught.
I've been giving this a lot of thought, to the point I've lain awake at night in my chambers pondering what to do. What does this kingdom need the most right now? What must be done to safeguard the people? I put my own self on trial, asking these difficult questions. I kept thinking, is what I have done truly the best I could do? Could I have done more? When all of the niceties and excuses have been stripped away, one question remained. What can I do? Through the many tribulations we underwent, I felt myself grow. Perhaps it was the pressure of those times, but I learned what those things were that I alone could do. Things that truly made a difference.
I'm kind of feeling... Okay, I need a drink of water real quick. One sec. I'm kind of feeling like I want to walk away from this conversation and see if I can, like, get some Grandmasters in close combat. Whoop.
I could not forgive myself for that, knowing that you might meet your end in some battle waged at my command. Clear answers eluded me, no matter how long I pondered it. Answers about what I would do when such trying times came upon us once again.
Erwin averts her gaze from me for a moment, her emotions surprisingly raw and real. Then, pulling together her composure, she slowly turns to face you.
Phew, that was really quite the preamble, wasn't it? But now, with that foundation properly laid, we all arrive at the main thrust of today's discussion. That is, as the Queen of the Islet Kingdom, I wish to begin a new project. To put simply, the goal of this is ability development. I wish to help all the subjects of this kingdom harness whatever abilities they may have and improve them. As each of us grows stronger, so do does the kingdom.
Which, you'd think this would mean, like, mandatory military service, which a lot of countries do, or having some kind of, like, public education thing, but I don't think there's a proper public education system in this kingdom. Like, there's schoolhouses, but they seem like they're not connected in any way. I don't know, I feel like that this is a weird way to approach this. That it's supposed to be like a public works project to make everyone stronger. When very distinctly there's also a physical difference between player characters and NPCs. They are not the same kind of being. So it's weird to expect them to do what the Tuatha De Danann to do what Malaysians do. But alright.
The objectives of this initiative are threefold. First, I wish to improve the entire kingdom's ability to respond to a crisis. This should help to significantly mitigate casualties. If we can train up even a small group of people who truly excel at what they do, we ought to be able to quell many of the problems that arise without having to turn to you for help every time. Second, I wish to expand the Crown's authority.
Okay, just making a military state?
At a critical juncture, when time is of the essence, I don't have the time to waste splitting hairs with other forces and factions. If this project proves successful, it will naturally expand the influence of the kingdom's regent, namely myself. This should have a secondary effect of lessening disputes within the palace, allowing the monarch to address issues directly. The third objective is, admittedly, a personal desire, to lessen the burden that too often falls upon you. Upon me, Pepperspark, who has done nothing but tutorials my entire life. That's actually true. Pepperspark has just done different kinds of tutorials and almost nothing else. She has never saved a person's life that wasn't scripted. There's a little portrait of her up here. Okay. To be treated as the kingdom's sole savior and defender when danger hangs over our heads is surely a great burden, even though in your charity you have never given voice to such feelings. 'Cause I never did shit. But a burden it is, acknowledged or not, so I wished to do all I could to lessen its weight upon you. Erin is blushing now, her ears growing redder by the minute. That concludes my basic summary of what I hope to achieve. What do you think? Whatever. Wait, what was that? You heard everyone mention something about a project, but admittedly you got a little bit lost in the weeds somewhere along the way. Perhaps you just needed more coffee to stay alert. I've been up a very long time. Perhaps I rambled on overlong. In the abstract, my goal is to launch an initiative to help empower the citizens of the kingdom. Don't worry, you needn't concern yourselves with all the particulars, as I don't intend to task you with running this program. Just knowing that I'm preparing to launch a project and why is enough. As I mentioned before, this project is something I came up with of my own accord, so I don't want it to be beholden to outside influence. At the very least, it should make things less difficult, not more. My aim is to select a promising new talent, someone free of ties to any existing organization or authority. I also intend to open the selection process to all citizens, as our objective holds significance not just to the highborn, to the greater populace as well. Since the recruitment will be made public to encourage the broadest possible pool of applicants, you'll soon see posters put up across the kingdom advertising the initiative. Any who come to the castle, having seen the posters, will be granted entry for formal application process. So any dude can just come in here and be like, I invented the gun blade. We will give it to all your farmers, and that will solve everything. And she'd just be like, yes, very good, I'll consider it. Next one. Which is almost what's going to happen. So, do you think you could take this pile of posters with you when you go? I hate to ask you to run errands after all that talk about lessening your burden, but I'd prefer it not to be known that I summoned you for a largely personal conversation like this. This is meant to be our cover. You can pretend I called you to request that you put up these posters. Quite the airtight alibi, if I say so myself. I don't plan on tasking you with a trek across the kingdom to post these up in every hamlet from here to Port Cobb. So how about just putting them up 3? Dunbarton should be a sensible place. I think that might be the only place between here and Port Cobb. I'll check the map. And since you pass through there so often anyways, I have marked what I believe to be the locations best suited for grabbing the attention of passersby. So just go post those up and come back when you're finished. In any case, I'd thank you for bearing with my rather lengthy explanation. Best of luck and see you soon. Alright. We gave guns to the blades, so might as well give guns to the lances and axes. Yeah, I mean, there is a gun lance. That's one of the things. So, let's look at that map. Yeah, so we're in Terra. Okay, so there's... Depending on which way you go, there is one other town between here and Port Cobb that isn't Dunbarton. She's like, oh, I don't want you to put them up everywhere. It's just one of the 2 towns between here and Port Cobb. Alright. Got it. I'm gonna go out and talk to the Grandmaster douchebag. Come here, Peppermare. Did I just get a quest? Yeah, okay, so they put the saga thing on here. And it's got an icon for being like a rewatch, I guess? But when did I get this? Okay, complete. A bunch of... oh.
complete. How my music was it? Yeah, they rank 1 almost everything up here. Cool. Okay. Gun axes are real. They apparently did good for a while. What? Huh. Fun fact, you can apparently gift 1,000 subs now. Well, I'm not affiliate. I could have been if I had clicked the link in the email, but then I chose to not do it unless I was sure I was going to have time to do things, and then didn't have time to stream on my own for like 3 months, so that's not an option here. But also, I could believe someone doing that, because it's like $5 per, right? There's gotta be some people out there who save up money and do that just to scare their favorite VTuber or whatever. Yeah, I could believe it. I could believe someone spending $5,000 if they want to get their name plastered up on the screen and just cause a big, like, ruckus. But it's not gonna happen here. It's impossible here. Okay, this guy will do Grandmaster stuff. You have to do missions for it. And I only have the 2 options because they're the only things that I've got all my stuff ranked on, and that is fine. So the first mission is usually like just combat. And you do not actually have to use whatever you put for your thing. Like I could use ninja and gun skills in the warrior mission. It's fine. Alright. So I'm gonna just switch between gun and stuff, and Peppermare's dead. Let's just... Oh, I'm gonna die. Okay, these are skilled a little higher than the stuff I've been dicking around with. Good to know. So I can't just flail around and forget where my hotbar is. But I can do this if I fucking lock in. This is not the... This is the first wave of enemies. If I can't get it on one more try, I'm just like, okay, I'm not gonna be able to do it. Which is not actually prohibitive to getting your Grandmaster. If one type of mission doesn't work, you can just do others. Oh, boy, I have to fight elephants. This is not doing a lot of damage. I'm using like a fancy weapon too. Kind of working. Yeah, that would be much easier with my regular loadout with Elimina. Do I still have this fucking... Yes, I do. Alright. So the thing is with Bash, you just kind of have to get the rhythm right, and then you can just basically stun lock a guy forever. Not as easily as you used to be able to, where it would literally just stun lock a guy forever if you kept mashing the button in a rhythm, but you can still kind of do it. Ugh, archers, okay, good time to use some range. There we go. Oh no, it's the fucking otter. He summons things. It really was just the first group of enemies that were giving me trouble, huh? I mean, I might be too soon to say that. They're using Discord on me, that's why I was making noise, I think. Yeah, I'm getting my rhythm down. It's a fucking stalemate of windmills. There we go. One left. He's over there trying to buff. Ugh. These are probably fine. Oh, I leveled up. I don't have to heal anymore. That's nice when you're just doing enough stuff that you just fucking level up in the middle of battle. That is sometimes the one thing that saves me. Oh, these guys suck. They're just gonna explode. Eventually. They explode on their own sweet time, so I can just avoid them, but it takes a while. Alright, they should be about to blow. Yep, there we go. Oh, fuck. Did I just kill him? Oh, Christ. Okay. Jesus. Okay. I think I can still do this. Got one more. Yeah, I'm fine. Oh god, he summoned sheep. They're not that strong, but that's still annoying. Ugh. Oof. Oh. I thought I ran out of those. Okay, maybe I had more than one type of now stone and it's just decided to only list one of them. Whatever. Thanks, nonsense. I get to keep failing. Christ. Can I deal with these? I might be able to deal with these. Oh, there we go. Definitely want to get rid of the mages first. Okay, we're doing okay. Oh! Alright. Let's hope this is the last of them. I need to put those fucking things on my hot bar. Okay. Jesus. Okay, maybe just shoot it. No, maybe not just shooting it. The range on this thing is very hard to judge. Yeah, it's very unclear where the range is with this thing because it's enormous. Also, I guess, a battle mage? There we go. I'm good at things. That kind of sucked. Well, that was just the first type of... Okay, so there's a first, a second, and a third mission, but you do them until you've got, like, 10 of them. So, like, you gotta repeat them, but you can choose to not do certain ones if you want. You can just say, give me the second type or the third type, and they will change what they are sometimes. That one's usually consistently the same. But... let's see what the second one is gonna be. 20 goblins. That's easy. Let's see here. Also, wait a minute. Yeah. Event. Okay, since I didn't pick Pepperspark as my primary master plan character, she doesn't get the thing that'll give me extra Grandmaster missions every time I do the thing. Or extra seals when I do it. That's fine, though. I'm gonna pick up this third, see what that is. Clear. That's a Shakespeare mission. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna forfeit. Well, they're not hard. It just means I'd have to go and get the Avon feather from whoever the fuck you get that from. I forget. I'm gonna go kill some goblins first, because I think that's more fun. What's a good place? I'm gonna say Bari Dungeon. I should know how to get a spirit dungeon pass, since technically I have spirits. I've been meaning to go into Bari Dungeon to farm for spirit stones, so this seems like a good reason, because there's a bunch of goblins in there. Prepare my shit. All of it. So if I talk to this guy... Oh, okay. That was already on my thing as something that he was going to talk to me about. You're here for a Bari dungeon pass, eh? Since the pass has already been paid for, I'm obliged to give it to you. Who? I don't know. Take this and head over to Bari Dungeon. Mine the ore located on the 3rd floor to get ancient spirit fossils. Take those to the old man Eder and all, right? After that, you're on your own. Get going. Okay. I've been meaning to do this because, okay, there's an income loop that I haven't been getting that much out of it lately. Because the price of the thing you get at the end will vary, and I don't want to undercut super duper low. But every so often I'll sell some spirit liqueur for like 25,000 per. Where did that pass go? God, my stuff is a mess. There it is. So, do I have a... I'd fucking bet... Yes, I do. I do have a pickaxe, thank God. Okay. So, you go down, and... I can bring Peppermare. It's a 3-floor dungeon. There's nothing down the dead ends. And it's relatively easy. Like, if I could get through Advanced Hard Mortality, I could do this in, like, my sleep. But you don't get ore until the last floor, and the ore is only going to drop either iron or spirit stones. You take the spirit stones to the blacksmith, he refines them into proper, like usable spirit stones, but you also get spirit fossils as a leftover thing there. And then I take the spirit fossils and I make spirit liqueur using that and white herbs and elemental removers. Those are used in commerce for a specific bartering post in area, so people will buy them eventually. I should link up for some extra experience for Peppermare. But anyways, I can sell the spirit liqueur relatively reliably. I could lower the prices if I want to sell it fast, but it'll sell eventually at 25,000 per. I've just got, like, very little in my inventory and a bunch of the white herbs and elemental removers. So I want to get some fossils so I can make some more liqueur, so I've just got it ready to sell. And doing this on a horse is much nicer than I sometimes do. I do sometimes like to go through dungeons slowly, like I'll do a room and then I switch over to, like, my internet browser and play some other thing, and then I switch back. You know, just little things. Oh, you know what? I should be doing this on Peppermare. Just kick him. Because everything's gonna go down in, like, one hit. Why not? Peppermare gets a little more experience, I think, when you let him kick herself. Like, if you've got mounted combat, you should be using it if the enemies are weak. There's no reason not to. Alright. It's 1 of 3 down. I'm realizing, have I seen any goblins at all yet? It's just imps. Did I pick the one where goblins aren't the primary spawn? I did, didn't I? That's fine. I'll make it work. If I have to go through a normal run of Bari, that's fine too. I was just getting tired of reading dialogue, right? Like, just no matter which thread of the content I was going to go down, I was going to have to read some dialogue. Theoretically, I don't have to, but, like, it kind of feels like if I'm streaming, I should. Have a good night, Dark Wizard. Yeah, my sleep's been weird, too. I'm actually surprised I'm holding up. Probably because I'm actually doing something and talking while I do it that's going to keep my brain from slipping away. Yeah, I may have picked the version of Bari that doesn't have goblins. I needed to do this anyways. since pet inventories are shared across accounts, like, I can just get the spirit fossils I need, put it on a pet, and then Elimina can gather it later. I've also considered doing that in reverse, like picking up some stuff from my main account in Elimina and giving it over to Pepperspark. I considered maybe like starting up a shop, because I think I've got it. Yeah, we've got a shop bag. So like if I wanted to, I could do a shop and I could sell some of the crap I have sitting around for like food that I've cooked. I don't know if like being on stream while doing that would be like good advertising. Probably not. One of the main things I like to do in this game is that I will cook food and then sell it. And selling is not really an active process. It's like I set up a shop and then I just idle it for a while. Like you have to be online. Aside from auction house slots, which you do not have to be online for, but if you put up a little shop in the corner of the marketplace, like you have to physically be online. So I'll have to idle it. But it's cute. Like you got a little mat that you lay out and you can put a little shopkeeper there. I like doing it because it's cute. And just because like I get a lot of like food ingredients just from playing the game and then I want to use them. Instead of just throwing them out, although sometimes I have so many that I just start burning them because you get some experience from burning them. From certain things. Certain things don't get you anything when you burn them. It's weird. I don't know how they determine this. But I'm legitimately not 100% sure what people are buying the food for half the time. Like, when you eat, you get little stat boosts, and you can combine things into a catering order, so you can take 10 foods and just stack their stat boosts. It's a little temporary buff. But sometimes the stuff that sells is stuff that does not give you good stats. Like, I'll just put out the shop and have a little of everything in it, and a bunch of it'll sell. Depends on the day, depends on where I am, and if there's, like, events going on that brings people online more so than they usually are. I know one of the things that people buy food for is the collection journal, which if you go in here, it'll just give you, like, the list of everything you've ever eaten. Like, cooking it doesn't actually give you this. Like, eating it is what gives you the stuff here. So, if I cook something and someone else eats it, then they get it in there for completion. For bragging rights. So, that's definitely part of it. But sometimes someone will just buy everything in the shop and it's like, I'll recognize different, like, usernames. Like, it'll just be, like, one guy will come back 3 times over the course of the day and just buy whatever is in there. But then sometimes nobody buys anything. It's like, what does the one guy ever need it for? I don't know. There's gotta be some metagame thing where just certain foods are doing certain things that, like, aren't obvious from the stats they show on their menu. Or something? I think in a few cases there might be quests that people are turning certain things in, but it's very specific things, and they're not the only things that sell. It's funny, I work in a grocery store, and I sell food for a living, but I will still just sit in the game and do that. I can't explain it. Like, it's just, I don't know, LARPing as being my own boss or something. Which, really, I should then be, like, playing Harvest Moon or something instead of Mabinogi, but there's also, like, an MMO loop here. I will probably, after the winter events are all over, make an attempt to just set the game down and not play it again, unless, this is what always gets me, unless they provide some kind of bullshit that means we can get free pets in events. Like, we'll check their news posts every week or so and see, like, if there's anything good going on, and if there's no pet events, sometimes I just leave it be. And I just will stop playing the game for a while. That's what got me back into it this summer, was that there was a balloon pinata horse. It's one of the summer event thingies. I also... Oh, hold on. I didn't open the chest with a key in it. I also have a whistle sitting in Elimina's inventory for a free whale that I haven't blown yet since I don't have a name idea. So that's something I'll have to figure out. And I think at the end of the winter events, they're going to give out another free pet. But if they stop after a while, I'll just stop playing for a bit. Oh, speaking of, Josh, if you're listening, they put up another pet shop poll for which pet to return to the cash shop. You're going to want to vote in this one for a very specific reason if you haven't. Yeah. Last time it was, I forget all of the different options, but the one that won, I think, was like the Thunderbird and like the seal and a shark costume. This one is a few things that are like normal ass animals, and then very specifically like a Christmas skeleton. You are going to want to make a vote, and I know what your vote's going to be for. The skeleton is not currently winning the poll. I can't remember what is. Oh, yes, I do. The Christmas alpaca, which I already have. I have 2 alpacas, so I don't need that, but they are somewhat limited. Like, the alpacas are not in the shop normally, and there were periods of time where it would be stretches of, like, 5 or so years between alpacas going in. Alpacas can be sheared for an entirely separate... Oh, I realize I'm on the bottom floor. I need to actually check the dead ends for ore this time. Alpacas have an entirely separate set of wool that can be sheared and then woven into alpaca bags that'll hold like cloth and thread. I just want to make sure that I don't go down and think, oh, there's nothing at the end of these dead ends in this dungeon, and then just miss some ore that I've been trying to mine. But anyways, brain fart. I already have 2 alpaca, and I've made all of the things that you would use alpaca wool for, so it's not a big deal. But they're not in the shop that often. So there was a point in time where I was just running around Dunbarton with my alpaca out because I had to, like, get something out of its inventory for tailoring or whatever, and just someone came up and DM'd me asking to buy it, and I was like, no, you can't have Fluffalina, she's my friend. I mostly said, like, no, I'm not selling. This is a keeper. But, like, it was a rare pet for a while, so I fully understand why they'd want the Christmas alpaca to go back into the shop temporarily. But there's going to be a skeleton, potentially, if people vote for the skeleton. And I think that is always the better choice. I might have to check if... Because I know Advanced Bari has goblins in it. I thought all versions had goblins in it, but I guess I'm wrong. But, if not, I'll just have to go look on the wiki. Okay, there's a lot of fake chests here. Weird thing with mounts is that if you're riding a pet and you go up to a mimic, it won't actually open. Like, you are obviously, like, activating it, but they won't open until you've done anything off the pet. You gotta get off the pet and then suddenly they come to life. I don't know why it's like that. It seems like a glitch. But it's a handy use of pets is just to activate them without them immediately hitting you. Not that it would do much damage. What the fuck? I'm not finding any mining points or any goblins. I screwed myself. I like that I'm getting a bunch of little, like, small red and blue gems, though, because you can turn those into magic powder, and I need those for something. Basically can never have enough magic powder because you can use it to make pet training perfumes. And probably other things that people care about. Probably. Oh man, I'm realizing, last time I streamed on my own was before they closed down my department at work, which I have discussed on streams with Josh when we're doing like Pokemon or Digimon, but I don't have that continuity in my own VODs. Okay, I can see some ore. I'm not going to be completely without loot. Cool. Very cool. There it is. God, there's so much crap. I need to sort this out eventually. Anyways, my grocery store had a coffee shop in it, and the company decided to remove the coffee shops from certain stores where they said the sales were low. No one is happy with this. The executives don't actually come into the stores. They don't actually know how weirdly, like, loyal the customers are. If they have to go somewhere else for their coffee, they're gonna go somewhere else for their groceries. For quite a few people. It's not everyone, obviously. Everyone needs groceries. But a lot of those coffee customers are just gonna be pissed off forever. I don't know. They moved me to another department. I still have a job. They can't dock my pay or anything. But it's not as fun. Deli sucks. Like, slicing meat, not so bad. Making sandwiches, not so bad. Just, it's a big department with a lot of things that they have to have done and no time to do any of it, and everyone's just always worn thin. Thankfully, I also work in price tag changeovers, which means that sometimes I manage to evade certain things, like, they had me scheduled to do tags both today and on Friday, and since those shifts start at 1 a.m., that means they basically couldn't give me work on Thursday, which is Thanksgiving. I sometimes manage to sidestep really bad holiday work by just having that second department I work. And that's a relief, but I really would like my main job back now. I don't like working food service. I didn't think I was going to miss making coffee, but like when the alternative is handing out fried chicken buckets, it's like, no, I don't want to do this shit. Get me out of here. Alright, so spirit fossils do not stack, and they're large. That's okay, because I think we're going to be fine for room. Even if there's another... Oh, there is another ore deposit. Okay. I'm going to double check. Is this what leads to the... Yeah, that's going to lead to the boss, so this is going to be a dead end. That probably means it's just the 2 rooms of ore. Sometimes you get a third. I once went through a version of Bari Advance with no ore in it. It was fucking weird. Alright. But yeah, they destroyed my department. That's part of why I wasn't playing Mabinogi on stream as much, was because I was, like, being given weird hours and less time, and I was just mentally exhausted, because I was also kind of having to handle the closing of my coffee shop. And they didn't give me a lot of good information on what they needed out of us. And I was, for much of the summer, basically the manager, even though I do not like managing. Which is the main reason I haven't accepted the offer to go to one of the other stores, like maybe 4 miles away, that still has a coffee shop in it, is because they're always like, oh, well, these guys need a manager, so you could try applying there. And I'm like, I am so fucking tired of managing. The timeline for this is nuts, too, so I I got out of last year, you know, like we got the Christmas and New Year's rush and was like, oh, thank God that's over for the year. So Januaries are really slow and quiet and nice, and we can just sort of rebuild our energy and our mood. And then they switched my manager with a different store's manager for reasons. And this lady just did things different in a way that rubbed a lot of people wrong. And I feel like I didn't get a chance to really give her a fair shake for it. Like her rationale for something she did was technically not wrong, but it was just pissing off people who were used to the way I did things. And the way that our other manager did things. So, like, I come out of the holidays to just basically having to be a mediator between a bunch of miffed customers and a manager who wasn't going to look the other way on single pumps of syrup. Because, yeah, they want to charge like 80 cents for additional syrup in a drink that doesn't come with syrup, even if it is literally like a squirt or even like a half a squirt of something. And it's like, past managers have always said, like, no, that's really dumb, and we will lose customers if we're that exacting. Like, if they keep coming back to us, then yeah, we'll take the hit of 80 cents on a single pump of syrup. That's ridiculous. Especially since the price of everything is so high. Coffee has such a massive profit margin, it doesn't fucking matter. But the new manager was technically correct. That's fine. It was annoying, but I don't blame her for it. I blame every other part of the circumstance for making it just difficult to kind of mediate. And then I almost immediately went into surgery and then surgery recovery for like 4 weeks. Yeah, there were no goblins in this fucking dungeon. I guess I remembered wrong. There's plenty of other dungeons with goblins in them, though. Maybe I'll do Rabby. Because I've got enough spirit stones for what I need. I don't need to keep coming back here. Just because something is technically correct doesn't mean it should be how it's done. Yeah! Sometimes you're weighing your options for, like, customer loyalty versus, like, the teeny tiny extra profit. And usually it's an easy choice. Anyways, I went straight from handling that to surgery, to coming out of surgery, and that manager retired. A new person was brought in to be the new manager, but they almost immediately quit after I got back because they got a better offer from a different place. I gotta talk to him to get my spirit stuff. Ah, you brought the ancient spirit fossil. I'll refine it for you in a jiffy. Just sit tight. And voila, spirit stone. Come back if you have more that need refining. Did they only give you one? Yeah, I need to talk to him properly. Refine all of them, please. Yep. 38 ancient spirit fossils. Nice. I'm just gonna put those on Peppermare for now. God, they only come in a stack of 5. But yeah, we'll just move those here, and then Illumina can pick them up and turn them into spirit liqueur. Let's put these in too. We're not gonna need them. They give out way too many spirit stones for these. Considering each of these stones could potentially be an entire spirit weapon, and you can only have like 4 of those. Or, well, you can unlock stuff, but you need to get like a cash shop coupon to do it. Like, there's no need for them to give you that many all the goddamn time. You know what, let's go. I think Rabby is a good one to try. Just Rabby basic. It's either going to give me a shitload of goblins or a shitload of skeletons. And if it's skeletons, then oops. I'm fine with not going back into a quest right now. I'll go back in a little bit. I haven't been streaming that long. So let me find some useless shit in here to drop. Alright. Oh, this better not be all rats and bats. You know what's nice though? If I do this shit as Pepperspark, she does not have the pet training talent yet. Which, means that she's not getting fin gem drops off of everything. Ooh, something sold in the auction house, okay. So, pet training is this whole thing wherein, like, you can get little drops off of normal monsters that you then have to basically cook on your homestead into little summons that you then fuse into your pets to make your pet stronger. And, like, that's cool and all, but there's a limit on how many of them you can like ripen in a day, just based off of like you can only have so many blossoming cages, and it takes hours for each one to work. So Illumina has 2 bags full of just fin gems, but Pepperspark doesn't have that enabled, so I can just bop these and they are not dropping anything. And I could just sell the drops to a specific NPC. Oh boy, it better not be all skeletons and no goblins. Like, I could sell those, but it's at a much lower rate than if I actually, like, went through the process properly and then sold the versions that I basically had prepared over time. It makes sense if you see it. But anyways, it's nice to not have a shitload of extra things dropping. Because I hate waste. You know, I'm gonna pick up all of my drops, even if it's shit I don't want. Unless it's explicitly, completely useless, absolutely cannot do anything with it shit. They recently removed a specific drop from the game because people just weren't using it. There used to be these little, like, weapon signets that you could get for specific endgame weapons, and they would just drop out of shadow missions, and they just got rid of them because no one gave a shit. Everyone just left them. Because they were like a chance to succeed at powering up a weapon. Like, otherwise, I will just pick up everything. So I'm glad that I don't have a bunch of gems, like fin gems specifically. Regular gems, great, I want those. But, like, I don't have a bunch of ingredient hunting stuff falling off of everything. It's just regular, easily sold potions and gold. So I don't mind doing it. Anyways, yeah, I went from new manager troubles to surgery for a month, then basically being the only one there who could manage my department, to a few months into that being told they were going to close the department, which was why they stopped trying to find and hire a new manager. It's like, oh yeah, if I had stepped up, then they wouldn't have had to even start trying to hire one. I could have just been the manager, but it wouldn't have mattered. Because, like, the data they were going off of for sales would have been stretching back really far. And I really can't advertise to people outside the store itself. I just try to do my best to get people what they want, and then they would keep coming back. But now there's nothing to come back to. A few people have noticed that I'm in the deli now, so they'll come over and get sandwiches and ask how things are. And I still try to make stuff fun where I can, but there's way less fun to be had in the deli. It sucks. It's all skeleton wolves. Where's my goblins? At least show me a kobold to let me know that I'm not forgetting where the goblins are. I could look it up in the wiki. It could be that I have to have done something other than drop a regular item. Like, it's like, oh no, there's no goblins in Rabby Basic. You have to do Rabby Advanced. And then you get all the skeletons. So yeah, I got basically kicked around all year by circumstance. So I tried to find times to stream because it's like, oh yeah, I've got a setup that's decent now. But, I don't know. Anytime we had a really good chance to stream, we wanted to do it together, so... This is the first time where it's really just like, this is a weird random off day. And Josh had homework to do, but I don't. Although I could be doing a million other projects. So this is one that I've been meaning to return to, and it feels good. Feels good to do dungeons. Even if it isn't giving me goblins to kill. I swear it's a version of Rabby that has like a shitload of like gold goblins just running around. Or gold kobolds, maybe? I think I could be forgiven for mixing things up. I know CR basic, well, CR normal has them. So worst case scenario, I can run that in a minute. Just maybe like 3 times. CR is really short. You know what's really annoying? They closed my store, like, my department of my coffee shop, like, literally the week before pumpkin spice season. It's super annoying. Because I had a lot of seniority and was sometimes acting manager and also had been there a long time, so people kind of trusted me, I could get away with doing a lot of non-standard stuff. I was making pumpkin whipped cream the last few years. Not every day. Just like as a fun little thing once in a while when we had pumpkin syrup around. But not anymore. And it's not a standard thingy, so we're not supposed to offer it to people. Apparently they've discontinued apple drizzle this year. Like, it didn't come back. So, like, I can't, even if, like, my store still had a coffee shop, I wouldn't have been able to make one of the things I like to do, where it's, like, pumpkin and apple together. So good. But that's fine. Bleh. Also been severely stalled out on a bunch of my art projects. In part because I'm playing Mabinogi too much. There's other reasons, but I can't really deny that. I don't really need these, but I'm not gonna leave them. It's all just base herbs, but there's always a use for base herbs, so I'm not gonna leave them. You don't even need to go into a dungeon to get base herbs. There are just fields in the game that you can walk out to, and it'll just say base herb over some random grass, and you can just start shuffling through the grass and get these. But I'm not going to leave an herb patch unharvested. This doesn't sit right with me. I like this hammer, but I don't like the colors. Well, I do, kinda. If the colors on this hammer were just a little bit brighter, because it's kind of a metallic dull green and pink. Just like a full-fledged green and pink would look lovely for Pepperspark. But one thing I've noticed they haven't been bringing back is, the natural dyes portion of some of the events. Like, they used to bring it back every summer or so, which was just like, you could get dyes for any object, they wouldn't expire, and like, it would just be like a mini game wherein you can basically get any RGB hex code just by playing the mini game right. So you could just pick exactly what color you want things to be. And then use that dye on an item. And if they had that in, I could get this thing looking nice and bright and Christmassy for Pepperspark, but we don't have that right now. There is another thing in which I noticed right at the beginning of the stream that I was like, oh yeah, we should do this with Pepperspark, and then I haven't yet. They're doing an outfit rental this time, wherein there's an interface for it. You can just pick out clothes and then wear them. And then every day you can pick a different outfit, and then the previous one disappears once you pick a new one. And then they'll give you boxes for dye for specifically those, like dyes that only work on those clothes. And you can customize it however you want, and then at the end of the event you can keep one outfit. I assume just whatever outfit is the last one you got is the one you keep. So you just figure out what you want to stick with and you keep it. So we should play around with that. I don't know if I can access it from in here. There we go, that's something different. Not goblins, not actually what I'm looking for. But at least it's not skeleton wolves exclusively. Okay, now it's skeleton wolves exclusively. That's fine. This is a good sign. I forgot there was even a second floor to this dungeon usually. Because I know some of the dungeons are just one really long floor, which I do like. But other dungeons are multi-floor. I'd really like to be able to just pick. Just to have a setting or like a pass for specific types of dungeons where you can just say, okay, this one's got 3 floors and each floor has 20 rooms, or some shit like that. Or I could just decide it. It would be very nice, although I don't really expect him to make it super hyper customizable. Maybe someday. What else I really liked? I haven't played this in years. I don't remember if we still have the disc. We either have 2 discs of the same game or none at all, but it's part 1 of Dot Hack, like the original. We either have 2 or none, I don't remember which. But like the dungeon system in that, and that's supposed to be a faux MMO, that may be based on Mabinogi, I'm not sure. But or they're both based on one common thing that they were both inspired by. That's very likely. But it's like you put like phrases from a preset list of words in, kind of like the secret phrase in Dewford Town in Pokemon in Gen 3. And then it will just give you a procedurally generated dungeon from those. So like they were theoretically all consistent. Like if you know a phrase, you can go in and it's always going to be that specific thing. But that meant that there were a lot of options. And most of them weren't super deeply different. But the idea of there being like nearly a finite number, but nearly infinite in possibilities was kind of cool. In addition to those games just being kind of neat. Like a fake MMO with NPCs that have their own little plot lines. It's like, I really liked that. I know that .hack GU is available in full on Steam, but the original series is not. I don't know what's up with that. This dungeon's all skeletons. I'm gonna try to not be mad. Because it's my own fault, I just didn't feel like looking it up. What? I finished collecting the blue-footed booby. I guess because I got enough transformations in the transformation journal. It gave me one of the freebies. That always strikes me by surprise, even though I should understand how that works. I've ever given any real time to the idea, but one of the things I'd like to do one day if I get off my ass and actually do things is make not an MMO necessarily, but I'd really like to make like a Neopet style, like a browser-based game that they're still technically massively multiplayer online games, often with role-playing in them. Even Neopets had like NeoQuest, which was just a very bare bones, you click and you go forward a step, like top-down RPG. Wasn't really a multiplayer RPG, but like technically like virtual pet sites are kind of MMOs, but not in any way that matters. But like I've always really wanted to just start making something like that, which I won't do because I'm too busy doing this shit instead. Or my webcomic, or drawing Pokemon, or a billion other things. But I have like, it's not like a good personal little head sandbox world, but like every time I like adopt an adoptable or have a Neopet or some other thing like that, I kind of try to find a way to meld them into a setting that's basically just Megan's happy brain sandbox fun time setting. It's like, I'd really like to just like put all of that down in concrete lore, like write everything out so it all makes sense. Enough, at least. And then, like, have it so that there's, like, locations and characters live in specific places. And then once I've got that structure down, just, like, learn, like, JavaScript and PHP. And then build a thing where people could, like, just go in and talk to characters. And then I'd figure out gameplay from there, you know, based on, like, what I'm learning how to do and what the scope of it is. But, like, that is, I think, my end goal for, not life, but, you know, creative endeavors that aren't based on fanworks. Or my webcomic, which is separate. Although, the setting for my webcomic, if I ever get around to actually doing it, there's a lot of, like, lore built up in the background that I could make a cohesive full setting for, and then, like, figure out in terms of, like a tabletop setting or something, or a full game or something like that. I just gotta do it first. But I mean, that's kind of my problem, is that I could do anything if I just do it. If I just get off of my ass and do it. But I like to take project juggling in kind of like tiers of difficulty. We don't own any copies of the first .hack, by the way, but we do own the GU collection. Yeah, but I don't want to play it until we finish the first ones, which are like $100 for each version. Like, I think part 4 of the original series is like $600 on like Amazon, and the local game store goes off of Amazon prices for its stuff, something like that, if they ever have a copy of it. Ugh. But yeah, I like to take projects in tiers based on difficulty, where it's like, oh, well, this would take me a really long time, but I have this in front of me right now, so I can finish this right now while I'm preparing to do some other thing long term. The thing is, I've just got too many things that are right in front of me that are like short term, that like even those I don't get to all of. It's like, oh, I keep making small attempts at learning JavaScript and then never get anywhere, because I just kind of get distracted, or something else gets in the way, or I don't do my webcomic because it's like I'm stuck on, like, plotting, or I'm stuck because I don't want to make a background or something. And it's like, okay, well, if I can't get that going, I'll get this going, and it'll be some little thing. Mabinogi is an incredibly good collection of little things to get done that feel productive in the short term. And even then, like, I've been like, oh, I haven't been finding time to stream. I meant to do it over the summer and didn't, and now it's winter already. Like, I was playing every day. It was just on my regular character and not at a pace that's entertaining and not with any, like, energy to it. I was still doing stuff. It's just I needed a good time and to be, like, awake enough and feel good enough. So it's like, oh, I could stream Mabinogi if I just get off my ass. I did it. Hooray. Now what's next? All these other things that I could just do if I get off my ass. Hooray. I'm not doing those things. But there's something about MMORPGs that's just really charming to me that I've always kind of wanted to simulate. Even if I never get to a point where I can make, like, a game like this. Just having a setting that you can just hang out in is really good. Because you don't have to do anything. MMOs are essentially just really advanced, complicated chat clients in spirit. Like, obviously, there's a full game here. There's real game stuff to do. But the fact that it's online is supposed to be that, A, you do it with people. B, you do it while communicating with those people. C, you can just stand somewhere and just chat and meet people and stuff. Which I guess is kind of what I'm doing by rambling into a stream. Yeah, there are no goblins here. But you know who is here? Succubus. Sorry, girl. I was hoping to get, like, a point for shape-shifting into one off of that, and I didn't. I got, like, a bracelet and a rat scroll. That wasn't much. That's fine. I'm gonna put you away for a sec. Someone dropped some stuff. I don't really want it, though. But yeah, these games are essentially just fancy chats with settings that you can chat in. But the idea of it's a world that you can do anything in, including nothing, is something that has always struck me as really nice. Because like a traditional game, you've got an end point where you beat it and you stop, theoretically. Obviously, lots of different kinds of games are different, but theoretically, you just... Why don't I have rest on my... Hold on. It's crazy I didn't just have this here. But, like, a lot of games, like, you play them and there's an objective and you complete the objective and you're done. And MMOs and sandboxes like, you know, like Minecraft and etc., you can just hang out. There was, a few weeks ago, I linked it in the Discord, a Twitter thread of people talking about what they used to do in video games as a kid. I'm gonna go to CR Dungeon. No, that's the wrong menu. This one. CR Dungeon definitely has goblins. And I just need to kill 20 of them. This shouldn't be hard. Let's see. I got a pumpkin. I'll drop that. Oh, hold on. Yeah, just the idea that you can just hang out. And kids will do that, right? Like, I found a whole Twitter thread I linked in the Discord that was like, oh, why are all my pets fucked up looking in this? This is not right. It was like, oh, I used to save my game in this part of Paper Mario because I imagined that Mario lived here, even though Mario does have a house. It's whatever. Or like, oh, I and my friends used to pretend we were delivering things on Rainbow Road and we each had to go to a different constellation out in the sky on the road. And that was our game. We weren't even racing. And it's a bunch of cute little things like that. Like, people would just hang out in games, just run around and jump on things and just exist in the game without necessarily trying to complete goals. And MMOs do a lot of that if you let them. Mario does have a house in Paper Mario, but only the first. The person discussing that in that Twitter thread was talking about 1,000-Year Door, so yeah, Mario's house wasn't there. But he does have a house in those games. Like, canonically, there's a place he lives, so it's kind of cute and funny that they were like, oh, I just come down here and pretend to live here. And it's not even the right place. It's very cute. I brought this guy out because he holds all my For More scrolls, and I know I've got a bunch here. I'm just gonna, I'll put those at the bottom. I've got them stacked, like, alphabetically. Oh. Wait, what was this? Black spider. There we go. Oh, that's a full one. I'll put it down here. I'll pick those up on Illumina and then put them in the bank through her. Got a lot of these just sitting around. But yeah, the idea of just having a place to exist in a game, I think is actually psychologically important to me. In part because as a kid, I would do stupid shit like that in the real world where I'd have like little patches of grass in the neighborhood that were distinctly, this is a patch of different grass than the grass around it and it's softer than the others. I have no idea what kind of grass that was, but I would just sit there like a bird on a nest. I'd be like, this is where I am. This is my little birdhouse. It's this special grass. Or like there would be like different playgrounds that would have different things on them and kids would gather there for different reasons and, you know, kid stuff. And just the idea of doing that in a game is really nice. In addition to the fact that the area I grew up in, like from, not birth, from like 2 years old up to about 11 years old, they knocked down all those houses and rebuilt. I've looked at it on Google Maps and the street layout is the same. But they have, they tore down those houses and put new ones in. And that's always going to just be really upsetting to me. Just because it's like, man, I couldn't just go back there. I couldn't just look at it. It's just gone. And I don't know, just the idea of I can build my own is something that really resonates for me. I'm out of space. That's fine. That's good enough. Put you away. Maybe bring out Candy Bane. So I guess MMOs kind of fill that niche for me. That's a trap I just get caught in. But my ultimate goal is to kind of make my own. But my ultimate goal today is to kill 20 goblins. And also go back and get that Arcana mission. And maybe the combat Grandmaster? Like, that would be good to do. So, CR normal has goblins, but it's probably only going to be like one room of them. So, this is a very fast dungeon. That's not that big a deal. Yeah, I think the goal today is get this 20 goblins thing, maybe go start Generation 13 so I can get the Avon Feather so I can do missions in the theater, which is what that other Grandmaster mission wanted me to do. Maybe go back to the fighters and get the remaining skills. It's like they have their own version of meditate and their own version of evasion. That's it. Well, no, there's like a counter punch or something. There we go. Here's you stupid bastards hiding from me all this time. Six down. It's been 3,000 years. You know what? As much as I want to get Candy Bane leveled, this isn't really a good place for that. And Candy Bane's not that fast. Ah, more goblins. Yes. Fuck all of you. You will die. To the video game. But yeah, I might go back to the fighting quest. I might go do the Avon Feather attainment. But very specifically, I want to go back and do the Arcana and just have one. But in order to do that, I need to not be fucking sick of doing the reading the dialogue. So that's why I took this departure. So the red herbs are for healing potions, so I could use those. At any given time, I could use an infinite number of these, because, you know, anyone can have some extra healing potions stashed away. It's a good idea. Now Josh has like a row of 10 herbs I could be harvesting on his homestead every day, but that's kind of tedious. I don't want to do that every single day. So I don't always have the maximum herbs, even though like I make a point of just getting every herb I see. So I got 10 goblins, unless there's some at the end here, which... Ah, there we go. Wrong one. There we go. God, I went through 2 really long-ass dungeons when I could have just come here. I think I'm still gonna have to do one more run, but that's not so bad. Sorry to have wasted time on Bari and Rabbi. Ooh, these count, right? Yeah, these count. It's counting them. 18 out of 20, though. I think it's skeletons in here with the golem, so I will still need to do another one. And take some water while we're waiting for this. Yeah, it's skeletons. These guys are easy. Easy pickings. Yeah. What's kind of fun about CR Dungeon is you almost always get sticks at the end as part of the reward. And they'll be enchanted sticks, so that is probably here. So, yeah, like, it's got, like, enchantments on it, so theoretically someone could enchant burn that to get those off in the form of scrolls, then put them on other things, which can be a good idea. Or you can feed them to the erg mechanism, which is in... You take a weapon you have, and then kind of smash the energy of other weapons into it to level up that weapon. And enchanted sticks are an easy way to get good experience without having to expend a lot of effort. So, sometimes I'll run CR Dungeon a bunch of times at once. Just, you know, it's fun. And I'm building up a little store of sticks, and I kind of like the idea of starting a shop out in, like, Channel 1 Dunbarton. Just full of sticks. Just name the shop Cool Sticks. Just selling sticks. Which is another, like, this is a weird childhood thing, which I think everyone understands the value of a cool stick. Like, that's, yeah, obvious. It's a cool stick, you can swing it around. When I was a kid, a lot of the trees around us were umbrella trees, specifically, which have a very nice, specific sort of long stem stick thing that would then have, like, the big umbrella leaves on it. But yeah, you just yank those off and strip the leaves off, and you've got, like, they're thin sticks. They're not, like, sword-like, really. But, like, they were usually consistent size and had, like, a good kind of a feel to it. They bent a little, but they weren't brittle. And people would just sword fight with them. They'd just beat each other to death with sticks. But, like, I wasn't really interested in getting harmed by other children. So I always kind of wanted to just get a bunch of them and then go around and just try and sell them to other kids, which probably wouldn't work, right? Because, like, no one would have had money. We would have all been, like, 7 years old. But it would have been, like, you know, fake money. It would have been like, oh, I'll give you this flour as barter for those sticks. And then I'd be like, yeah, okay. Then take the flour and crush it up into a potion and trick some kid into putting the potion on their skin, and then they, like, get a rash. That was always fun. But, like, all of the best trees for that specific kind of stick, like those umbrella trees, were frequently in other people's yards, so you were not going to be able to get a whole bunch of them at once. So I never got a giant fucking inventory of sticks. So every so often, I'll be doing CR Dungeon for various reasons. For killing goblins, or getting herbs, or whatever. And be like, oh yeah, they got some sticks. I got a few more sticks from doing this. And then thinking, like, I should just have a shop that's cool sticks. For, you know, for cheap. But it's just the idea of setting up a little mat in the marketplace that's just full of cool sticks. It's like, yeah, that's a fun little thing. Everyone will kind of get the idea of cool sticks, and they are actually something people buy. If you put them up on the auction house, not for a lot, but like 10,000 gold per stick that you get out of this, like, yeah, they'll sell fast. And then people will use them in Erg for their bigger weapons. Or use them for enchant training. Or both. But I've never actually gotten around to doing that. Usually because I'm too busy trying to sell food instead. I don't know. I like the idea of commerce in a game like this. Like, I'm not sure why that's always the thing I wanted to do. Like, I wanted to sell things to people as a kid. But it really... There's something about the idea of, like, an old-timey marketplace where you barter and all of this stuff is weird. Weird little trinkets and stuff. Like, always appealed to me. I was a kid at the right time for Ocarina of Time, which came out in, 1998, I think? And there... Yeah, you know, like, there was a lot of people anticipating that game, and when it came out, it was really good, but... I had never played a Zelda game before that, so every time I saw it in Nintendo Power in their little previews, I was like, I don't know what this is. I've never heard of this. They're talking about how it's going to be great when it comes out, but all they're showing is a couple of screenshots, and it's just some guy standing there. So I ignored it for a long time. Until it came out, and then, like, the actual guides started appearing in Nintendo Power. And then on those guides, there was the thing for both the Happy Mask salesman and his trading sequence. And then the trading sequence for the Big Orange Sword. And the thing where it's like, oh yeah, you go here and there, and then you gotta get the chicken, and then you gotta go take this mushroom over to get turned into medicine, but it's too late to get the medicine to the guy, so they do all that shit. You gotta... take things here and there and sell the mask to the postman and all of this other stuff. And I had no interest in, like, a game with, like, dungeons and a sword. I did... Like, from the screen caps, it was like, oh, why do I care about this adult human man with a sword? Which is not a good way to explain Link. But I didn't know. Just, like, it was just this low-poly humanoid just going around and killing things. It was like, okay... There's lots of games like that, right? That's not that big a deal. I like games like Banjo-Kazooie, where everything's colorful and you jump on stuff. I don't want to be in a serious medieval world. But then they showed in one of the Nintendo Powers just this trade sequence, and I was like, I want to do a trade sequence. And begged my parents to get me the game. And then really liked the rest of the game, and it was very influential to me, like... as a kid, with things like how I would design characters and put clothes on characters, like I still like it took a long time to stop putting characters in, like, the little Link adventurer tunics and stuff, and just, I don't know, it was a huge influence on me, but I wouldn't have even looked at it twice if it didn't have, like, trade sequences in it. Like, I just wanted to be a merchant. I don't know, that was just always a thing for me as a kid. Alright, anyways... I killed your goblins for you, you maniac. Alright. You need 10 Grandmaster seals to become a Grandmaster, and I've got 2. You can get 3 a day. Every time I hear trains, I keep thinking of this one meme where someone suplexes a train. That's in a Final Fantasy game. Like, that's a... I don't remember which one. It's one that I haven't played. It's one of the 2D ones, like 6 or something. Now what do I need? Ah. I was supposed to go from the castle to Dunbarton. Let's just fly to wherever the nearest other moon gate was. Was it over here? No. There's like nothing out here. There it is. But yeah, I wasn't necessarily interested in a kid as like doing the high adventure, the fantasy destiny where you do all the dungeons and save the day. But I wanted to just like sell masks to losers on the side of the road. And I'm kind of doing the same thing here, where it's just like, I want to sell cool sticks. I want to sell cake. Sometimes it'll be cake. Sometimes it'll be sashimi. Whatever. Never even finished a Final Fantasy game. I have finished Chocobo's Dungeon 2, which was also very influential to me as a kid, and Final Fantasy X. And I think that's it. I have a save file on this PC that is like right before basically the end of the game for Final Fantasy VIII, but I saved and was like, I'm gonna go back and get the rest of the cards, and then just didn't go back. Ah, here's where I'm supposed to go. I'm supposed to put down flyers for this new program for training the populace.
You pass by this wall whenever you make your way to the Moon Gate, from the Moon Gate to Dunbarton. A poster placed here would catch the notice of many such travelers. Put up a poster. The poster has been attached securely to the wall. It would take a gale force wind to peel it away.
Played 15 hours of Final Fantasy X and dropped it because it didn't get and keep your interest. I don't know, I liked it. I like 8 more, but 10 is a little easier, I think. I've 99%ed Final Fantasy X. I did not get the final legendary weapon because I did not beat the really bugged out butterfly catching game. Like, it's just really tricky on the original PS2. I've heard they've kind of fixed it, like they've made the collision on that map a little better, maybe? I hope? But I don't know. You stand back and gaze at the poster you've put up. It may not be the fighting the forces of evil, but it's honest work. Go place the next one on the side of Dunbarton's weapon shop. There's a character here who will remark on you doing that if she exists, but I guess I have to do other things in order for her to be there? I swear there's supposed to be someone there. I don't remember how you get to the part where you get her, though. Like, it's a character that ushers in a different mechanic in the game that I haven't done yet. Or at least haven't done with Pepperspark. I'm sure there's, like, some minimum level or some other tutorial I need to have finished.
This is the outer wall of the town's weapon shop. You haven't gotten the consent of the property owner, so you're not sure whether it's okay, but, well, it does have the royal seal, and there is certainly plenty of space for a poster. The poster's been attached securely to the wall. It would take a driving rain to loosen the extra strength paste you use. You sense someone lingering behind you. Okay. Yeah, this I also remember happening, and she's always here no matter what. Hey now, what's this you've pasted on the outside of my shop? Neris's eyes narrow as she glares at you. Her gaze shifts to the poster as she reads it, and then you see her expression soften. Huh, a royal decree, is it? Nothing for it, then. It stays up until the posting period is over or the paste gives out. You look just as busy as ever. Do you ever get a chance to take a breather these days? You're far from the only busy one, though. A week or two ago, I had a young man come in and try to place an absurd order. He was asking for something that exists but has no physical form. Can you believe it? I can't string a price tag on an intangible, you know. I could, if given some time to think about it.
I told him there's no such thing, of course, and he just gave this big sigh, looking all forlorn. But then he decided to buy one of every kind of weapon I stock in the shop. Wild, isn't it? The fellow didn't look to have much coin on him either. Leastwise, not enough to splash on that kind of purchase. Wonder what he's got in mind for all those weapons. Though, seeing that poster just now, I wonder if it had something to do with Her Majesty's new venture. Is the Queen looking to create a new kind of weapon? It's just as long as it's better than 2 axes connected with a bit of chain, eh? Sword checks! Sword checks, yo! I know at least one person would get that, but she went to bed. That's fine, though. Anyway, that's enough from me. I'll tell any customers to give the posters a look on their way out. And don't worry, I won't take it down. Anyway, I'll see you around, Pepperspark. You stand back and gaze at the poster you've put up. Hey, at least you got Neris's permission in the end, so it's all above board now. Go place the next one near the school entrance. Alright. She probably has a question mark because she wants to teach me a skill or something. I'll do that in a sec. You arrive at the signboard in front of the school that lists available part-time jobs. This is where you were directed to put up the poster, but is this kind of advertisement allowed here? The poster has been attached securely to the sign. It would take a lightning strike to remove it, mainly by way of destroying the entire signboard. You sense someone lingering behind you. Pepperspark. While a part of me wishes to pretend I didn't witness your sketchy antics, I can't ignore you simply covering up legitimate part-time job postings. Isn't it a bit much? You feel Arwenwin's staring daggers into your back. Oh, your poster bears the royal seal. What's all this about now? The Queen wants to do something. I see. Perhaps this is a fortuitous bit of timing. To be frank, I've been feeling like I've run out of things to teach some of my longtime students and wasn't sure what I'd do. I've had a great many students in my time as an instructor and taught them many skills. If this venture aims to develop new abilities, it would certainly lead to the discovery of new techniques. Learning how best to use a new skill is undeniably challenging, but there are a few things more useful than a skill that has been properly trained and refined. If it pans out as they seem to hope, this venture could empower regular citizens. That's an admirable goal. I'm all for the crown acknowledging the importance of people having the power to protect themselves. If more people had that knowledge, perhaps, that would be a key factor in preventing future tragedies. Expression somewhere between rage and remorse flickers across Arwenwin's face. She has backstory. She was like a guard during a war, and like, I think it's, if I'm remembering right, like she snuck out to have a date with someone she was in love with, and while they were away, like the enemy got through the gate. Or something like that. I'm afraid such topics take me down a trail of unpleasant memories. That aside, this does appear to be a worthwhile endeavor, so I suppose I can overlook the poster. However, I'd like to move the poster to somewhere it would have greater visibility. There's also the issue that even if there aren't a lot of people seeking part-time jobs, we can't simply cover so many of those postings up. Tell you what, let's put the poster inside the school. I think it'd be a good thing for the students to be aware of. Alright. You place the poster in what seemed to be the choicest location on the board, but agree to take it down, handing it to Arwen. Thank you. I look forward to seeing the results of this venture. I'll see you later. Put up all the posters, kind of. Return to Arwen and give your report. Let's see what she actually wants from me. Yes, please don't block my view. Have you mastered lance counter? Remember, defense is key when wielding a lance. Leaving yourself open can be fatal with such a weapon. Keep your move simple and lance counter when you can. However, do not rush to lance canter, even if your enemy is near. I can't talk after this many hours. Unlike counterattack, lance counter has a very short duration. Always keep your eye on your enemy's movement. Using lance counter when they give their attack should be perfect. Now, doesn't matter how much we talk, there's no practice. Work on your lance counter. Any opponent will do, just master it. Is there anything else? No, I think... Did I have lance counter before that? I think that would have been me learning it. Yep. I didn't have it. Let's put it here. I do have a lance. And if eventually I want to get that gun lance Arcana, I should at least have the basics down. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's find... There should be like some bears out this way that I can use it on. Out here somewhere. No? Oh, there we go. Oh, don't... Andy Bane, go away. Alright, so... Oh, that was just an incident. Okay. You. Lance counter. No, doesn't want to do. Fine. I need something strong enough to survive that will hit me physically. God damn it. That's fine. It doesn't actually matter. I just thought it would be neat. What? I think I can take a shortcut back to the castle by doing... I need to be out of combat. Come on. I'm out of combat. There we go. Just takes it a while. So this guild hall is in the castle, so I can just do this. And then is it... yeah, it's this way. Let's get on a pet, because it's kind of annoying to do this. They'll give me a teleport directly to the Arcana room once I've gotten far enough in, but until then it's kind of a slog. Thunder Plains can also choke and burn. I remember doing the dodge lightning 100 times thing, and it wasn't hard, it was just tedious. I don't know. I also played World of Final Fantasy Max. I have World of Final Fantasy on Steam, I've just not played it. That's one of the ones I've been meaning to. Liked it, but other games came out and got your interest. Yeah, that's why I haven't started it. Alright.
Excellent work, Pepperspark. You were away longer than I expected. Did you end up chatting with friends along the way, or trying to kill goblins in a dungeon with no goblins?
Yes, twice.
The posters are now up in town across the kingdom. The few I gave you were basically the last of them, so I'm sure most people have seen the announcement by now.
I have 9 and 8 on the backlog eventually. I think I have 9 too. I think I bought it in a sale. Haven't played it. I desperately need to finish 8 first because that's my nostalgia game. Like, so much of my personal aesthetic and like my narrative choices and stories and things can be explained as Legend of Zelda plus Pokemon plus specifically Final Fantasy VIII. But I've never finished it. Anyways, doing this now.
In truth, the servant I tasked with helping me had made an error in their timing, sending out the couriers to put up the posters before I'd had the chance to speak of the matter with you, so the news has been circulating for several days now. Unfortunately, we haven't had any decent applicants. A few did come in response to the posters, but the interviews revealed them all to lack anything approaching the necessary qualifications. It would be tragic for the project to be a flop before it even began, due to a lack of qualified applicants. Do you think I'm just being too impatient about it?
Your Majesty, someone has come seeking an audience. Startled, Erwin calls out to the attendant outside the chamber.
Who is it?
A man. He says he's come in response to the poster he saw.
Grant him entry.
And here he is, the most nondescript person they could have made. I feel like that might be intentional. I don't know this guy's deal.
You see a young man with a tidy and well-maintained appearance. He doesn't seem familiar to you. In scanning the room, his eyes meet yours for a moment. The young man walks in to stand before Queen Erwin. Greetings, Your Majesty. It is an honor to have been granted an audience with you. He wears a clean-pressed shirt and vest, and his pale blue-gray eyes seem steeled in their intention. His light hair softens the serious look of his face, and his scarf, casually worn, swishes lightly when he walks. A calm and easygoing smile of the sort learned through experience rests on his face as he quietly scans his surroundings.
Heard good about 9 and a lot of mixed opinions on 8. Yes, and they're all wrong. Every good or bad opinion on Final Fantasy VIII is wrong. The best parts are the parts people don't like, and the worst parts are the parts people do like. That's not true, because the part people like is Triple Triad, and that rules. But people really don't like the junction system, and I'm like, no, that's my favorite part. Fucking love that. I don't know. Maybe it's the same thing that draws me to games like Mabinogi, where they give you a jillion skills and you level them up to gain stats. Like the junction system where you gotta like steal spells from monsters and then like slap them onto your stats is like, I love that. It's also a very kind of quaint game in that it comes out at a point in the 90s where like half the game seems to be movie references in a way that's actually really cute, but that probably at the time just was eye-rolling, right? Like having your training center inside the school be literally Jurassic Park is probably something that looks cute and nostalgic now, but at the time kind of just made people think like this game isn't very original. Anyways.
Well met. I am Erwin, Queen of the Awoke Kingdom. Who might you be?
My name is Lawire. I saw the posters that had been put up and decided to pay a visit. Time is valuable, so allow me to get right to the point. I'm here to take up the leadership role in overseeing Your Majesty's new project. Erwin stares at the young man who introduced himself as Lawire. Lawire? I don't know. Then glances over to you.
Pepperspark, you are free to leave. This conversation may be long and perhaps a bit dull for you. There's no need for you to stay for the interview.
Nah. I don't trust him yet. Seems as though a long and serious conversation will take place between them. Well, perhaps more of a negotiation than a conversation.
Just as you were about to respond to Erwin.
Wait, just a moment, please. Would you be willing to stay a bit longer, Malation? Is that an actual clock for the actual time? Shouldn't be. In-game and out-game time are not on the hour. Whatever. I have a favor to ask. You are the famous Malation, are you not? Then it's more than all right if you stay. In fact, I insist on it. Yeah, the famous Pepperspark who's done... she retrieved an earring for someone in Tirschenile and fed an herb to a bear. That is the most she has ever done for anyone. Other than Baloney, who you can't see and don't know exists. Baloney might be non-canon, I'm not sure.
Erwin glances over to see if that meets your approval. I'm not certain what relevance this has to Pepperspark, but very well. Tell us then, why have you come?
I was about to get to that. You see, I want everyone in Erin to make use of the Arcana I've discovered.
Arcana, I confess I'm unfamiliar with the term. Would you care to enlighten us?
Of course, I'd be glad to elaborate. First, let's start with the basics, shall we? Now, as you're no doubt aware, most residents of Erin tend to have at least one weapon or art they're skilled in the use of. Peppermare is very distracting and funny here. I should have put the horse away, but this is great. Look at that, Peppermare loves me. Yeah. Anyways. One may excel in swordsmanship, another in spellcraft. Some have little taste for combat, but are prodigies with the tools of their chosen trade in hand. It's the normal course of things for people to follow a single path from birth. Malaysians accepted, of course. Lauire tilts his head toward you, as if to confirm that you're following him so far. Yeah, people are good at things, sometimes.
He seems to be speaking of talents, and now that you consider it, most residents of Erin seem to use just one talent.
Current research in the field suggests this may be due to the physical characteristics of the Tuatha De Danann. But beyond the physical, there's also the psychological dimension to consider. After all, a limit perceived is as good as a limit in truth. Doing a little spin. So dramatic over here, Peppermare. And most never think beyond using any more than 2 talents, and that's if they are the ambitious sort. As the Tuatha De Danann have normal mortal lifespans, unlike the Malaysians, they tend not to have time or resources to achieve mastery of more than one discipline. In actual Irish myth, because almost everything in Mabinogi is Irish and not Welsh, even though the name is Welsh, the Tuatha, I guess, are supposed to represent like a Christian missionary pared down version of previous like pagan gods. Like, they all have magic and shit, and Malaysians are just what they call, like, the modern migration of, like, humans to the island. So it's like the reverse of this, where the Tuatha are just the regular NPCs, and Malaysians are player characters who are all basically immortal monsters.
Yes, I am all too aware of those limitations. They are part of the reason why it has been difficult to think of a way to help my people grow stronger. With all that demands their time in their daily lives, it's difficult to ask them to learn something new or to master some craft or concept that would make them more powerful. How can I ask more from those who are already giving each day all they have? But of course you would not bring this up without having a solution to present, yes? I would not be amused were I to discover you were simply doing so in jest.
Perish the thought, your majesty. I am here to offer you the solution to this problem, that being the Arcana I mentioned earlier. With the problem established, it is now time for me to explain what exactly an Arcana is. At their most basic level, Arcana, technically Arcanum in the single, if you're given to nitpicking the details, are symbols that weave together skills and powers of similar types. Lauire reaches into his pocket and pulls out a crinkled piece of paper with an image sketched on it. Now, please direct your attention to this paper I conveniently had in my pocket, which I will henceforth refer to as Figure 1. Though the use of the symbol shown in Figure 1, powers and alike in nature can be combined, and this symbol is but one of many capable of uniting the strengths of the martial and magical arts. So after all this is the thing where you have to like have 20,000 cumulative levels and master 2 applicable talents, the thing he's proposing is that you stare at a picture that represents the 2 talents mixing, and then you can just do it because you stared at it long enough. Like, he's gonna explain it, but that's basically it. The mixing of 2 different powers is not, in and of itself, some profoundly difficult endeavor. No, the difficulty lies in the fact the lack of natural balance between the 2 may cause their respective energies to run wild when combined. That is where these symbols, the Arcana, come in. Utilizing the 2 powers in tandem while focusing on a symbol like that depicted in Figure 1 allows for the safe and stable use of combined disciplines without the risk of anything going out of control. Indeed, one would say that Arcana's role in all this is a fusion stabilizer of sorts. Even I'll admit, it's a bit of a heady topic to wrap one's head around. Still, it may give the Malaysians something to reflect on, given their storied prowess with all manner of weapons, skills, and disciplines. Actually, since I have you here, a question. When you were trading different powers and skills, wasn't there something unique that came from that harmony? Some of my weapons have, like, friends in them. I've got ghosts in the weapons and I can talk to them. I don't think that's what you mean. Lauire looks at you expectantly, his expectations obviously high. You ponder. Perhaps this is somehow related to hidden talents. You think back to how, when you develop multiple talents... Can I open that from here? Yeah, I can. Mastery of certain combinations granted the pairing a new name. So, I have Grandmaster, Cleric, and Bard. A bunch of these are standard. Knight is standard. Here we go. Grandmaster, Choirmaster. is what they call it when you just have music and holy arts and it's not the Arcana. Holy Knight is lance and holy arts. Holy Warrior is close combat. Yeah, they give them these. Pyrotechnician is guns and lances. Ranger is archery and war. Yeah, like they've got these and they don't do anything really. I guess they've got some bonus stats, but like they're not their own things. But then Arcana is going to be their own things. Okay. I can see it in your eyes, Malaysia. You remembered something, and I'm betting whatever it is you recalled, that's what Arcana seeks to develop and codify.
Wait, hold up just a minute. I'm afraid I'm not understanding any of this. Are you suggesting that your Arcana system here involves combining powers that are normally completely separate from each other?
Erwin brings Lauer's presentation grinding to a halt, flushed and obviously a bit confused.
What evidence can you present that this is even possible? I can't very well allocate the kingdom's resources to something that could just as well be a load of made-up flim-flam.
Aha, of course. This is where I'll need to ask the relation for a favor. For you, it should be a simple matter. You have but to meditate upon the symbol here in figure 1, and you will find yourself immediately able to utilize the power of Arcana. Would you be so kind? Ask her to do it herself? Erwin? No, whatever. Express suspicion. This is a silly system. Perish the thought. Arcana has never been observed to negatively affect the body in any way. Please trust me on this. Actually, it may be best to hold this demonstration outside, somewhere with enough space. Your Majesty, I ask that you place your trust in me and the power of Arcana. Let us head to a suitable location. That includes you as well, Malaysian.
Yeesh, did you understand any of that, Pepperspark? I have no idea what he's been going on about. I'm not entirely certain what to expect from this, but it can't hurt to observe this demonstration. Shall we be off?
You ended your conversation. Let's put this fabulous Raven Pegasus away for now. So it's silly, but also kind of makes sense that the idea of combining things is locked behind your ability to focus, and that having something to look at can focus it. Because psychologically, there's something there. It's just, this is an awful lot to apply. Other than the fact that it's a video game, so of course it's going to work. They decided it will work, so it will. But it's like, it's kind of a thing if you extrapolate it to a ridiculous level. Alright, this is just his description again. If you're ready, let's begin. Yeah? Choir master? I guess. They just needed to come up with titles for things. Thank you for joining me so promptly. Pepperspark was kind enough to supply the wooden dummy we'll be using for the demonstration. I didn't have that, but alright. I want one of those to just, follow me around? That'd be nice. Puppeting is its own thing. We'll get to that eventually, maybe. Now, if no one has any objections, I'd like to begin. This is actually the first time I've tried to guide someone how to use Arcana, and I'm not quite certain of the best way to explain this. Arcana themselves are formless, but have a shape that exists as an idea. Sorry. I hit the space bar. It's not a real thing is what he's saying. It exists as an idea mostly, so he's not sure how to convey it. First, can you recall the Arcana I showed you in focus? That itself may elicit some reactions. I'm sorry, I was trying to make sure my hand was on the WASD and hit the spacebar again. I don't know. My thumb's being dumb.
You don't need to overdo it, Pepperspark. Just concentrate.
As you recall the underlying principle of Arcana, you feel the outline of the crest you saw being etched into your soul. It would be best to focus first, concentrating on the form of the crest you were shown earlier. Focus. You focused, but felt no response. Do you really not feel anything, Pepperspark? You're fully prepared, so there should be some sort of change.
You seem rather tense. Relax, there's no need for that. Just take it slow.
Pepperspark, recall the Arcana once more and focus. Look at the drawing I did of a sword. Remember how you use the close combat and magic skills, then think of those energies coursing together and intermingling. Each arcana channels 2 different kinds of power. As you focus, recall your body's memory of performing the windmill technique and your mind's memory of casting Ice Bolt. Perhaps your recollection wasn't vivid enough. You felt no response.
Lower, is there something lacking? If even Pepperspark is having trouble getting this to work, how can one expect the average citizen to make use of these arcana?
It's too early to get impatient. Pepperspark, can you use the skill directly? I mean, without invoking the Arcana. Since it's your first time trying to use Arcana, you may be having a hard time knowing how to approach the concept. If you can awaken your mind to the concept while using skills from the talent the Arcana draws upon, you may see a better response. Let's start with the basics, shall we? I'd like you to attack the wooden dummy before you, alternating between the windmill skill and the Ice Bolt spell. Alright, do that. So they messed with my hotbar. And then pop, and then swoop, and then pop, and then just keep doing it. Just keep trying it. She's awakening something. Finally, you feel a response. While it's difficult to pinpoint where or to describe the sensation, you feel a powerful energy coursing through you. That light I saw just now, I'll take it as a sign you've finally gained command of the Arcana.
Wow, I knew you could do it, Pepperspark.
Now, let's take this step by step. Your ability to channel the energy of ice magic should be much better now thanks to your earlier use of Ice Bolt. What is this supposed to convey? Like, this is a very in-character response for Pepperspark, because she always looks a little bit smug and laughing at things, but we're trying to do a thing here. In fact, why not try it right now? Let that ice elemental energy flow into your melee strike as your attack.
The feeling is subtle, but present, as though something unknown has newly awoken within you. You have the feeling that you can wield the skills of 2 talents at the same time, even weaving them together in ways never before seen. Use Instill Frost on the sword you're holding to imbue the blade with ice magic.
I mean, it's... I'm realizing I didn't notice this when I did this the first time with Elimina, but I don't think it's supposed to be Instill Frost. I think it's, when you actually get Elemental Night, it's Instill Element, and it's one skill for all of them? Whatever. So I'm just supposed to keep hitting it. Something will happen eventually. Eventually. Any minute now. You feel something. It may well be the Arcana surging within you.
You begin to feel like you can use skills directly through the Arcana, as though you've always been able to use such techniques.
Very good.
Oh, quite the interesting demonstration.
It didn't look like anything.
You seem to have really gotten the hang of commanding Arcana. At this level, you ought to be able to use even more advanced skills. I don't know if the Arcana I showed you will be able to channel enough power to actually facilitate that, but surely there's little harm in attempting it. Let's see, do you think you could perform the windmill skill while mixing in ice magic? A skill that combines windmill and ice magic. Somehow, a rough idea of how it would work readily floats to the surface of your mind. Now there's just the issue of actually performing it.
Wait a minute, Pepperspark. If you use Shattering Windmill while your weapon is instilled with ice magic, you should be able to further increase its destructive power.
Isn't that pushing things a bit too far? Is it even possible?
It's not only fine, it's eminently possible. You have the capability to do it, Pepperspark. Your stability, even as a first-time Arcana user, is beyond what I could have hoped for. The Arcana may or may not be able to withstand the power you need to channel to do it, Pepperspark, but even if it should fail, it shouldn't cause you any harm. Just relax and try. You're concerned about whether what's being asked of you is even possible, but Lauara's reassurance convinces you to give it a shot. Use Shattering Windmill while under the effect of Instill Frost. Alright, Frosty. Spinning. Ah. You can feel the ice magic flowing strongly through your weapon, empowering the skill. But in that moment, you sense a strange emptiness as though you forgot something. You try to recall the Arcana and use the skill again, but it doesn't come readily to mind. Wait, Pepperspark, could it be that you no longer... Judging by your expression, you sense something amiss. The Arcana I showed you in my diagram was a rudimentary design meant as more of a proof of concept. It seems you channeled enough power through it that it reached the limits of what it could endure. After all, even as intangible concepts, Arcana are still limited by the complexity of their design. From that, I think we can safely say that the combination of skills you just performed represents the limit of that particular iteration of the design. You may have to wait a while before you're able to use that particular Arcana again and to blend close combat and magic. Yeah, because I didn't choose that one. Seems like the Arcana you've been using for that demonstration can no longer be used. Yeah. Worry not, I plan to enhance this Arcana's crest even more if possible. Once we pass a critical juncture in the Arcana's development, failures like what you just experienced should no longer occur. I firmly believe that I can grow the Arcana to a point where they can be a permanent part of your arsenal, Pepperspark. If we overwrite the foundation of the engraved Arcana with a more advanced one, it may be possible for you to possess multiple Arcana crests concurrently.
Listening to you postulate, it seems there's still research to be done. At this point, I believe it's pertinent to return to the subject of the project's funding. Since it appears there's nothing more to be showcased at the present, shall we return to the castle?
Oh, of course. I'll spend a few minutes cleaning up a bit before I return. Please, go on ahead without me.
Very well, but tell me, how did you first conceive of these Arcana?
Well, at the place I used to work, or rather the place I used to live, I happened to witness an odd sight. Someone grasping a sheathed sword like a wand, twirling it with a flourish and casting ice bolts. Well, this person, this is so suspicious. Is it a demon? This person managed to actually cast the spell, much to my surprise, but it made a bit of a mess. It really got me thinking, though. What if it wasn't some random flight of fancy, but a discipline unto itself? After I lost my job, why'd you lose your job, buddy? I threw all my time and resources into researching exactly how feasible such a thing might be.
I see. Well, you don't need to be too meticulous with your cleanup. Just do what you need to and come so we can continue our discussion. Come, Pepperspark, let's return. You know, I likely did a terrible job concealing my surprise seeing you do all that. I want to talk with you more about it if you would.
You follow Eowyn back to her throne room in the royal castle. I need some water. Alright. I want to say we're like halfway through the introduction to this concept, which is separate from actually getting one. This is just our access to the thing where we get it.
Oh my, it's hard to believe even after seeing with my own eyes. I think I'm still taking it all in. I've long known how great you are, Pepperspark.
Pepperspark, the great tutorial user who used an event to get here and has never done anything.
But I didn't realize you could even do things like that. Just think, if normal people can harness power like that as well, this project will meet its objectives with flying colors. I think the issue to consider now is the potential risks. Pepperspark, do you feel strained or at all unwell? Do you sense anything dangerous about the process?
My throat kind of hurts. Your head still feels a bit light, and you think you may have tweaked something in your lower back. My lower back's always tweaked. And now that you stop to think about it, the second joint of your right index finger is, feeling a mite creaky. Yeah, maybe. That's my clicking finger.
Looking back at Eowyn, you wince a little. I suppose it stands to reason. The development of these Arcana is still a work in progress after all. Significant safety improvements will need to be considered as a key metric of the program's growth. You're not exaggerating the pain, are you? Your face seemed entirely normal just a moment ago. Anyway, it's clear there's much to be discussed. The safety of this Arcana system wants for enhancement, of course, but even if it were improved by to a satisfactory extent, making it available to all who wish to avail themselves of it is another matter entirely. I should question Lawire about this. If he has already considered issues like these and built them into his model, it's less likely that he's a complete scam artist. If so, I would feel more comfortable extending at least some level of trust. Aside from that... Actually, when I first saw him, I wasn't sure, but the longer he talked, the more I had a feeling I've seen him somewhere before. It's like he's more familiar to my eye than the endless cavalcade of visitors we receive in the castle. But he's neither a public official, nor does he hail from a noble lineage, and those account for the vast majority of those whose faces are known to me. That leaves the uncomfortable possibility that he's someone who has attempted to ambush me before. That's the only situation I can think of where I might remember the face of someone I don't commonly encounter. Still, I'm not willing to forego a significant opportunity on the basis of unfounded suspicions. The quickest way to have an answer is to simply ask Lawire myself. Here he comes now.
I have no idea where this plot thread is going, because I don't know her lore, and I have no hints about what he's up to. He seems very suspicious, though. Sneaking up and licking my hammer.
I have returned, Your Majesty. Very good. I have a few questions for you, if you would indulge me.
Of course.
You mentioned that the crest in question can no longer be used. Is it possible to find a way to increase the amount of power it's capable of channeling?
It's theoretically possible, yes, but it may take some time. At a base level, Arcana crests are like a series of canals and locks that control a cycle and regulate power couplings that might otherwise prove volatile. It's like a maze you do with your brain so that you don't fumble the skills, I guess is what he's saying. By adding additional complexity to the crest and reinforcing nodes in search-prone areas, we should be able to increase the amount of power that can be channeled through a crest at any given time. In other words, we need to make the crest more intricate, and that's what takes time.
I see. Then how do you propose to get from that developmental state to a point where these arcana are both stable and convenient to use? It's one thing to create a system that Pepperspark can use, but I want the general populace to be able to use these safely and easily.
The answer to that is, again, time. The Militian, that is Pepperspark here, already possesses proficiency in enough arts and techniques to fill several lifetimes. For someone like that, they've already achieved a level of mastery over the powers they're trying to blend. But those who haven't reached that level, or those only proficient in one of the two skill sets being combined, will have to use an arcana that has already been optimized to account for such use cases. The weaker or more chaotic the flow of energies is, the more robust the channel needs to be to safely guide the flow, sending the two energies coursing together, then apart at the right places without causing complications. Further research will no doubt result in more complete arcana that are better and better at doing this. Did this just pop in on the side without me noticing? I don't think that's not relevant. The more perfectly formed the Arcana's crest is, the more stable it will naturally be. So, as I indicated before, one of the core components of our research would be on the reinforcement of the Arcana that have been discovered.
Impressive. It seems you've come well prepared, Lawire. I understand the points you're making. You're not there yet, but with dedicated research, given proper time and funding, the chances are favorable, yes?
That's correct.
Very well. Then I have just one more question for you. Have we ever met before?
Look at him. I beg your pardon?
I cannot explain why, but you look familiar to me. Have our paths ever crossed before now?
Lawire is clearly flustered, remaining silent in his shock. I'm sorry, I don't see where we would have.
Lawire, unless you look at me and give me a clear and satisfactory answer to my question, I'll have little choice but to assume your intentions to be hostile. To frame it with perfect clarity, I am implicating you of being present during an attempt on my life.
No, nothing could be further from... This is a complete misunderstanding. Here's the truth, Your Majesty. I was born into a family that served one of the city's many noble houses. If you've seen me before, it was perhaps at some banquet, carrying my master's coat or arranging a carriage. I just stare at him.
I'm sure you're innocent, buddy.
They wouldn't mention this if there wasn't something to be said here. I guess it could be a red herring, but I don't see why it would be. You can see Laur's face flushed, practically glowing red as he hangs his head in embarrassment.
My apologies, I jumped to the wrong conclusion. Worry not, you have satisfactorily allayed all my remaining concern. And with that matter behind us, it is that with great pride that I, Queen Aruman of the Islek Kingdom, confer upon you, Laur, the provisional headship of our new ability development program.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
I intend to give you my full support and the resources that come with it once I've seen some of the promise of your new system realized. For the present, though, I hope you will understand why this role is a provisional one. You said you need to conduct more research in order to produce results, but to fund this venture directly from the royal treasury
Losing my abilities.
But to fund this venture directly from the royal treasury will be a process more complicated than you likely realize. Instead, your initial funding shall be paid from my personal holdings, as that can be accessed straight away. As for accommodations, there is a room on the second floor of the castle currently being used for storage. I shall order it to be emptied and cleaned, so please make use of it as your base of operations. It may not be the royal treasuries, but I assure you shan't find any personal financing lacking. I want you to be focused on not shaving a pence or two from the budget sheet, but on producing results with these arcana. We've shoved all manner of miscellany? All manner of miscellany into that room, and frankly it's a mess. I wonder who we can get to clean it out. It'll take several days to have it prepared for your use, so if you'd like to take your leave, you may check back in 3 or 4 days.
If you would, I'd be honored to take on the cleaning duties myself. Please just show me where this room is and leave the rest to me.
Is that so? The room is quite spacious, just to let you know. It's the room furthest down the Great Hall on the second floor of the castle. You'll require a key to get in, so see the custodian about that first.
My thanks. I'll go to survey it for myself shortly. Again, allow me to offer my deepest gratitude for your generosity, Your Majesty.
Yes, I'm expecting great things from you. Thank you for all your help as well, Pepperspark. I'm glad someone with such promising ideas finally applied for the position. I originally called you here just to conference with you, but one thing led to another, and you ended up serving as something of a personal aid in this matter. I believe he will have need of your assistance again, and sooner rather than later. After all, his research will eventually need to be put to the proof, and when that day comes, he would benefit greatly from the help of a seasoned veteran. Although, depending on the pace of the progress, I'd like to be able to read, but I've lost that ability. Perhaps that will be further in the future. The room I mentioned to him is stacked nearly to the ceiling with boxes and furniture, all covered with a thick layer of dust. It would take a week for one person to clear and clean it.
Erin takes a moment to calm her nerves, taking several deep, long breaths.
It feels like a cyclone has passed through. I expect there will be some time before Laur has need to call upon you, so until then, take this opportunity and rest. Thank you again for all your help. I hope to see you again soon.
Erwin smiles, waving to you as you prepare to depart. Alright, that's not the end of this. No. Right, so this is not the end of the quest. She's just been back here watching it. So I should be able to go down here, I think. Here. No. Okay, it's still locked. Oh, there we go. It's inconsistent what things you have to physically press the button for and what you don't. I always forget to do that. Alright. Did that actually change something in here? No. Got other things to do before that quest progresses. Just watching. Just sort of watching this happen. Mauer stands up straight, greeting you beside his impeccably organized desk. So yeah, this place was apparently filled with, like, nothing but boxes and storage, and it's this nice. Which, whatever. Sure. Go ahead. Pepperspark, you're here. Look at this room, isn't it nice? How'd you do it this fast? It's not for nothing that I'm pouring my efforts into the research of Arcana. There's one I can even use. The cleaning Arcana. What? Apologies, I was aiming for a shot of levity, but it just came out weird. The duller truth is that it's just speed board of practice. I've been cleaning every kind of floor object and surface ever since I was a child. When it comes to tidying up, I can do the work of 3 maids. The furniture you see here was also provided by the Queen. Some of it was already in the room when I got here, but the best pieces were added later to round out the resort. The weapons in the corner over there I actually bought myself. He's the one that Neris saw. When I was doing my own research on Arcana. I never had a good place to store them before, but it's nice to finally have a proper home for them here. There's one more thing that Her Majesty the Queen did for me. She got us set up as a temporary association while the official paperwork circulates through the necessary channels. That will allow us to begin our work as the Arcana Association immediately. Organizations under the royal banner that lean towards scholarly research are classified as societies, while those with a more active practical bent are classified as associations. By way of example, you're maybe familiar with the Royal Society of Astronomy. I'm not, but that's what should have been when I placed the first flyer. The astronomy person should have been there. I've just not done those quests. And the Musician Alliance. On one hand, we're certainly research-oriented, as we must be in order to further develop the Arcana. However, our ultimate objective is empowering the people of the kingdom, in accordance with Queen Aerowin's wishes. So, since the practical objective takes priority, she decided it would be most appropriate to designate our organization as an association. This doesn't seem like necessary dialogue. The catch is, we needed to provide more substantial results in order to be recognized as an official association. Still, I'm very grateful. This will be enormously helpful in allowing our organization to grow. In fact, that's why I called you here, Pepperspark. I apologize for summoning you so soon after you aided me last time, but there was something I wanted to suggest to you. Well, less of a suggestion and more of an offer, really. Although we may not be entirely certified yet, I'd like for you to join us as a member of the Arcana Association, Pepperspark. With you as our charter member, I can't imagine it'd be difficult to become an official association. But it's not simply for my benefit that I'm asking you to join. When I saw you demonstrating the use of Arcana, I was sure that what we're researching here would help you develop your own abilities. From what I've heard, you often take part in adventures or studies that aid in your own growth, yes? I've done nothing but studying for growth. Like, everything I've ever done has been some tiny lunatic girl telling me to go do things and learn stuff, and then I get 1,000,000 levels. That's Pepperspark's life. I believe Arcana will be especially responsive to you, helping to channel the powers you already possess and blending them to be greater than their components. Pepperspark, as you continue to train and grow, it's my belief that the concept of Arcana itself will grow along with you. So, what do you say? Will you join us in our endeavor, wheresoever it may lead? Got no choice. When you give Lauer an affirmative nod, you see the tension disappear from his face. I'm worried I'm, like, reading these too fast because I'm just trying to get through them at this point. Thank you, Pepperspark. Let's give this our best effort. Now, before I go over our general game plan, we should make sure you're up to speed on all the basics concerning Arcana. I didn't have much time for explanations before, as I had my hands full in fielding questions from Her Majesty the Queen, but I think I finally stated even her considerable curiosity. Good, good. There are some details I need to clarify first that might be a bit surprising, even to someone of your experience. Hi. Before, I showed you a simple Arcana that I drew, but Arcana are not drawings. I often refer to their conceptual shapes as sigils or crests, but in truth, there's nothing physical I can provide to you related to Arcana. That is because Arcana aren't concrete things. You can possess an Arcana and utilize them in ways that produce very real effects, but the Arcana themselves are intangible. Let's see, maybe it's best to think of Arcana as objects possessed by your soul, rather than by your body. They exist and perform their function at that higher metaphysical level. So it's like a chakra or something? I guess.
It all sounds rather vague and difficult to get a clear sense of, doesn't it?
But once you start using Arcana, the question of how you possess them becomes more of an academic aside. Far more important is the confidence you'll have that the Arcana has become something that is your own, and that you can make use of as you like. Yeah, okay. If you got all that, I'll move right along to the next topic. Now, I just mentioned that Arcana take the form of sigils or crests, but they're nothing unreasonably complex like some glyph or summoning circle. You're familiar with the traditional knotwork patterns that frequently appear in weaving and metalwork in Erin, yes? Yeah, Celtic knots. There's, that's not one. That's like a fleur-de-lis. Yeah, no, these walls don't have any, but I'm sure if I scroll around... No. Well, the menu logo is one, so whatever. I'd say the designs are more akin to that. Since the focus in Arcana is on how two different sources of power are intertwined, the more complex the pattern, the greater the intermingling of said powers. Arcana crest can be thought of as a decorative knot that begins simply and grows in complexity. The power you possess flows along the path dictated by the crest design. I think this is like a meditation strategy some people do in the real world. Like they have like little drawn mazes like that you kind of like meditate on, like you run your finger through it, and that's just supposed to be a mindfulness thing. I've vaguely heard that. So it's that, I guess. Think of a practical analog, you might think of the lines as a complicated system of pipes or canals, and your power is water that flows through them. Even if there's a surge in a river, a pipe or canal fed from it will regulate the flow of water based on its size. In much the same way, Arcana are used to regulate the flow and mixing of disparate powers. For that reason, one of the core goals of our research here is to find ways to enhance and reinforce the crests of the Arcana we discover. That is the best and most straightforward way to increase an Arcana's stability. Like I said before, Arcana aren't something one can physically possess, like a weapon or spellbook. They exert an influence that can be felt and even measured, but have no tangible form. That's what makes this part rather difficult. The method I'd like to attempt is finding an unstable substance, something whose very material state is in flux, may be able to be converted to a state similar to that of the Arcana. We need mind plasma. We need fucking quantum daydream fluid. The long and short of it is, if we have some sort of energy over which we can exert control and render that compatible with Arcana, we could theoretically be able to directly alter and enhance the Arcana. Of course, I use the word substance lightly here. The energy is of greater importance than the matter. But as long as it is something we can safely handle and use, I'm willing to try. It would be best to have a self-contained energy if possible. Is there anything you've seen in your travels that comes to mind, Pepperspark? So, Pepperspark has not really touched alchemy almost at all, and does not know what stardust is. How about fire? Might some sort of fire be the most straightforward solution? It's something people use every day, and flames certainly give off plenty of energy. You suggested to Lauer. Oh, that's a good idea, actually. I'm not sure if your everyday cook fire would suit our purposes, but if we could get some sort of flame a bit more mystical in nature, it might be possible to attune its energy to the Arcana. I think something with the properties of a flame would suit our needs. However, the flame needs to be both unstable enough that its energy might be shifted, yet still strong enough to apply the force of that energy to the Arcana. You know how to use alchemy to change the structure of a thing at the fundamental level to create something entirely new, and have researched the unusual stardust phenomenon in your dealings with the Royal Society of Astronomy. No, I haven't. Fuck that. I don't know what that is. That's fake. Just like you. When I think of the discovery of stardust, I can't help but wonder if strange phenomena of that sort of manifested elsewhere somewhere rich. Manifested somewhere rich in fire elemental energy. Perhaps there's something out there that, with proper handling, can be utilized as easily as you now harness the power of stardust, Pepperspark. I don't have that. Valire frowns for a moment, then returns to his usual smile. I have a rough idea of how we should direct our inquiries, at the least. Our next objective will be to find some object or energy strongly aligned with the element of fire that we might conceivably use to enhance the Arcana crests. Let's split up Pepperspark. I'll sift through any relevant books to find any information that might suggest the best way to go about altering a crest. Paying a visit to Ari at the Dunbarton bookstore should prove fruitful. She often has good suggestions for me no matter the topic. Oh, that guy's sword is kind of a Celtic knot. There's an example of a Celtic knot in this game. Thanks, guy. Is it Celestial? As for you, Pepperspark, I'd like you to travel to some region you know of that's rich in fire elemental energy and find if any unexplainable phenomena have been observed or anything new discovered. For a start, I think Iria's volcanic region would be a very sensible place to search. Even if something has been found there, word of such things from abroad trickles back to Ulat at a regrettably slow pace. I believe the Royal Geological Society has set up a long-term camp in that area. That seems as good a place as any to begin your inquiries. The Queen may also have heard something, as she receives regular reports from the Royal Societies. With that, let us be off. You and Lauer have teamed up to find a way to enhance Arcana. Before leaving the castle, pay a visit to Erwin and ask about any reports from the Geological Society that might point you towards some new phenomena or discovery. Okay, so I don't think Pepperspark has encountered them either, but I know who they're talking about. There's just a little camp in Iria at the foot of a volcano. They'll, look at fossils if you bring them fossils. That's about it. Alright. Give me everything you know about volcanoes.
Pepperspark, what is it now? I thought you'd gone to the Arcana Association room.
Reports.
I've not seen any new dispatches from their Irian camp lately. I have, however, received numerous reports of all sorts from the Royal Society of Astronomy. You think there may have been a report from the Geological Society in the last week or two? Let me see. Did I overlook it in the deluge of reports coming in from the Royal Society of Astronomy? They have a young member who's very enthusiastic about her work. It seems we get a new report in from her practically every day. Ah, here it is. A surveyor's exploration report sent by the Geological Society not a month past. It doesn't contain any confidential info, so you're free to read it.
Alright. It's a pretty light report as far as these things go. Perhaps 3 or 4 pages. You glance down at the first page, printed in neat, clear script. Geological Society, Kalita Camp Port 213 by Belita. Report categories: soil composition, geological activity, nothing seems to stand out. An unusually flammable substance has been discovered in flint samples recently taken from the eastern side of the Raspa volcano. The flames it gives off are more volatile than conventional fire, making them difficult to observe. However, given its unpronounced differences in color and temperature, we suspect it to be a material heretofore unknown to us. The discovery was made not long ago, but subsequent flint samples collected have contained the same substance. A survey of other minerals in the area did not reveal any other sources for this material. A more detailed analysis of its composition is underway, though given the small sample size, progress has been slow. This report tells of the discovery of some new substance that possesses fire elemental properties.
Did you find anything? There are so many reports that I haven't had enough hours in the day to read over them all myself, even if I wished to.
Yeah, this works.
Ah, that's good to hear. By the by, I presume you've heard the news that the Arcana Association has now been officially established, yes? It has only provisional status at the moment, but that will only be until the paperwork has been fully processed. I expect that formality to be taken care of within the week. I may have been the one to push for this new venture, but I fear I may have underestimated how tiring it would be to fulfill all the bureaucratic requirements for such a venture. Thank you for all your help in getting the Arcana Association up and running. Well then, if that's all for now, I have some matters of state I fear I can't put off much longer. Take care you don't overexert yourself with all your running around.
Seems like it's volcano time. Go talk to Belita. Ugh. Shaking out my neck because my throat's sore. So, what am I doing? I shouldn't use my feet. I should go into action. Then continent warp. Area. You can do that once per in-game day. What? Continent warp is available after the quest for war threat. What? What do I not have? No. I don't have whatever that fucking... Okay. That's fine. I should be able to continent warp. I don't know what that quest is. I'm just gonna go down and hope I can... Like, I guess I could just take the boat. There's nothing stopping me from taking the boat. It's just, the boat takes like a solid 5 minutes where nothing happens. Restricted from flying. This is a very small... The courtyard doesn't have a lot here, so I understand they wouldn't want me to fly, but this is taking a while. I would like to fly over these little barristers if I could. Actually, there was a moon gate in there. What the fuck am I doing? Okay. Yeah, there's a moon gate in there. I should have just gone straight to it. It's this way. I forgot. So... It said that the thing I need to do is called the Famor Threat. And I don't know which quest that is, because that's a really generic thing to say. I'm gonna go to Port Cobb. This is one of two places I can take a boat to Iria. Oh man, I've never been here with the sound on. This music's nice. But I cannot actually not know where the fuck I'm going, and I really don't think we want me to do the boat the long way. So I'm gonna look it up. Famor Threat. It should be... It's a beginner tutorial quest. What the fuck? This isn't... Okay. I gotta talk to Lorna? That's fine. Or is it not? No? Sorry, the sound is off because I'm not in the thing. Okay. Going to Tir Shanile. If I'm not in the window, for some reason the sound doesn't play because it doesn't want to do... It's trying to go through desktop sound. It won't notice game sound from Mabinogi itself. So if I'm clicking down onto my second screen, it treats it as I'm off that desktop on a different desktop. That's fine though. So Famor Threat is the quest for like learning how to use actions. I think I'm supposed to learn how to like make a paper plane or something. Or no, this one tells you about paper planes. That's different. It's so funny that it's bears up there. Alright, do you have a thing to tell me? Yeah. Nothing. Okay. You seem comfortable conversing with the skills keyword. You can shoot an arrow? Congratulations. What? Okay. I just got Magnum shot. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Do I have a now's letter of introduction? I've got teleportation scrolls. I could just go places, I guess. Yeah, but I'm gonna be bothered by this forever if I don't figure it out. So, the first time I played as Pepperspark, there was, like, basic making a new character stuff. Okay, that's not gonna help. There was, like, basic make a new character stuff that involves Lorna and Pan. That's where I got Candy Bane the Broom. Ugh, okay.
These are tutorial quests from a jillion years ago. What the hell?
Okay. It's supposed to be specifically from Duncan. Okay. I want to say this is from an older version of... I've got the wiki up. I could just teleport there because I apparently have scrolls, but I'm annoyed that this is still here. I, for the longest time, had a tutorial quest stuck on my main character, who I've had since, like, 2006 or 7, that I couldn't get off until very recently. It would just finally let me delete it. Alright. So what can I do for you? You have a thing? Okay, fuck. Hey, what's in my auction house? Cool. I sold a hat. This is all stuff I had listed here as Elimina, so it's weird that they're letting me access it. Whatever. Quest. Sorry. Deliver a piece of paper to Liz. That's probably not it, but like the thing it's telling me I have to do involves learning actions, and she's trying to teach an action. So if I clear this out of the way, maybe it'll jostle something in the system. That's my only guess so far. Sure, I'll take this paper I'm not gonna need. She wants paper. So she can teach me how to make an airplane. And since that's an action, and the other thing was supposed to be about learning how to do actions like continent warp, I guess that's my lead. Alright, you're back. Alright, then watch this. First, fold the paper like this, then some other shit. Ta-da! Magical flying paper. It's awesome, right? I knew you'd say that. Flying it is simple, too. Hold the bottom like this and just throw it to the sky. It'll soar through the air like it bumped into a tree. Fly it in a wide open space, because when it falls if it's bumped into a building or tree. Come back and play with me soon. Alright. It's cute. It's just an emote. That's it. It does tell you, like, who threw it and how far it went. Takes a paper every time. Alright, looking at the other shit down here. No? What else could it possibly be? This is so freaking weird. So, the thing I'm reading is, I'm almost positive stuff I've done, but also stuff that it's outdated. Huh? Nothing. What the fuck? Okay. That just came out of nowhere. Alright. Somehow by fuddling around I have triggered something? God, this is weird. This is the problem is that they've got like layered levels of detritus of tutorials. Cause like there was whatever was in the game when the game was new, which wasn't that much, but I remember like you're supposed to go around and talk to NPCs and they'll eventually show you things. Like you use keywords, that was more of a thing back then. But now it's like Blanid shows you everything, but that's a second version of her, and before that they had stuff that Lorna does, and she still does some of it, but not all of it. Whatever. They decided I need to... Just got laser blasted by my own skill as a tailor by cutting sheep hair. Whatever. We'll go with it. What is my sheep shearing at? Rank B? Guess that's fine. That's one of the first things I tried to master with Elimina because I just like it. I just like the sheep here. They're very cute. And I really do enjoy the life skill stuff in this game. It's just very cozy. But being forced to do it while I'm trying to do like a real quest is like, come on. Please let this be the thing that'll unbreak the... Because I'm only assuming this will unbreak it. That Continent Warp will work for me once I've done the other tutorials. Which isn't really on the list that I got here, but it is tutorial quests. So I'll do them. Pepperspark is the eternal tutorial girl, I guess. Oh, you know what else she is? She should be the fashion girl. Give me a second. This is the fashion, the outfit rental thing. Let's set it to just girl. So I could just put her in different clothes now if I want, just for free. What would look good? That's lovely, but it's kind of ill-fitting. You can change this every day, so I don't have to put that much deliberation into it. What's a good Christmassy thing? Some of these outfits I just have in my dressing room too, so I want to pick something that I don't normally have. Some of the shit they put in here is like really old too. Like they decided to throw some real basic stuff in just because it's funny, I guess. Oh, that's just straight up the priest robe, but it's in a weird color. Huh. I'm just gonna pick something for her. Huh? That's cute. Oh, I'm gonna take the tutorial off the screen. Oh, welcome, Raider of One. I'm stumbling about and picking outfits. Doesn't really fit her. This kind of fits. Color's wrong, though. What's this called? Waffle cone dress. If I X out and then come back and type waffle, case sensitive. But will it be in a different color? Not really. Some of them do, if you go in and out, will change color. Alright. This feels appropriate for her. I don't like that she doesn't get to wear her normal wig, but like that takes up the same slot as these. Rent. And then... I want the gooey ones, I think. Rent. And... Sure. So those are in my inventory, and I can switch out my regular stuff, which will just sit here and take up space. Where'd the rest of it go? Nope, not that. Where'd them shoes go? There we go. And then they gave me... Did they not give me? Hold on. There they did. Yep. They'll give you one of these a day, or if you do like part-time jobs, you get a second one. I'm just gonna change her hair. There it is. It's not gonna be like exactly the right hair color, but let's just go with it. Yeah. I can slowly change this outfit over time, or I can leave it as is and just rent something else the next day. But this way she's got a closer hair color to her regular. And now back to my quest to fucking figure out why I can't continent warp. This is so weird. Alright, there's your wool. I don't know why you asked for this. Complete. Continent warp me. Jesus. Please. Why is it not? Okay, while I'm here, I'm gonna do the next part of the bandit fighter thing before I just use one of those teleport scrolls that I apparently have.
Hi there, Pepperspark. I heard all about Herbert. I'm glad you're okay. Sota says we were amazing. Mina smiles knowingly. Well, those weren't her exact words, but you know what I mean. Don't worry. Not even the strongest bandit could defeat Keen. He's weak and gentle against weak opponents, but he beats villains down with righteous fists of justice. That's the kind of guy Keen is. I hope you didn't underestimate him because of how he looks. That reminds me, have I ever told you how Keen and I met? I don't usually talk about this, but I can tell you if you want. Yeah, okay.
Demina the Bandita says,
well, aren't you a cutie? Give over everything you've got and I'll let you live.
So this Scandalous Charlene is a regular a bandit boss that you can encounter during like commerce and stuff. And she is a siren specifically. And I don't know that means Mina's not human. It's never really said outright, I think. Keen smiles silently at Mina.
You're ignoring me, kid? You'll be sorry.
Also, she has a scythe before astrology was a thing. Oh, am I supposed to? Am I supposed to win this? I don't think I am. Don't leave anything behind. That's not a particularly good info.
What the? Who are you?
To Mina, run. There's something wrong with these people. Keen offers Mina a hand off the floor.
What is your name?
Keen. It's the only time he ever speaks, I think.
I made a pledge to myself long ago that if I ever met a man who was stronger than me.
Keen silently grabs Mina's arm and quickly twists it backwards.
Shh! Ah, what are you doing? That hurts!
Okay. Oh, they're all here now. Mina, come quick, it's horrible.
Where were you? You were supposed to protect him. You were just sitting around here while Keen was getting kidnapped.
All my voices are mixing together. Cecilia grabs Mina by the shoulders and shouts.
Keen kidnapped? What are you talking about?
It's that Herbert character again. He took Keen and left this note.
Bring me 10 million ducats or Keen gets it. The blue-haired girl comes alone or it's all over.
Mina turns pale as she reads the note. Is this true? How could that Herbert take my Keen?
This is your fault. Where were you? You're supposed to protect Keen.
Hold on here, Cecilia. Cecilia shakes Mina with all her might. This is for you to sort out.
Pepperspark, Cecilia is right. This is my fault. I should have been by Keen's side, not yours. This is all your fault, Pepperspark, if you hadn't distracted Mina.
Isolde slaps Cecilia. Get a hold of yourself. This is no time for us to fight. Keen is in danger. We have to find out where he's being held. Herbert could be chopping Keen's fingers off and turning him into finger food as we speak.
Isolde is right. Herbert may look stupid, but he's dangerous. Who knows what he'll do now that he's angry? I know of a bandit hideout. The bandits there might know where Herbert is. Really? Tell me where it is. I'll teach those bandits a lesson and hunt Herbert down like the dog he is. You're not ready to fight bandits yet, Cecilia. Well, maybe if Pepperspark helped you, but still. Then again, it's not like we can all go. At least one of us should stay in Tirschenile and look for clues.
Mina's right. If we miss any clues now, we could lose Keen forever. Pepperspark can take one of us to the bandit hideout while the other two remain behind.
Take me with you, Pepperspark. I'm not good at fighting, but I'll torture those bandits till they spit out the truth.
What a thing to say, and at a time like this.
Pepperspark, maybe I should go with you. Cecilia is still too weak, and Isolde should be here in case Herbert returns. No, if I know Herbert, he won't be back here for a while. He's too lazy to strike twice in one day.
It's up to you, Pepperspark. Who do you want to take with you? So this whole quest line has had, like, relationship scores, and it does determine who ends up with Keen at the end. And I do not know which way influences what, and I also don't care who gets it. Let's take the disaster with us. She'll be useless.
I knew you'd pick me.
Cecilia hugs you, then bounds around you in a circle.
The bandit hideout is at Spiral Hill at Dugald Isle. Isolde and I will look for any clues Herbert left behind while you and Cecilia go investigate.
Alright, I'm not doing that though. I'm going to Iria, because I have a thing to do. And I guess, why do I have food waste in here? Drop. Okay. What else is... Got a bunch of garbage. Homestead figures, whatever. Alright. will this take? Oh, that's just for... Okay, those won't go anywhere. This go? Ugh. Okay, this thing's useless. Fuck. Okay, so I can't use that. Oh my god, am I just gonna have to use the... Wait a minute. Do I have... No, I can't use the Iria Adventure Warp. For the event that's ending tonight. God fucking damn it. What else is stuck in here? God fucking damn shit. This guy named Mama Luigi. That's kind of nice. Okay. Let's go to... It said I had a thingy with Lorna, who was potentially the one who has broken the ability to continent warp. Because she's part of a tutorial. So I will go poke her and see if that's what does it. And if not, I guess I just have to take the boat. Okay, no. Fuck. Oh my god, is there... There's two of her. Oh my god, okay. Okay. Hey, long time no see, Pepperspark. You're at a cumulative level 150. Congrats, I'm at 20,000. When I first saw you, I wondered if you stick around. I guess it looks like I shouldn't have worried. It's clear now that you belonged here from the beginning. Your strength will only continue to grow as you continue on here. So, I brought presents. One's for now and one's for later. Keep it safe and think of me when you open it. Hey, don't leave me out. I can hear you hunt down bears now and stroll through dungeons like playgrounds. It eases an old ram's heart. Yeah, with all we've heard, we're not as worried about you these days, Pepperspark. We both wish you the best. Goodbye. Alright, cool. I'm not sure what they gave. A buff potion for MP. Is that it all what's holding back continent warp? No. Holy shit. Yeah, okay, so For More Threat is a tutorial quest that you get after making a character and then exiting out of the Lorna tutorials you get at the very beginning. And, okay, hold on. There was supposed to be like a letter from now that you give to Duncan? Nope. Although I have bread from now? She gave me bread? Okay. Okay. Oh, they gave me a box. What's in there? Oh, some AP. Don't really need it. Newbie costume box type C. Yeah, whatever. Oh my god. Okay. I cannot think of another easy way to fucking get to Iria. I am just gonna have to take the boat. You'd think it would be a good idea to, like, bring some merchant goods, but not really. Just slows me down. So I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go. That might be a good time to get up and use the bathroom or something, because it's gonna be a bit. Okay. Let's just get down here. So the thing with the boats to area is that they run in real time and take like 5 minutes every time. Which is not that big a deal, but kind of dumb to do right now. Thank God. Okay, so it's possible to arrive here. They tell you, oh, the boat's not here yet. The graphic for the boat will always be here, but it won't be here. Guess who's back and totally didn't forget to do an important assignment? Guess who's been flailing about trying to figure out which broken tutorial is stopping me from warping to the other area of the game? I am going to get up for a second. I am going to mute my mic and then get up and use the restroom. It's going to be 3.5 minutes till departure and then roughly 5 minutes of being on the boat. So I will be back in a second. Okay. I've returned. We've got 2 minutes till arrival. Sorry for that pause. I kind of just needed to go, and also there's apparently no actual alternative to just fucking going the long way. When I muted, it actually muted, right? Part of me is paranoid that it didn't. Nothing really happened. It's just, don't want to screw that up. Alright, I'm looking at the... Oh, sorry, the actual in-game music is probably stopped right now because I decided to go back to the Mabinogi wiki and look at things up. Because I'm just trying to figure out why isn't this working? Couldn't hear a thing. Well, thank you. Okay, Cotton Warp. Automatically learned on character creation. There shouldn't be any problem with whatever. Okay. I'm just not gonna deal with it. There's nothing that should be stopping me. Shoes don't match. I should get, like... Well, when I get more rental dyes, I'll change either the shoes or I'll change the dress to match the shoes. One or the other. Oh, these guys are... Oh, never mind. The ship captains all have, like, some unique dialogue, and they're all kind of neat. They don't, as far as I know, they don't have, like, a plot, but you can talk to them to spend that time. I'm realizing I could have just used the fucking travel guide, but I don't remember if I have all of these. Yeah, I don't have most of these selected. What is gonna be the best way to do this? I can get to core. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. Alright. The cool thing about Iria, even though it's large and empty, is that you can just fly almost everywhere. So let's just make this big and then figure out where I want to go. Can't land in certain places because they're not really part of the map, but I remember at one point saying that I was going to touch every warp point before they locked me out of the free travel. I didn't, so might as well touch them when I'm on the way. Like, you can just go in Iria. It's huge and kind of pretty. You know, it's low poly, but it's wilderness. Alright, just gonna head this way. I see another monotunnel that I should actually touch while I'm out here. Come on, let me down. There we go. Just gotta touch it. So do they let me across without... No. Restricted from flying. Okay, there's a way to do this. This isn't bad. Kinda cute, actually. So you harvest ice crystals from this, and then, like, basically just use them at the river to make a, an ice bridge. They just like things to not be too permanent in Iria. Like, you're supposed to have to, like, rediscover things and recreate things in order to forge your way through the wilderness. Like, it's all exploration themed. Alright. I can see the quest marker. It's gonna be across a few things, though. Oh, better get that monotunnel. I'm realizing the music has not changed in a bit. Was that the music that started when I was talking to Lorna? Or was that going on before now? I was just tuning it out. Oh my god. God, everything about every tutorial is at least a little bit cursed in this game. I love it when games are bad, though, right? Like, it's more interesting than being good. Alright. Just touching them as I find them. So, this should lead me to Kalita, which is the region. There we go. So there's a big lake, there's a dragon that lives at the lake, there's explorers here, they do geology shit. The sulfur fields are poison, and also sulfur's kind of useless most of the time. I constantly have too much of this shit and try to sell it. And people buy it sometimes, but they kind of don't need it. And there's a volcano, which is what we're really here for. Crabs down there. And if you fly high enough, you do run into dragons just sort of hanging out. Wyverns. Lesser dragons. Oh, wrong way. I want to go down here. There's a capybara out here. They're pretty harmless. Just like in real life. That one's an ancient. Sometimes... Okay, so it's when a spawn has been on the map for, I want to say, 4 real-world hours, it'll get the ancient title and be a little bigger. Sometimes they just spawn this way. But ancient spawns have more things they can drop. That one didn't drop anything. Whatever. Anyways, this is where we're going. I think it's really funny, by the way. Valita's kind of in a style that the most of the other characters are not drawn in. Her model, obviously, is just, you know, the standard model for Mabinogi. Has, like, set eyes and set hairs and stuff. So she's not nothing special, but big ol' eyes, right? See her combing through her hair with nimble fingers, and against the backdrop of the volcanic smoke that ever rises in the distance, you see a hint of a smile that seems to invite you to speak. And then she's drawn in like an almost completely different style than everyone else always is. Aren't you Pepperspark? What brings you here? Ask about an unusual flame. Huh, how did you learn about that? Have you been spending your spare time attending Royal Society conferences and academic symposiums? I have no clue what you might need of it, but we can conduct an impromptu examination right now if you go out there and bring back a couple samples. Why not go and gather 5 flint? You can gather flint near the Raspa volcano, but Kelpie over there also stocks it in a shop. If the prospect of gathering it yourself seems daunting or the weather just isn't cooperating, it couldn't hurt to ask him if he has any flint on hand. This is a new addition to this. It used to be you had to go mine flint yourself, but you could only do so when it's raining. Now you can just buy some. But you would have to go all the way out, like, here on the map. But you can fly there from here. That's not terrible, but then you can only mine flint while it's raining, and it's clearly not. There's a skill for making it rain, which was recently added to valid ways to get, like, flint mining going, and Pepperspark doesn't have that skill. It's an alchemy skill. So we're just gonna talk to Kelpie. His are eyes that constantly chase the lost memories. They light up passionately like burning flint one moment, then suddenly cool lifelessly the next, revealing a glimpse of the struggle in coping with life. Yeah, he's got amnesia. Like, induced by things. Hello there. How can I help you? What do you mean, flint? Ah, so Belita sent you. If you're looking for flint from the Rasper region, don't worry. I just got some fresh stock in not too long ago. Just a moment. He has a storyline. It's not super detailed, but, like, he's a part of a thing and he has amnesia. That's the main thing to know. This flint really seems to hang on to warmth, doesn't it? If you've got all the samples you need, you should show them to Belita. Alright. I don't think he even charged me money. Well done. Let's have a look, shall we? Belita sprinkles what appears to be a reagent on one of the flint samples he brought. With a cracking sound, wisps of a verdant flame sprout up from across the surface of the stone. See that? This green flame is proof that something new is going on in the flint around here. We've never seen anything like it, at least in our time researching. Her bangs aren't even the same as the bangs on the thing. They didn't even give her any care to match her model. I don't know, I think she's got a nice design, but it's so funny how different the styles are. In our lab analyses, we found that these green flames are more unstable than the typical red and yellow varieties. When we tried to separate the green flames from the surface of the flint, the flame itself just seemed to unravel, as though it was woven from luminescent threads that came undone. You see them fall away and the flame just disappears. You know the fire elementals you find every now and then? It's a lot like those. I tried to find a way to stabilize its properties and allow it to manifest independently of the flint, but no success so far. Maybe it's just a matter of finding something that possesses similar properties, whatever that might be. You'd expect that a phenomenon like this would appear because the volcanic region is, unsurprisingly, rich in fire activity, but it's possible that the flames like this might have popped up elsewhere, though more weakly. Here, I'll give this to you. Use it for whatever it is you have need of it for. You receive a piece of green-tinted flint from Belita. Take it to Lowire, who should still be in the Dunbarton bookstore. Now I have to go all the way back, but that is much easier. That is much, much easier than getting here. Also, let me check if fucking Continent Warp works now. Nope, still locked. That's fucking weird. But that doesn't matter. Because, firstly, I guess I could have done this the whole time. It just would have cost me some money, which I have plenty of. I just forgot. Sorry. And also I was bothered by the fact that I have a quest outstanding thing that I can't find. But I can just go to the dungeon guide and then go to any of the Ula dungeons. I don't think anything from Iria is on this list, though. Yeah, there's stuff in Belfast. Can you warp to the theater missions from here? No. I cannot warp to the theater missions. Wait. Oh, that's an... Okay, I could have... Oh, no, I'd have to have cleared a quest to get that. But theoretically... Where is this? Well, I'd have to clear a storyline for that, too. There's a bunch of stuff I can't reach yet. Whatever. Oh, wait. No, I needed to be in there. So, The Rabby dungeon is actually really close to Dunbarton, so we're just gonna do that. This is literally like just outside. I am going to be so mad if Pepperspark just can't continent warp. That's just gonna be horse shit. I wonder if I need to like report that as a bug? I'll do some Googling around later and see if anyone else has experienced this and if there's some fix for it. But it doesn't surprise me when these things are busted. Tutorials in this game are always so freaking weird. Alright, at the bookstore. Alright.
Pepperspark, what brings you here? Ah, is this young man a friend of yours? You see Loudwire clutching a bundle of documents in a thick book. The ink has barely dried on the many official-looking forms. Pepperspark, I see you're back from Iria. As you can see, there have been some slight delays. You lean in to see what Loudwire's up to. It looks like he's been transcribing a book. Your friend here is looking for a book, General Theory of Crests and Sigils. The problem is, I'm afraid I only have a single copy. I told him I could probably sell it since it's not in great condition, or that I could lend it to him, but he just took out his pen and started transcribing.
This guy's a beast.
He's very fast. He's already copied several chapters, in fact.
Well, you see, in the past I spent a lot of time transcribing books. It was the only way I had to continue my studies. I was focused on comprehension more than speed, but I suppose if you do something a lot, you naturally get faster at it, Oh, look at that. I'm more than half done already.
Oh, I see. I was taken a bit back as it's been quite some time since I've seen a customer transcribe a book.
It's a straightforward solution, but clever at the same time. Is this why they say necessity is the mother of invention? Anyway, I was going to finish up soon, but are you any good at writing, Pepperspark? The best in Aaron, as good as a pen as a sword, I can write legibly and unga bunga. None of these tutorials have been about writing. Pepperspark can't do it. Your writing is more horrifying than the specters of Tectuin. Even chicken scratches made by actual hens would look neater. You avoid Lauar's gaze. There's no need to be so humble. You're full of unexpected skills. That being said, could you do me a favor? All I have left on this paper is the appendices, but my hand's cramping up. Would you mind finishing it for me? I forgot about this. Once this is finished, we'll head back. Here's a piece of blank paper for you. Transcribe the contents of the book on the blank paper that Lauar gave you. This is an odd one, because it feels like we shouldn't have to do this. It appears to be supplemental material made to serve as a reference when creating a crest, based on the theory explained before. The bolded footnotes catch your eye. The supplement is entitled Proper Fortification of Crests, while the full title of the published work is The Best of Crests, From Glyphs to Arcana. Transcribe the supplement's title. It's right there. I don't know why they thought it was necessary to do this. You managed to do a decent job. Next is, listed are several precautions to take when forging a scorching crest, stressing that scorching crests themselves contain energy. Transcribe. They just want you to type this out. It's like nothing, though. Like, why bother? They could have given us a minigame or something. You did a decent job. Next is, you see several tips provided on how to build up and reinforce an Arcana crest through augmentation with Scorching Crests. The main thought to being conveyed is that Scorching Crests reinforce Arcana. Why would that be in a... He just made them up. Alright. Got it. You transcribe the text cleanly and error-free, moving on to the next section. Finally, there are a few notes on things one should remember when trying to draw a crest. One point that stands out to you is the more a crest reflects what it is used for, the more effective it will be. Alright. This is not what they just said, but that's fine because it's still just laid out for me. Best crests fit their intended use. Outstanding. Your penmanship exceeds even the original. You can sense Lauer looking at you from behind. You're surprisingly good at this, Pepperspark. I think that should be enough, though. The content beyond this overlaps with material I've already transcribed. Now that we're done, we should return to the royal castle. Please excuse this area, and thank you once again for your help. Oh, anytime. I was feeling bored, and this was interesting to watch. Whenever you need more books, you know where the shop is. Alright, bye. I'll go on ahead with the book. This volume is quite thick and heavy, so I need to take care when transporting it. You needn't follow in haste, Pepperspark. I may take a while. Yeah, I want to get this over with. I'm getting tired of not having an Arcana. Or at least I'm getting tired of not being in the next part of this. Thank God it's not gated by, like, days, though, like the summer one was. So let's just go to the guild hall. And from there, if you want to warp to anywhere that's not in Iria, they've made it very easy. You want to go to Iria? Fuck you. Takes forever. I do have faster pets than this, by the way. Maybe I should bring out Moon Level. Let's bring out Moon Level. I actually have some things to give you, actually. This is where I'm storing cool sticks and other paraphernalia. Imitation Warhammer. I'm holding things with, like, enchants on them. So what else do I have? Does this have... I think... No, that one's a special kind of thing. What is Dungeon Trial Pass? I don't think that. Do I have... No, I don't want to give up the only axe I got. Oh, there's my sticks. Cool sticks. Gotta keep them. Alright. So I originally wanted to name this specific Milky Way scooter Rainbow Road, and that was already taken, because of course it was. So Moon Level, like in DuckTales. Still works, because it's a starry thing that's space-themed. Some of my other vehicles have names like I managed to get the name Mario Golf. I don't know why I've named them all gamer things. But I did. Alright. Pepperspark, you seem to be breathing harder than usual. It would seem that for you, the accessibility of this room leaves much to be desired. It's quite a distance from the nearest moon gate, and a bit of a hike for you to have to go back and forth. I should be able to formulate a solution for that problem, but all in good time. Shall we take a look at what you brought first? Yeah, take a look at this thing. Got this green flint. Firstly, I want to tell you that I compiled and bound the book I was transcribing earlier, but judging from your expression, I'm guessing you found something interesting in your area. I believe I spoke before of finding a way to directly enhance Arcana crests. My thought was to utilize an object with strong fire elemental properties to do so. Now, will you show me what you've brought, Pepperspark? Weird fire. An unstable fire, newly discovered. It seems the volcanic region is no exception to the anomalies that have been cropping up both here and overseas. Do you think it's possible to isolate the power within this stone and metamorphose it to be more akin to the Arcana's own power? If we could catalyze such a conversion, creating a source of energy that was on this... The animations that come with this outfit are different, and I keep getting distracted by it. Creating a source of energy that was on the same wavelength as the Arcana, might the resultant energy be able to exert a more direct influence on the Arcana? But I'm getting ahead of myself. Before we can answer any of these questions, we must first ponder how we might affect such a metamorphosis. Fortunately for us, I believe this book will furnish the solution we seek. Book says all that? Well, not exactly. This book just covers the idea of scorching crests and smoldering threads. There's no information here on the Arcana, at least in the way I've conceptualized them. Still, I believe this book has the greatest amount of information pertinent to the formation and augmentation of Arcana crests. Not quests, crests. We can use it as a guide as we prod and probe exactly how Arcana are formed and how they work. The problem staring us in the face, however, is how do we take the information in this book and apply it to what we're doing now? On top of that, how can we convert the energy of that flint you brought from Pepperspark? Shall we look at the solution together? Loudwire walks to the lectern in the center of the room. Alright, so we're getting our main mechanics set up, kind of. Okay. You've probably been rather curious about this ostentatious-looking pedestal. I paid a frankly exorbitant sum to have this custom made for the association. Discussing alchemy with you is quite helpful, Pepperspark, as it served to jog my memory. We all know the centrality of ovens in the processing of alchemical materials. Alchemists use their ovens to alter the very essence of matter, whether it be liquid, solid, or gaseous. Don't be taken aback. Just stand by and watch a moment. I think those are alchemical symbols down there. To the average observer, I would appear to be setting this book aflame. Got an inset not a diagram, an illustration. They only do those for special things. Loudwire places the book on the lectern and starts a fire. Rather than going up in flames, it seems as if the book is instead coexisting with them, floating gently in the air as the fire surrounds it. Wow. I had the paper made with a special enamel pulp. The pages are essentially fireproof. Had that particular property been unnecessary, I could simply have bought a copy off the shelf. Would have saved me a considerable amount of money and effort to do so. But you have to admit, the trick of setting a book on fire and not only seeing it unharmed but being captivated by the undulating flame does leave an impression, no? This flame is relatively weak, so it's more easily influenced by outside forces. Might it be too unscientific to say that the knowledge written in the book has been taken into the flame? Huh? Anyway, the important thing to know is that the flame knows what the book shows. If not already, it should soon have assimilated all the principles written there. Given the weakness of the flame, however, I doubt you could so much as light an oven with it. So, magic fire that will then somehow be programmed with the contents of the book you set on fire? I guess? I mean, it definitely instills the notion that language is a universal and integral part of the universe, but there is like a tangible system of gods and goddesses, so it's like, sure, whatever, this place is magic. Now, it's time to try something with the materials you generously provided, Pepperspark. This time, we'll be looking at it from the angle of exploring the possibilities rather than expecting some elaborate transformation. The flame sways, trembling slightly as the flint is placed within it. You see small sparks begin to flash like the sun catching the shallows of a lakeshore. The flame, it moved. Loudwire quickly reaches into the flame, grabbing the flint that appears to have ignited. It's not as hot as it looked, which is excellent news for my hand. I believe that because it's not releasing the energy as heat. How about it? Care to try for yourself, Pepperspark? Alright. Do I need to... Nothing? Hold on. Huh. Am I going crazy? Oh, do I have to use the thing from my inventory? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Use. You can still feel the heat from the flame, but strangely it doesn't burn you. So, the flame doesn't really hurt. Fascinating. Since it's already affected you, I expect you'll find that your compatibility with Arcana has increased. That should mean the Arcana crest you have will become more stable from this point on, and no matter which other crests you may obtain in the future, you'll retain them all. Enhancing an Arcana crest. You possess an unlocking link should both prove not only possible, but very straightforward now, seeing as the flame is able to affect the Arcana directly. And from now on, you should be able to find the materials needed for enhancement anywhere, not just near the volcano. Just conveniently. Since you possess the energy of the Arcana flame, any incomplete sparks of the flame should have an easier time manifesting, as they'll be drawn to the energy within you. These incomplete sparks will likely appear to you as long, glowing tangles of string. They are what I have identified in my research as smoldering threads. Did you see the 65-inch flat-screen Kraft Mac and Cheese Black Friday box? What? No? Like, do you mean like 65 inches of Kraft macaroni and cheese? Like a big box of macaroni and cheese? When you have enough smoldering threads, you can fuse them together to create scorching crests, which are used to enhance Arcana crests. So now, all that's left is creating an Arcana crest to use. Practically speaking, I could create a crest, but I think we'd see far better results if we would develop them together with people skilled in the use of the disciplines that make up the Arcana. We need to ensure that anyone with an interest, from you all the way down to the common folk, can actually learn to use Arcana. I think we can improve their usability by leaps and bounds if we work with those who have natural talent while we're refining the designs. I've heard some rumors here and there, things I can follow up on or look into more deeply. There's a number of individuals across Erin who may be well worth reaching out to. Since this venture is moving forward in large part thanks to your cooperation, under no circumstances will I rush you before you're ready. It'll never be too late to come see me about learning an Arcana talent once you'd like to get started. Doing so may delay our eventual approval and elevation to a proper royal association, but I believe it's a trade-off worth making. She's over here talking like, there, you're done, you did the thing. I mean, I'm not done. Guess we have no choice. Explain the forming process Erwin spoke of. Yeah, she was just getting the paperwork. In that moment, you recall Erwin mentioning that an organization being officially elevated to the status of a royal society or association is just a matter of time and filling out the proper paperwork. Lower looks at you, hanging his head to hide his surprise and dismay. What? Is that true? So when Her Majesty mentioned she needs more time, that's what she meant? Good grief. It seems I've been laboring under a large misapprehension, but at least now I know we'll be able to pursue our association's goals at the pace we want without the pressure of delivering a constant stream of results. I hope you can find a pace that's comfortable for you as well, Pepperspark. I already owe you much and more for your assistance. Feels like all the stored up tension is draining away now. Phew. For the first time, I'm learning of the simple joy of having a place where one belongs. Oh, by the way, there was something else I nearly forgot to mention. Because you bask in the Arcana flame, you likely feel a stronger pull to this room since we have such a large Arcana flame here. If you're so inclined, you can use that pull to your advantage. You should be able to quickly move to this room whenever you have a need. That works a lot. Getting to the guild hall was still acceptable, but this way I don't have to go up the stairs. Thank you for all the work you've put in for us to come this far. I'm excited to have you learn multiple Arcana, but you can always devote your focus to one at a time. I'll be ready whenever you are, so just come see me. Ask about the cleaning Arcana. Yeah, let's follow up on that joke. I'm trying to build a rapport with you, Pepperspark, so please don't lampoon me so much. Anyway, excellent work so far. Alright. Infuse threads that you find in dungeons into crests to make your Arcana stronger. I still have to actually do one? Like get the thing? No. Gotta actually... Alright. So, I have everything available to get one. I don't have one yet, though. Apparently Kraft is selling a huge box shaped like a 65-inch flat-screen TV box filled with Kraft mac and cheese boxes. It's on an 85% discount for $20 at Walmart and only on Walmart. Okay, that's dumb. I guess it's a gimmick.
Wowee, is that how it all happened? This journey from the moment the Arcana manifested to the establishment of the association? It's amazing to watch it all play out. I didn't know the background behind the discovery of Arcana, actually. Lauer's research led to the discovery of Arcana, and you managed to manifest one almost effortlessly. You two are pretty amazing. Now that you're a proud member of the Arcana Association, it's time to go and learn the ways of the Harmonic Saint. That's what you've been aiming for. Okay, let me know when you're ready. Okay. Hello, Pepperspark. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Arcana Association. This is probably a good time for me to briefly explain how to obtain an Arcana. In order to obtain, you have to talk to Lauer, the head of the Arcana Association. When you got his attention, press the button to ask him about promising Arcana candidates. After that, you just need to select the Arcana you're interested in learning. But of course, there are a few prerequisites. You have to achieve the rank of Grandmaster of both of the base talents that make up that Arcana. But you already know that, right? I feel like we've gone over it before. Then you can receive the quest to obtain the Arcana, and once you've discovered someone who manifests the Arcana naturally, you'll be able to learn it too once you recruit them to the association and complete the quest. Alright, you can travel to the Arcana Association room in a jiffy by pressing Arcana Association room button in the talent tab. Yeah, I know. Great, then go ahead and find Lauer and ask him about promising Arcana candidates and continue your quest to discover the Harmonic Saint Arcana.
I do really like Kraft macaroni and cheese, though. It sucks, but it's good. It's a comfort food. I haven't had it in a while, actually. Josh likes fancier macaroni. Like, he likes his macaroni baked, and he likes it made with real cheese, and, like, that's good, too. That's fine, but sometimes it's a little too rich and too thick for me, and I just want crap from a box. I don't know. That's how I was raised. My mom tried putting, like, canned tomatoes and ham into it once, and I was just disgusted. Just pure Kraft dinner. Perfect. Alright, let's do the thing. Alright, so this is the Harmonic Saint guy. I could just pick whoever and just start quests, but I only have the actual Grandmasters enough for this one because of the stuff we did. And I have this one on my main. Theoretically, I want to say I don't have Holy Arts or Bard on Elimina or Chain Slash because some of the skills take a lot of extra effort to get. I could theoretically do Alchemic Sharpshooter and Explosive Vanguard as Elimina, but have not done so. Whatever, we're doing this one because this is the most annoying set of Grandmasters that I don't feel like getting myself. Ah, it looks like you're more than worthy to walk the path of the Harmonic Saint. It just so happens I've discovered someone whose skills are an excellent match for this Arcana as well. How about it? Would you like to learn the particulars of the Harmonic Saint Arcana talent? Yeah, okay. It's the one I feel like I'm least likely to use, but also the one I'm least likely to train myself. You can simply check the story to obtain the Arcana without having to proceed with the acquisition quest. I mean, yeah, I was gonna say, I kind of don't want to skip that. After you begin the summary, you cannot go back and do the corresponding Arcana's acquisitions quest. Proceed as existing. Alright. Very well, I shall assist you in obtaining the Harmonic Saint Arcana talent, an endeavor which I have no doubt you will find great success. Alright. Okay, so... I just talked to him. Aha, there you are. I have important news, so let me get right to it. I have a lead on a new candidate for the Arcana Association. Do you know of the Taelshin headquarters? I overheard a message from the Vice Commander of the Terra Royal Guard, Andres, which contained something interesting. I followed it up by gathering some first-hand accounts from soldiers at the headquarters. My voice is getting really fucked up by doing this. The talk is of someone who works with Priest Colin, who has unrivaled healing abilities. It may be an exaggeration, but they say he's worthy of a royal appointment. Of course, if he's simply a very skilled healer, he's of no interest to us. However, the stories also say that he has a beautiful voice and an unusual power that manifests in moments of great danger.
The soldiers tell tales of being worn out and tired during a battle, about to be overwhelmed when his beautiful voice rings out, and they are suddenly full of energy. Apparently, it's turned the tide in a couple of tight spots. When I heard that, I thought, of course, of the legendary Starlet, companion of that druid that keeps popping up across the Islet Kingdom, but it seems she wasn't present. I do not know the actual deal with those characters. They are in these guys. I kind of know who that is, but like I don't know the deal with the Ace Warriors or whatever the fuck their name is. You know what, this guy, and this guy are part of the thing, but this is someone else and this is someone else. And I vaguely understand what's going on with the overarching story there, but I do not know the deal with these characters who mostly don't have names, they just have titles, except for this one, who is Merlin. Like the actual, I guess? But anyways, I don't know a goddamn thing about them, but that's what he's referencing here. One of them, the girl in that picture was named Starlet, and she just is the music hero or whatever. I don't know what their deal is. I don't know anything about them other than they exist, and that one of them is just Merlin. It's hard to say, but it's strange that no one has heard of him until quite recently. With such a talent, you'd think he'd already be famous, wouldn't you? Given how recently and how suddenly his skill seems to have propped up, I believe him to be a good potential candidate for the Arcana Association. The Trader Joe's box mac and cheese is weirdly good too. Okay, so there's a Trader Joe's near us. I think we entered it once and bought nothing. I've never really bothered to look. There's a few good box mac and cheeses though. Like I also like the Annie's brand. Sometimes you can get weird like brands you've never heard of at like the hippie stores like Sprouts. I guess that's kind of how Trader Joe's works too, is it's kind of a hippie store with weird brands. But yeah, I've never bothered trying theirs. Maybe someday. We currently can't really do much cooking in our house for reasons that are complicated, that we may have mentioned somewhere in the past. Healing and singing. I've never seen them combined before. Fascinating, isn't it? But there's no time to think about that. We must get in contact with him as soon as possible. Please go to Tailshin and locate him. Act with haste, because if he doesn't know he's using the power of the Arcana, he could be in danger. All I've been able to find from here is that he's been seen with Priest Colin. I'm sure if you talk to some locals, they'll know more. A new form of Arcana. This is an important matter, Pepperspark, so I'm entrusting this to you. Trader Joe's is like 90% their own brands? That's interesting. Flowire, finished talking, goes back to his research. You need to find a healer who works with Priest Colin. People in Tailshin who are informed about local events will probably know more. Alright. Going to Tailshin. I can just take the dungeon guides straight to their Stonehenge. Oh no, it's both musics at once. Oh no, it's both musics. Okay, Can I cancel them out? No, they both come back. Cool, got it. Two musics glitched. God, the problems are compounding. My game is fucked. An archery skill I can learn, but that's fine. I was gonna say, oh good, did the second song stop? And no, it didn't. Alright, clown. General shop clown. Tell me what you know. A beautiful boy wearing a large feather-plumed hat and a dressy purple suit. A star-shaped henna on his perfect pearly skin glitters in the sun. Well, if it isn't Pepperspark, good to see you. I don't know what kind of voice this guy has. He's a clown. If there's something you need, come on, don't be shy. Speak up, I've got wares of every shape and size here in my general shop. He apologized, telling Pierrick he came here to find someone, not to buy something.
Peric's expression grows sullen for a moment, but his eyes lose none of their sparkle and he begins rattling off questions, seemingly undaunted. Oh, looking for someone, you say? Who is it? Someone I'd know? I mean, I do overhear a lot of things here in Tailshin, you know. Who is it? Come on, spill the beans, honk honk. I guess one of the priests. Explain that the person you're looking for has often been seen with Priest Colin of the Tailshin Church. Well, Priest Colin is a man who gets along with almost everyone. My horse will not stop. But whatever. He's a very good-hearted soul. Oh, looking for someone? Okay. Repeated the same thing. They have a great voice. The individual in question has a voice so good that their singing gives strength to others. Really? Oh, it couldn't be me, could it? Some have said I sing as beautifully as a nightingale. Okay, not me. No need to glare. I can think of a couple people who'd fit the bill. Can you narrow it down for me anymore? Singing and healing. Please find. You added the person you're seeking has become widely known among the guardsmen of Tailshin due to their amazing skill in healing. Ah, yes, I know just who you're talking about. You should be looking for... Aochain? Yochain? Yokai? Yokai. He's a yokai. Aochain? I don't know. Do we have a canon for this? I don't know. I don't know how Irish consonants work. And to think I almost thought I might be who you were looking for. Aochain? Change channels? Yeah, I probably will have to. Yokai was raised by Priest Colin, you see. He's not an official priest of the Order of Limelark, but he might as well be. He picked up healing when following Colin around. He's quite the prodigy from the sound of it. One needs to be able to quickly assess the situation and respond intelligently to heal well. Sigh, maybe he was born with it. I must say I'm a bit jealous. His personality can seem rather strict, but he's a good kid once you get to know him. Last time... Okay, Hunter says he says Aochain. I guess we can go with that. I guess. Last time I fell and scraped at my knee, he patched me up right away. Well, why are you still staring at my pretty face? Go forth and find Aochain. Oh yeah, I still need to tell you where to find him, don't I? Raises his hand and points towards the residential area across the way. See all the way over there? That's Aochain's house. I'd be glad to show you there myself, Pepperspark, but I still need to man the counter here at the general store. You understand, right? It's not that far, though, so just head out towards where I was pointing and you should get there pretty quickly. Aochain doesn't usually leave his house unless he's going out doing work, so I bet he'll be home right now. The individual spoken of in the horror's rumors appears to be this Aochain. You should be able to meet him yourself if you head to the house Pierre pointed out to you. Okay, this is too many songs. Alright. Change channel. It didn't fix it! And I got a skill quest for some reason. I think. Yeah, that's a magic quest. I don't think it changed continent warp either, although I'm not going to check. Because I don't need to go to another continent right now. So, residentials. So, the parts of Tailshin that are not used almost at all. These songs are fucking chaos. Okay. I'm actually going this way, apparently. It's really kind of not obvious where he was supposedly pointing in his stuff. None of these houses ever do anything. You can't enter any of them. Can we actually get inside this one? This is the place Pierre told you about. Let's hope Aochain is home. Knock lightly. That was not a light knock. You might need to straight up close the game or something. Remember to hide the screen if you do so. I should be fine because I've got that, like, background image that I've got slathered over everything. No response. Maybe he didn't hear you. Not decisively. I think it'll be fine if I can just get to the point where I have an Arcana. I'm probably going to stop because it's after midnight. So, like, if we could just write it out, it's fine. No response. Are you being ignored? Start screaming. I gotta scream over the music. Someone is definitely inside the house, and they can definitely hear you. You lean against the door and yell that you need to speak with someone named Ayashade. 5 minutes into your increasingly desperate pleas. Is that a quiet voice inside the house? Let's see.
They're not leaving. I guess there's nothing I can do. I'm coming, I'm coming.
This music's probably supposed to be meaningful in some way. Knock his door down. It's a good picture of her. I said I'm not buying any baby potions. I'm not a baby. I know they're just fruit juice. What a scam. Wait, you're not... who are you? What are you doing here? Alright. Let's see this. Fine, what? Hey, I'm right here. Down, look down, dummy. I mean, that's not that small. I mean... You can take an age 9 potion and get about that small, I think. What's wrong with you? You can't even see someone right in front of your nose. Fine, let's just get this over with. Why are you out here disturbing the peace? You don't even look like you're hurt. What could it possibly be? He's small if you're a giant. No, if Pepperspark rebirths, she could be that small. In fact, she probably should. You know what? Let's do that. I don't think that'll fix the problem with the music, but let's do that anyways. Like, it just seems like a good idea right now. Nope, still got that music. Just send me to the soul stream already. Yeah, let's go down to minimum, because that is a pretty big difference. Do we want to change anything here? No, I don't think so. Did they add anything? No, nothing I want. Can we somehow glitch a third song to Mitch? I swear, when I was talking to someone at some point, we did get a third. I should probably go into either Holy Arts or music. Let's do music. Because there are definitely music skills that I haven't acquired through the thing that I should probably get and train. Alright, I had set the perk for like leveling up to 60 upon rebirth. And yeah, I'm smaller than him. I'm baby. He's not baby. He is wearing a skirt. I guess he's a priest, so that's not that weird. I'm the baby. Gotta tolerate me. Realize I don't have a title on. I think I want one that's like master of something. Sure, that just adds no problems. It has no drawbacks to it. Let's use one for vanity, though. Vanity title. Kind of a cliched one, but yeah, let's go with it. Turquoise hair shifts ever so slightly as if stirred by a cool breeze. Two small, slightly flushed ears poke out from underneath. Gemstone clear eyes blink slowly like ripples in calm water. Before he speaks, he gives off an air of almost unearthly stillness. You don't look sick. No open wounds. What are you doing here, then? I was up late last night helping Colin and, The child's whole face scrunches up when he yawns. After realizing you weren't injured, he seems to have lost interest in you. I was taking a quick break. I wasn't napping. Are you Aishin? Yes? Why do you know my name? Who are you? After you make a brief introduction, you explain that you're here on behalf of the Royal Castle's Arcana research. Wait, hold on. So you're saying you're the famous magician Pepperspark who does nothing and has 3 songs playing, and you need me for some Arcana business? Just out of nowhere? Do you think I'm an idiot? That's super sketchy. I'm not gonna go off and get kidnapped just because some weirdo claims to be a Malaysian. Strongly deny his suspicions. No, we need to kidnap you because you're the freak, not me. You try to tell him we're telling the truth about the organization. Well, with that outfit, you do look like a Malaysian at least. Thanks. Yeah, I do look like I'm out of place in this setting. In this polygon count. Still, Grandma Doran told me I shouldn't just believe in... Hey, Shade, come quickly, there's trouble. What is it now? I'm supposed to be on break. A soldier hurries over to the two of you from the direction of the elf headquarters, interrupting your attempts to prove your identity to Aishin. The scouts are returning from Stonehenge are heavily injured. Oh, is the Malaysian here too? Perfect. Come right away, both of you. Don't know what's going on, but it sounds urgent. You better show off that you are the very special player character. What now? Did something happen? I'm so sorry, Ayashade. Everyone got hit pretty hard in the Shadow Realm. What, again? But we were just peeling a lot of you off the floor yesterday. Does everything that Colin and I tell you just go in one ear and out the other? Exercise a little caution. You can't come crying to us all beaten up and groaning 3 or more times a week. I'm sorry. When you're out there in those missions, you start getting into the thick of it and, things just happen. We're fighting demons in the underworld or some shit. You should probably take us seriously. It's not like we were planning on getting hurt, but we came back and found out Colin was out of town for the day, so we decided to come to you. The sooner we get patched up, the better, right? You do know there's a dedicated Royal Guard physician assigned to your support unit, right? Of course, but you're nicer to us, and you're not far from our barracks either. Besides, quite a few of us soldiers feel safer with you than with anyone else in this town. I've heard that creating a comfortable atmosphere is important when treating patients. Don't you think that's true? Anyway, the unit's not looking too hot right now, so if you could hurry. Well, I suppose it's an emergency, so I don't have much of a choice, do I? What was your name? Pepperspark, right? You should just wait here for a bit. You heard the guard. There's some who don't agree to be treated if it's not by me. You can tell me whether if you wanted to say when I'm done. Come on, hurry. Oh, okay. So, one at a time with your regular, or press 2 to utilize Harmonic Saint skills. So it's just showing this stuff off. Can I just do this to him? I mean, that does it slowly? That might be too slow. Okay, I see what's going on, is that I need to hold it. Can't just cast it. It just goes... Okay, it's just resetting if I stop. Alright, is it... I think this one may have been faster than the others. I'm just gonna hold the button. So, I don't think he's supposed to be singing for this, and they don't put any kind of little effect for that. Not that I could tell through the music glitch. It really seems like the Harmonic Saint skills are all heal and no song. For a second, I could hear what was supposed to be the soundtrack. Time remaining 10 seconds. Did I fuck up this thing? Or is it just supposed to be for me to fiddle around with? Does it matter? Okay, it's fine. Are you recovered? Is it still bleeding anywhere?
My head's still throbbing. Yeah, shit, did you help us out again? I guess we owe you another thank you. I'm a bit ashamed it came to that, though. I hope you'll consider becoming our headquarters physician when you grow up one day. That's right, just like... Anyway, it looks like I owe you another one.
What are you babbling about? You won't make it that long if you never watch out for life drain. That's an alchemy skill that the Flamores have. I'm going to invoice this treatment through Colin, so expect that to come in a day or two. And please be more careful next time. Though he grumbles as he speaks, his face is entirely serious as he scans the soldiers for remaining injuries. Suddenly, his gaze darts towards you, those searching, violet eyes assessing all they take in. You came from the royal castle, didn't you? Something or other to do with Arcana, right? Listen, I've heard from people like you before. You want me to join your association so I can heal you up when your experiments go wrong? As you can see, I have more than enough on my hands with everyone here at headquarters. Besides, there's something I need to look into personally. Hey, Shade, there you are, question mark person. That's this guy. This guy is sometimes involved in Generation Quest backstory. I've been looking for you. You disappeared while I was away.
Priest Colin, I find myself indebted to you once again. I'll send you an official letter explaining all later.
The elf guards, who were relaxed and comfortable around Aeoshade a moment ago, snapped to attention, speaking to Colin in a stiff, formal tone. It's fine. Since it concerns the safety of the town and its residents, it's only natural that I'd lend a hand. I think he's like a former knight of some kind who became a priest after the end of some events in the past, and there's at least one character who he kind of helped raise who isn't this kid. So, weird that they just added this kid to his lore after there was already other stuff. But okay. That Aeoshade would lend a hand, I mean, in this case. So then, it seems like everything's been handled here, right? Colin, I'm stepping out for a moment. There's something I need to check on. Well then, farewell.
Aeoshade turns to leave with a smile. You try to deter him, but he's out of the barracks before you can blink.
Allow me to apologize on his behalf. He has a tendency to come and go like the wind, doing whatever he pleases. It seems like you came all the way out here to meet Aeoshade. As his guardian, allow me to hear you out in his stead. There's too much of a hubbub here to talk properly. Please, follow me over to the church. Whatever questions you have, I'll answer to the best of my knowledge.
Colin, glancing toward where Aeoshade disappeared, motions you to follow him.
Yeah, alright. We go to the church to talk about fucking babies, I guess? It's not gonna tell me how long this is gonna take. It's kind of a lot of bits there, but it's probably all just talking. His clear, inky eyes gaze intently at you. I think we have 3 songs again. And his silent expression holds the depths of ancient secrets. Thank you for giving Aishade a hand. This town is always busy thanks to the 3 headquarters. Our services are sought without fail by the soldiers injured in the Shadow Realm. Aishade has been accompanying me as a set of extra hands for quite some time, but it's only recently he's shown such a gift for healing. Pepperspark, I'm sure you've heard the rumors about him since you're here now. Colin's face is clouded with competing looks of pride and worry. It's clear that Aishade is the source of many a wrinkle on his forehead. And I look like a lunatic coming in dressed like this in order to take him away to the castle. Like it's a gingerbread castle and I'm gonna eat him. Listen, I heard about your latest venture at the royal castle. I can guess why you're here, and I never deny him a chance to learn, but, well, he's still so young. I don't want too much... Yeah, let me get a drink of water. 1 second. Too many deep voices I can't do. I don't want too much responsibility dumped on him just because he's talented. He's already had a hard time of it. He deserves to enjoy his childhood as much as he can. You had questions for me, though. What did you need? How old is he? Colin confirmed what Lauire heard, that Aishade's abilities appeared recently. Still, he seems quite young to be so skilled. I've raised Aishade since he was an infant. He was left out in front of the church, wrapped in blankets, along with a note that looked like it had been left in a hurry. The note gave his name, along with a few of the parents' excuses. No details, just that it was unavoidable. I was quite upset at the parents, whoever they were. What if I hadn't found him quickly, or hadn't been able to take him in? Luckily, I've had a lot of help from friends around Tailshin. Oh, it's almost 1? Yeah. So Aishade had the best childhood I could possibly give him. I know he looks very young, but he's 15 this year. I just reincarnated Pepperspark as 10. And height is basically an age slider. I think his elven heritage makes him age differently. He's not a member of the Order of Limelark officially. I was spoken to enough of the elf guard to know that they don't believe in the gods generally. Not quite true, but I don't remember the details of that lore. I think technically they're like beholden to Nimhain, who is a different goddess than the ones that are usually involved. I think. I don't want to force Aishade to adopt a culture and a faith that isn't his own. But as he grew older, I frequently needed to bring him to work with me. I'm the only priest in town, so it's difficult for me to miss work to look after him. It was a surprise to me when he started showing such healing gifts. Even the Royal Guard's physician was impressed with him. It seems like it must be at least somewhat innate. He always seemed interested, too. He studied everything I was doing without prompting, and he naturally made friends with soldiers. He runs off to help them whenever they need him, even without me. Recently, I'm gonna drop the voice. Also, have a good night. Recently, he's even followed them into the Shadow Realm to help. Even though I worry, I have to admit that's amazing. I gave him a medal of the Order of Limelark to wear to aid, so his aid would be accepted without question. I think people see it and simply assume he's an apprentice priest. He's quite sensitive to people being suspicious of him. Some see his ears and think him a curiosity at best or a spy at worst. You have enough questions for me, though. What did you need? I guess ask about the ears. You caught a glimpse of Aishade's ears when his hair slipped as he worked. They would have looked more at home among the elves of Iria than here. I mean, there were elves here a second ago. It doesn't need to be explained that much. There's just elves. Well, things are different in Tailshin than the rest of Ulad. Elves and giants live alongside humans here. When Irians leave their homeland, whether for love that transcends races, or to escape misfortune, or for simple wanderlust, it's most common for them to settle here. I'm not sure what landed Aishade here, though. He was left in a basket in front of the church as a baby. I've heard stories of criminals kidnapping elven babies and transporting them to Ulad. I can only hope that Aishade wasn't wrapped up in something like that. For all that Aishade has faced, it's a blessing that he ended up here, at least. Enough elves and giants live in Tailshin that he isn't seen as too much of an oddity or teased by other children. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. I don't know exactly what led him to be left in my care. I've tried not to trouble Aishade with this either. I'd appreciate it if you didn't bring it up to him. Colin pauses to glance at Ayshade's house, his gaze full of worry. He's 15 and you gave him his own house? I mean, I guess he can't live in the church forever? Sure, whatever. He saved up his pay from healing and recently... Okay, so no one gave it to him. Okay. He recently moved out. He insists he doesn't want to burden me. He's clever enough that I think it'll be fine, but... Oh, you know, it's hard not to worry. I want to tell him the whole story, but I think it'll be better if he had some real friends first, in case he needs support and he won't accept it from me. The Arcana Association. Well, if you're a member... If I can't trust you, who can I trust? Please give me a moment. Colin disappears inside the church. You can hear faint clattering. Colin emerges with a small notebook in his hands. Here, take this. Ayshade's been troubled by strange dreams all his life. He wrote them down here. They've been worrying me for a while. One of his dreams is repeating, and he remembers it with such striking clarity. Don't your dreams get blurry and fade when you wake up? He says the dream has gotten clearer as of late. What if it's a sign of something? I think Ayshade is worried about it too. He stays up later and later to help me, like he's avoiding sleep. The dream and Ayshade's talent awakening seem related. Maybe you can help him. Read what I gave you and you'll understand. After that, please talk to him. Colin seems like he's got more to say, but he's holding back for now. You should read the journal Colin gave you. Okay, so it is 1, and I'm getting tired of this music happening, and just tired in general. My throat's been hurting for a bit. I keep trying to do voices and I keep failing. I think I'll save this for next time. And even if a next time doesn't come very quickly, I got the 2 free Grandmasters. So that's good. I win. Pepperspark gets her permanent buffs. Her easy boosts. Did it stop? Nope, there it goes. It looped back around. Okay. I'm gonna switch over to Illumina for a second. I don't think that's gonna change anything. Oh, she has her own graphic. Hold on. Boop, boop. So if I'm changing characters, I can just change graphic. It stopped, but you know why it stopped? Because I have fucking the music turned off here. It's still doing 2 different thingies. Fucking whatever. I'm turning it off. I'm just gonna go change over Fin Gems, which I described earlier, where it's like, oh yeah, you get gems off of regular monsters, and then you gotta go put them in, and they hatch, basically. Are they? Oh, did I set? Hold on. How much time is on these? 8 hours. Oh yeah, I set long ones. Because I didn't anticipate coming back. That's fine. Welcome to my homestead. Welcome to my mess. I left all of my pets off of their pet beds so that I could access them, except these guys who are stuck in a mission. I need to put some guys on the beds. And then possibly myself on the beds. But, yeah. Pets. Oh, hi. Did you just swoop in? Yeah, I got... Okay, so in this game, pets are how you get more inventory, because otherwise everything's fucking unbearable in this inventory system. Look at my goddamn inventory. If I didn't have pets, I'd have fucking no space at all. But yeah, I'm gonna put them out to the sleep-ins. And then I might do something, because my throat hurts from doing this too long. I've been here for a bit, but I've never seen you play this game before. And yeah, I've got a fucking ton of these things. So, my favorite is Silly Steps. That's Spider. She's great. But I have lots of others. Earlier on, I was talking about, oh, they might put alpacas back into the shop if the alpacas win the poll. This is Fluffalina. Actually, I should show Blitzalina instead if I'm doing that, because that's a Christmas alpaca. This is the version that might end up back in the shop if it wins the poll, which it probably will. But I'm still voting for the Christmas skeleton instead, because it's funny. Is that a rhino? I don't have a rhino. I've got plenty of creatures, though. Let's see, what could you possibly be thinking was a rhino? I don't think you meant Peppermare. Got a tiny unicorn. Sleeping in the background. Background? Like, out there? Just rocks. That background sucks. I've got a bunch of just furniture, some of which looks like it's alive. Like, those horses are fake. This cow is real, kind of. By which I mean I can milk the cow and I can gather eggs from these chickens, but they're not pets. Like, they can't wander around with me. Sleeping in the background right beside me. What? In front of the what? This is a truck. And then horse, cloud. That's like a flying nimbus. Scooter. Fairy, silly steps, and that's a cat. Cloud. I have a few of them, hold on. It has a horn, though? No, that's its tail. I got other clouds, hold on. Where is Astralis? Yeah. Cloud. You know, standard cloud stuff. So it's a tail horn, which is just called a tail. Okay, I have a few of those. I've got a few sheep that turn into clouds. They're a little cursed looking. This is Troubles. Turns into this. Yeah, I have many pets. And most of them are holding stuff. My most recent acquisition is named Henricio, which isn't really a name. Look at him, though. And then he is a mount, although you don't ride him, he does this with you. And then you go limp if he starts dashing. I have many pets. This I got from a recent event that's ending tonight. I got the thing and then didn't care about the rest of the event. It's a magic carpet that looks like a map. I cannot believe I managed to get the name Sacred Scroll and no one else has taken that. I've been meaning to get a carpet for a while, so I'm glad I got him now. I also have been meaning to get a snake for a while. I got a snake. His name is Snaptune, which was like Snake Neptune, because he's a coral snake, so he's from like the water, but that's not really true for coral snakes, but like Snaptune, I guess. That's his name. I've got a lot of pets. I have put down money on some, but most of them I just buy off the gold market. This is Vile Gary. He's not actually that vile. He's actually lovely. If I were to come over here and mine, he would join me. Like, he doesn't mine with me, but he does partake of the joy. You watching? He's watching. And he celebrates when I manage to get some more. I love Vile Gary. He was in the shop for Halloween, and I got him. I paid money for him because he's important and special. Corals, like, sea snakes are one of the most deadly in the world. I don't think coral snakes are actually sea snakes, but yeah. I think, okay, hold on. I need to wait 5 seconds for him to come back. You can harvest, poison from them, but it's not really useful. But you can use a bottle on it and then get a poison bottle and then apply that to a sword or whatever. And then attack with that. Not a very useful system. You can just harvest poison herbs and make a poison potion that does the same thing without having to buy a cash shop pet, but that's a thing they do. Kind of looks like a were-rat with saber teeth. Yeah, the rat men are kind of like that. Yeah, I got lots of pets. I got this. That's Borkarath, the sorcerer. Who else is good looking? Who else do I want to show off? This is Jumbo Pop. Big ol' sheep. For some reason, his transparency is broken, but that's fine. And he has an older brother named Tiniopop. Look at him. If I were to harvest wool off of Tiniopop, check this shit out. The wool ball is bigger than the sheep is. Love this little stupid guy so much. Red on black, friend of Jack, he shouldn't be poisonous. I don't know, man. Mabinogi. Have you seen some of the shit Mabinogi believes about animals? Hold the fuck on. If we're talking about accuracy in biology, action, continent warp, work for once. Hell yeah. I don't know why it's broken on Pepperspark. I hate it. I'm so mad. If I go out here and let's use Mario Golf. I got the name Mario Golf. Also, sorry that this is silent now. I'm not turning on the broken music again. But look at these fucking mongoose. That is not a mongoose. I don't know what the fuck this is. It's like a bandicoot or a possum or something. That is not a mongoose. Mongoose look like weasels. There are so many things in this game that do not actually look like the thing they're supposed to be. Like, if I go out here... I guess this is kind of what an aardvark looks like, but I think they're huge compared to actual aardvarks. They're like cow-sized. Well, maybe not, because these are cows. But there's so much fucking shit out here that doesn't look like it's supposed to. Hold on. Let me go find some kiwis. Those are pretty egregious. Kiwi, I say. Like, yeah, you know what that looks like. Long beak, brown, fluffy, round little thing. No. Go to Core Village. Which is very Amazon themed, but there's kiwis here. Gotta find them, but they're just around. Oh, there they are. That's not a kiwi by any means. Like, I don't know what's going on with the tail. The color's fine, whatever. There's a few different colors of everything in this game. They got recolors all over the place, but like, it's like a chicken. Anyways, I'm gonna head to bed. Because I was just, my throat's been not liking that I keep trying to do multiple voices and that several of them are deep. I'm not good at that. Obviously, you can tell that it's not working. But yeah, like, this game is incredible for a bunch of reasons. One of them is just the animals in it. Look at this guy, just hanging out. If you go far enough in this direction, I think you find, tarantulas? And they're huge. Millipedes. Look at this bastard. Huge. Adorable, kind of. I wouldn't mind having one of those as a pet I could get. Which I don't think they've been available ever. Cute, though. Yeah, there's a tarantula. I guess those are pretty accurate. That's kind of just a tarantula. But yeah, there's so much fucking things in this game that don't actually have any bearing on it. Shakespeare is like a legendary Pied Piper who's trapped in an interdimensional dungeon by the gods in this game. Like actual William of Shakespeare. He's just, I don't know, magic, I guess. This game's funny. I love that it just doesn't care about accuracy for anything and just makes things crazy. Anyways. This is also a funny one to... I mean, funny is not the right word, because, like, she's kind of an interesting character design, but, like, knowing that they decided to make a goth girl out here in the Amazon is, like, alright, buddy. She got the emo hair. I'm not gonna actually talk to her. This game does not give a fuck about a lot of things. It is extremely funny. Anyways, I'm gonna just turn it off for the night. Let's go to my homestead. Let's find a nice place to just sit down and chill, and then I'll turn everything off. Where's a nice... Over here. Over here in my garden. Next to all my herbs and all of my cherry trees and my IRL boyfriend. Forgot I put you up here. You doing okay, baby? You can get down whenever you want. You're taller than this tree is, quite frankly. He's a butler. You can purchase butlers, maids, and other similar... Like there's like 5 flavors of them. But theoretically, I could take him out and, like, have him run around with me, and there's a whole system for that I do not bother to learn. I just have him sitting around. You can just put them in parts of your homestead, just, like, sitting on various chairs or whatever, so he's just here. I cannot believe I managed to get the name IRL boyfriend. That's great. Anyways, let's just take a rest amongst the flowers. Oh, hey, Shatika's here, too. Everyone's slipping in at the end. No, I'm going to bed. We're going to sleep. Gonna sit here and relax in... This is, like, supposed to look like a little work uniform. I was wearing this while sitting out in front of, a shop I had up a few days ago. So, what did I have on with it? Right now I have her drinking tea, but earlier I had her doing... this motion. So she looked like she was at work, and she was, like, whipping batter up, and she was standing in front of a shop that was full of food. So that was the theme I was going for here. But anyways. Oh, wrong button. No. We're done for the day. We're just gonna sit. Next time I stream, if I get a chance, I probably can. I can probably fit it in somewhere before this stuff is done. And even if I don't, I have gotten through the part where it gives you Arcana, like, level Grandmasters. I just got to do that other bit of the quest in order to get the Arcana. I forget what the end of the event's reward even is. I got that boost. I'm basically just right there on the precipice of it. When I come back, we'll just do that shit. I just do not feel like reading any more voices. Let's go. Thank you for watching. I love you all. Do I have... Oh, I should have. I forget. It's 21 hours. I can come back in the morning. End game. Phew. And now, end stream. Good night.